Chapter 1608. After a short while, Shui Lian's roar suddenly subsided, as if someone had grabbed his throat and stopped abruptly. The moment his roar subsided, the rich demonic qi throughout Monster Mountain suddenly became turbulent, as if it had been summoned, and began to rush towards the cave. The cave was like the mouth of a beast, sucking in the frightening amount of demonic qi. In less than 10 breaths of time, the rich demonic qi that had been lingering in Demon Mountain for tens of thousands of years was completely wiped out. Yang Kai's brow furrowed. Mi Tian and Lai Feng glanced at each other, seemingly unable to figure out the situation. Inside the cave, a ferocious aura was slowly recovering. This aura was so strong that it made Yang Kai somewhat uncomfortable. Asterisk sha, sha sha. Asterisk the sound of footsteps came from inside the cave, and a moment later, Shui Lian's figure emerged from the cave entrance. At this moment, he no longer looked as embarrassed and angry as before, and instead had a thoughtful look on his face as he spread his hands in front of him and stared at them carefully. A hint of hidden joy flashed across the depths of his eyes. Shui Lian, what are you doing? Mi Tian shouted, his face filled with anger. He had just started fighting with Yang Kai, but Shui Lian was acting so inexplicably, making Mi Tian extremely unhappy. Yang Kai was too strong, and even if the three of them joined forces, they were not completely confident they could kill him, so none of them could afford to take him lightly. He seems to be a little different. Lai Feng narrowed his eyes as he stared towards the cave. Let's kill Yang Kai first. Mi Tian coldly snorted before once again urging the strange flower to attack Yang Kai. Although Lai Feng felt that something was wrong with Shui Lian, he knew that now was not the time to dwell on such matters, so his figure flickered, and he disappeared from where he stood, quietly approaching Yang Kai. Yang Kai focused most of his attention on Shui Lian. At this moment, Shui Lian was completely different from before, and Yang Kai actually felt great pressure from his opponent. Shui Lian also seemed to recover as his two blood-red eyes stared towards a certain spot in the sky, a strange light flashing across his eyes as he muttered, "Shadow Vulture bloodline? Interesting. I didn't expect to run into the bloodline of an old friend right after I see the light of day again." After saying this strange sentence, he suddenly took a step forward. Ignoring the barrier of space, he actually went directly to a place more than 10 feet away. No one saw how he moved, but Yang Kai, who had been closely watching him, found a clue. It wasn't that it ignored the barrier of space, but that it was too fast. So fast that even his divine sense couldn't keep up. Shui Lian stretched out his hand and seemingly casually grabbed towards the void. As he made a grabbing motion, the space around him abruptly congealed. A panicked figure appeared from within. It was Lai Feng who had disappeared. Lai Feng's expression was filled with both shock and anger. He never thought Shui Lian would come here and ruin his plans, so he hurriedly withdrew and asked for clarification. But Shui Lian didn't give him this opportunity at all. Inexplicably, his blood-red hand covered in scales grabbed Lai Feng's neck. Yang Kai paled in horror, while Mi Tian was also taken aback. No longer caring about attacking Yang Kai, Mi Tian glared at Shui Lian and shouted, "What are you doing?" The three of them had joined forces to ambush Yang Kai, but now that the enemy was unharmed, Shui Lian was actually targeting one of their own, making Mi Tian unable to bear it any longer. Shui Lian didn't pay any attention to Mi Tian, and instead lifted Lai Feng up high, as if he was a child, staring at him with his scarlet eyes indifferently as he asked, "Who is that old fart Tianjiu to you?" Lai Feng finally realized something was wrong and desperately urged his monster chi to break free from Shui Lian's control, but no matter how hard he tried, his monster chi seemed to be imprisoned and could not move at all. "You're not Shui Lian," Lai Feng exclaimed in horror. It was impossible for Shui Lian to subdue him in a single move. Combined with the change in demonic chi back on Monster Mountain, Lai Feng immediately understood what was going on. Possession. Yong Kai and Mi Tian also reacted at the same time and called out in surprise. You little brats have good eyesight. Shui Lian cackled strangely, not trying to deny it. Instead, he shot a meaningful glance towards Yong Kai, a look of greed flashing across the depths of his eyes. Yong Kai felt a chill run down his spine when he saw Shui Lian staring at him, not knowing what he meant. Shui Lian no longer paid any attention to him, retracted his gaze, and continued to ask, Who is Tianju to you? He is my family ancestor. Lai Feng's face flushed red as he grit his teeth and replied, Is he still alive? Shui Lian tilted his head. My family ancestor fell a long time ago. May I ask who senior is? Lai Feng asked in a deep voice. When Tianjiu was alive, he was a top master on Monster Emperor's Star. He was an extremely powerful monster king who had reached the peak of the Third Order Origin King realm. Unfortunately, he fell 10,000 years ago, leaving him as the strongest member of Lai Feng's bloodline to this day. He actually died. That's a pity. This king still has some old debts to settle with him. Shui Lian seemed a little disappointed as he grinned, but it doesn't matter. It's all in the past. Encountering his junior today can be considered as settling one of this old master's grievances. Who is senior? Lai Feng asked in a trembling voice. He could feel that Shui Lian was squeezing his big hand harder and harder, making it difficult for him to breathe. This king was born in the same era as Tianjiu and had many grievances with him. Who do you think this king is? Shui Lian chuckled. Lai Feng's face turned pale as he trembled. You're the mad crocodile king. You actually fell here. Lai Feng was naturally familiar with the history of his family. Tens of thousands of years ago, when Tianjiu was alive, the Shadow Vulture lineage was extremely powerful and dominated almost all of Monster Star. Unfortunately, there was another powerful monster king who could compete with Tianjiu. That was the mad crocodile monster king. Now, after hearing Shui Lian's words, Lai Feng immediately understood his identity. The guy who possessed Shui Lian turned out to be the bloodthirsty and cruel mad crocodile monster king. It was rumored that his cultivation was earth-shattering, but his actions were bloody and cruel. Countless monster race and human race cultivators died at his hands. The entire Monster Star was turned upside down by him, which was why he was called the Mad Crocodile Monster King. Tianjiu tried to kill him many times but failed, and the enmity between the two masters grew deeper and deeper. But later, he suddenly disappeared from Monster Star, and no one knew where he went. Qi Yu and the others knew that the Mad Crocodile King fell in the blood prison, but the younger generation did not know much about what happened tens of thousands of years ago. Now that he learned the truth, Lai Feng's courage almost shattered. Falling into the hands of such a monster race master, how could he have a good end? That's right. This king fell here, but this king can rise again today. Ha ha! Since you are a descendant of Tianjiu, you can only blame your bad luck for bumping into this king. Shui Lian sneered as he squeezed Lai Feng's neck with his big hand, and with a loud crack, Lai Feng's neck fell to the side, and the light in his eyes quickly dimmed. Lai Feng was dead. Shui Lian was now so powerful that it was almost impossible to comprehend. Mi Tian gulped as his face turned pale. Even when facing Yong Kai, he had not felt so powerless. The great reputation of the Mad Crocodile Monster King made him unable to even think of resisting. At the moment of Lai Feng's death, he did not hesitate at all. He immediately retreated, wanting to leave this troublesome place. You think you can leave without this king's permission? Shui Lian suddenly turned his head to look in the direction of Mi Tian and casually stretched out his hand, causing a mysterious force to burst forth. The space in front of Mi Tian seemed to have turned into an impenetrable wall that blocked his path. Yong Kai's eyes widened as he watched this scene and vaguely understood. This was the power of his territory, although Shui Lian's aura was still at the peak of the Third Order Origin Returning Realm. The Mad Crocodile Monster King who possessed his body was a genuine third-order origin king. It was understandable that he could use some of the power of his territory. It turns out this kind of power can be used like this. Yang Kai's eyes flashed brilliantly, seemingly very interested in Shui Lian's methods. Mi Tian failed to escape and immediately changed directions. Shui Lian coldly snorted and waved his hand, summoning a blood flood dragon that transformed into a rope-like existence that shot towards Mi Tian. Mi Tian flew into a rage and turned around, causing the strange flower to burst into thousands of petals that shot towards Shui Lian from all directions. At the same time, his eyes suddenly bloomed with a strange brilliance as he stared straight at Shui Lian. Shui Lian showed no fear and simply sneered contemptuously. Soul-absorbing evil, daring to use this against this old master. Boy, you're overestimating yourself. Saying so, his scarlet eyes suddenly became deep and dark like a bottomless pit that swallowed up Mi Tian's evil eye. A terrifying spiritual energy burst out from Shui Lian's body. Mi Tian screamed miserably, as if he had suffered a great deal of pain, his aura suddenly weakening. Not only did his evil eye not play any role, but it was also injured by Shui Lian, greatly damaging his soul. The blood-red rope instantly bound Mi Tian tightly, making it impossible for him to escape. Shui Lian grinned fiercely as he raised his hand high and slowly clenched it into a fist. The blood-red rope that bound Mi Tian quickly tightened as Shui Lian's fist moved. "Don't!" Mi Tian cried out, but it was to no avail as the blood-red rope directly cut into his flesh and broke his bones. With a series of cracking sounds, Mi Tian's flesh and blood were sent flying, leaving no trace of his body behind. With just a wave of his hand, he had killed 2 monster race rising stars. Shui Lian lowered his head and stared at his hand, a look of satisfaction appearing on his face as he muttered, "Good, good. The blood flood dragon bloodline really has its own uniqueness." He seemed very satisfied with his new body. But soon he slowly shook his head, raised his eyes, and stared at Yang Kai with an even more fervent gaze, his eyes filled with greed. For him, Yang Kai's existence seemed to be more attractive to him. "You're not running?" Shui Lian asked in amazement. Although he had been paying attention to Yang Kai's movements when he killed Mi Tian and Lai Feng, it was impossible for him to give him a chance to escape. However, this human just stood there and watched coldly, not even showing any intention of running away, which surprised Shui Lian greatly. Chapter 1609. Why Should I Run? Yang Kai, who was standing there, raised his brow and asked, "Are you not afraid of death? Aren't you afraid this king will kill you?" Shui Lian showed a look of interest. "It's not certain who will kill who. Senior's words are too confident." Yang Kai chuckled. Shui Lian narrowed his eyes and stared at Yang Kai seriously before nodding gently. "Although I don't want to admit it, you human are much better than my monster race's little brats. My monster race seems to be in decline right now." "Senior is too kind." Yang Kai still wore an indifferent look, but Senior doesn't need to act mysterious. Even if you were a monster king tens of thousands of years ago, now that you have taken over this body again, how much strength can you display? Be careful not to fail miserably. If that happens, you'll die a horrible death. Shui Lian was startled, but immediately burst into laughter, his laughter rumbling like thunder as he nodded. "Good, good. Even though you know this king's identity, you don't show the slightest fear, and are even able to speak freely with this king. You human brat, you're really not bad, making this king feel a bit reluctant to kill you. And this king has just taken over this body and has experienced tens of thousands of years of weakness, so he really can't display much of his strength, but killing you is not a problem. Moreover, you must die. This king likes the golden divine dragon source in your body, so hand it over obediently, and this king can give you a quick death." "The origin power of the golden holy dragon?" Yang Kai frowned, revealing a look of understanding. So it was Senior who wanted to kill me in the cave just now. No wonder I felt something was wrong. Your perception is quite keen, Shui Lian coldly snorted. Enough nonsense, surrender obediently, and this king won't be too cruel to you, but if you dare to resist. So, what if I resist? Yang Kai coldly snorted before his figure flickered and suddenly disappeared. This is... Shui Lian frowned, revealing a dignified look. The moment Yang Kai disappeared, Shui Lian noticed a strange power that was both familiar and unfamiliar to him. Soon, Shui Lian realized what it was and exclaimed, "Space Force." Shui Lian's eyes flashed a terrifying blood-red light as his expression twisted with excitement. He had never expected that this human's body would contain so much wealth that even he coveted it. Not to mention that the golden divine dragon source power was something that every monster race powerhouse yearned to possess. Even this unorthodox space force was not something that ordinary people could cultivate, as long as he could occupy this human boy's body. Whether it was the golden divine dragon source or the space force he cultivated, Shui Lian could take it all for himself. Although Shui Lian's original monster body had inherited an ancient bloodline, how could it compare to the golden divine dragon? Coupled with the space force he possessed, Shui Lian felt that if he could seize Yang Kai's body, his cultivation would rise to a whole new level in the future. Good, good, good. The heavens are really helping this king. Shui Lian laughed, his blood-red eyes filled with greed. A creaking sound suddenly rang out as a half-moon-shaped void crack suddenly appeared 15 meters in front of Shui Lian. This void crack was 10 meters long, and as soon as it formed, it shot towards Shui Lian. A chaotic aura pulsed from this void crack, giving off an extremely uncomfortable feeling, as if it was trying to banish Shui Lian into the endless void. Your use of the Tao of Space has actually reached such a level, Shui Lian exclaimed, his voice filled with excitement. Still standing in place without moving, Shui Lian didn't even try to dodge, simply stretching out his hand and grasping forward. As he grasped, the rapidly advancing crescent-shaped void crack suddenly seemed to be bound by some kind of invisible force and stopped midair, unable to advance any further. Shui Lian frowned as he madly pushed his monster chi and shouted, "Break for me!" With a roar, the crescent-shaped spatial rift was crushed by him, and the space that was cut open twisted and squirmed for a while before repairing itself. Walla. A slight noise came from the soles of Shui Lian's feet, and a gray figure appeared above his head, gripping a black stick with both hands and smashing it down fiercely. What is this? Shui Lian was taken aback. Even with his perception, he did not notice any trace of this figure approaching him until it broke through the ground. Looking at it carefully, Shui Lian discovered that this figure was not made of flesh and blood, but more like a humanoid rock. It wasn't tall, only about the length of an ordinary person's thigh. However, the black stick it held in its hands gave off a power that made Shui Lian tremble in fear. If this stick hit, Shui Lian estimated he wouldn't be able to obtain any benefits. His face sinking, Shui Lian coldly snorted as a blood-red mist suddenly filled his body, forming a solid defense around him. The black stick smashed down fiercely. With a cracking sound, the defense Shui Lian laid down was unable to withstand the power of this stick and directly collapsed, allowing the black stick to continue smashing towards his head. Shui Lian's complexion finally changed as he covered his body in blood-red scales and used his flood dragon transformation to meet the incoming stick with his fist. On his fist, not only was there a frightening energy fluctuation, there was also a strange aura. It was the power of territory. Kong, the blood-red and black lights collided, and a dazzling halo burst forth. Shui Lian's body sank as he was smashed directly into the ground, while the small figure was also sent flying backwards, landing heavily on the ground, but soon stood up, shaking its head, as if nothing had happened. A high-pitched bird, cry rang out as a strange fiery red bird suddenly appeared, its beautiful body swaying back and forth. Flapping its wings, it opened its mouth wide and spat out a series of fireballs containing terrifying power, instantly enveloping Shui Lian's position. Shui Lian's roar rang out in an instant, as the sound of fireballs exploding echoed one after another. Yang Kai's figure once again appeared like a ghost, his expression indifferent as he swooped down from the sky, the verdant dragon bone sword already in his hand, pouring his Saint Chi into it. A giant dark green dragon shook its head and wagged its tail before pouncing straight toward Shui Lian, seemingly wanting to swallow him whole. Yang Kai used almost all of his strength, not showing any intention of holding back. The other party's strength was unfathomable, so Yang Kai naturally wouldn't treat him as an ordinary origin returning realm master. The giant dark green dragon's huge body slammed into the ground, causing the ground to tremble. Yang Kai then shot out hundreds of golden blood threads, sending them out like a mad dance, cutting through space. "Little brat, you court death," Shui Lian shouted madly. He hadn't expected to suffer such a big loss at Yang Kai's hands right after he saw the light of day again. He thought that Yang Kai was no different from Mi Tian and Lai Feng, who he had killed before. It seemed he had underestimated Yang Kai's ability. The power of his territory seeped out from Shui Lian's body, preventing the fireballs from entering within 10 meters of him and bursting apart. The giant dark green dragon was also sent flying by Shui Lian's punch, while the golden blood threads shot out by Yang Kai didn't have much effect, only leaving shallow scars on the surface of Shui Lian's body. After being possessed, Shui Lian's strength had become almost unimaginable. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and stretched out his hand, summoning the purple shield in front of him. The next moment, a giant blood-red fist slammed into it. Asterisk Walla. Asterisk the origin-grade high-rank defensive artifact that had followed Yang Kai for many years and had been repaired and refined several times by Yang inflammation was blown apart, no longer able to provide any help to Yang Kai. The destruction of the purple shield slowed down the violent offensive of Shui Lian's punch, allowing Yang Kai to meet it with his own. When the two fists collided, Yang Kai only felt an irresistible force hit him head-on, causing him to feel a sweet taste in his throat as he was sent flying a few thousand meters before he was able to stabilize himself. After standing firm, Yang Kai spat out a mouthful of blood and stared forward. Over there, when the dust settled, Shui Lian's hair was disheveled and his aura was violent. His face was ferocious and terrifying as his scarlet eyes stared straight at Yang Kai from a few thousand meters away. He seemed to be truly enraged. Yang Kai grinned as he calmed down. Just now, he seemed to be going all out, but in fact, it was just a test of strength. Now that he had obtained the result he wanted, Yang Kai was naturally happy. Shui Lian was not invincible. He was afraid of the heaven-shaking pillar in the stone mongoose's hand. He was afraid of his golden blood threads. He was afraid of the verdant dragon bone sword. And he was also afraid of the firebird artifact spirit. All of Yang Kai's means could cause harm to him. This was more than enough. Yang Kai was afraid that no matter how hard he tried, Shui Lian would remain unscathed. If that really happened, Yang Kai would immediately leave. If he couldn't even break his opponent's defenses, what was the point of fighting? While Yang Kai's thoughts were racing, Shui Lian's furious expression converged, and he seemed to realize something, a look of dread appearing in his eyes. He finally saw the situation in front of him clearly. Yang Kai was different from Lai Feng and Mi Tian, and was not an existence he could kill at will. This little brat is ridiculously strong. Sweeping his eyes over the firebird, the stone mongoose, and the giant dark green dragon, Shui Lian suddenly shouted, "Boy, you're really good. You cultivate the Tao of space, so this king isn't sure he can kill you. How about this? You leave this king's origin essence crystal behind, and we can shake hands and not cross paths from now on." You want the origin essence crystals? Yang Kai curled his lips. Yes, that is this king's monster core. This king will not give it up, no matter what. You think too much. Yang Kai chuckled. Once the origin essence crystal is in my hands, it's impossible for me to return it to you. If you want it, you can take it with your own ability. Boy, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Seeing that you are a promising talent, I don't want to bully you and make things difficult for you here. Don't misunderstand my intentions. Really? Why do I feel like Senior is lacking in confidence? Don't you want my golden holy dragon's origin power? If you kill me, everything will be yours. Why are you wasting your breath here? Chapter 1610. Shui Lian's face sank. Little brat, are you really not going to give me any face? Who do you think you are? Yang Kai sneered contemptuously. Good. There aren't many who dare speak to this king like this. Tianzhou, that old fart, is one of them, and you count as another, but you will die here today. Shui Lian roared, as a blood-red mist suddenly emerged from his body and wrapped around him, making it impossible to see his figure from where he stood. Only a blood-red cloud. Immediately, the blood-red cloud flew over at an extremely fast speed and wrapped around Yang Kai in an instant. From the blood-red mist, a terrifying and astonishing energy fluctuation burst forth, and a blood-red light shot towards Yang Kai like a living creature. At the same time, a mysterious force began to spread. Yang Kai suddenly felt that his movements had become difficult, and the Saint Chi in his body was faintly suppressed. Territory, territory. Yang Kai roared as his Shi madly spread outwards, causing the surrounding space to distort and collapse. However, his Shi was completely suppressed by Shui Lian's domain and was unable to extend any further than 3 inches out of his body. Shi close to the grand accomplishment stage. Shui Lian shouted in surprise, Little brat, you really have the capital to be arrogant. With just a second-order origin returning realm cultivation, you've condensed your Shi to such a degree, but you're still not good enough. Shui Lian grinned as he separated a thick blood chi from his body and transformed it into a flood dragon that rushed towards Yang Kai from all directions. This was condensed from the mad crocodile monster king's own malevolent aura. As long as an ordinary cultivator was invaded by this aura, they would immediately lose their mind and become the demon race. Although Yang Kai did not understand the mysteries of this aura, how could he let it get close to him? Hundreds of golden blood threads lingered around his body, as if he had grown hundreds of arms, waving them about. The pressure from Yang Kai's territory was greatly reduced. Golden blood threads had the magical effect of breaking Shi, and since Yang Kai's territory was an evolved form of Shi, golden blood threads also had a slight restraining effect on it. 1 or 2 threads might seem insignificant, but when hundreds of them were released together, the effect was obvious. Yang Kai's power instantly spread to a foot away from his body. With a wave of his hand, the giant dark green dragon turned into a streak of green light and flew back into his hand, transforming back into the form of the dragon bone sword. A loud dragon roar rang out from the sword as Yang Kai gripped it with one hand, poured his Saint Chi into it, and swung it forward fiercely. A dark green sword light tore through space and tore the blood-red violent aura in half before slashing towards Shui Lian, who was hidden in the blood fog. Shui Lian didn't dare to face this attack head-on and could only dodge, but before he could react, a burly figure suddenly emerged from the ground. The stone mongoose. At this moment, the stone mongoose had transformed into a stone giant, and the heaven-shaking pillar in its hand had also become extremely terrifying, reaching a length of 15 meters. The pitch-black giant staff carried with it a heaven-destroying, earth-shattering momentum as it viciously smashed down at Shui Lian. Shui Lian was shocked and didn't dare take the heaven-shaking pillar's attack head-on. His figure flickered as he dodged again, while at the same time sending out a punch. This punch which contained a terrifying amount of power, smashed into the stone mongoose's chest. With a loud bang, the stone mongoose was forced back a few steps as stone fragments flew out from its sturdy chest. The stone mongoose was obviously stunned. Since its birth, it had never been injured by anyone. Today was the first time. Even if it only lost a few stone fragments, it was still an injury. The stone mongoose's round eyes suddenly flashed a cruel brilliance as it stretched out its hand and pounded its chest, causing a loud bang to ring out. Immediately, a terrifying scorching power spread from the stone mongoose's body. This scorching aura seemed to want to incinerate everything in the world as it erupted from inside the stone mongoose. The surface of the stone puppet's body suddenly melted, and its entire body turned a fiery red. Yong-kai was dumbfounded. He didn't know what the stone mongoose was doing. He had never seen the stone mongoose change like this before. He hurriedly retreated to avoid a direct confrontation with Shuai Lian and paid close attention to the stone mongoose. He didn't know whether this change was good or bad for the stone mongoose. Soon, a layer of liquid appeared on the stone mongoose's body, like rolling lava, covering its entire body. At first glance, the stone mongoose seemed to be wearing lava armor. The lava armor was steaming hot, and even Yong-kai didn't dare to approach it. Sun's true fire. Yong-kai's eyes lit up. He could feel the power of the sun's true fire from the lava armor. In an instant, Yong-kai realized what was going on. The stone mongoose had indeed swallowed the sun's true fire in the past, but after so many years, the stone mongoose hadn't used this power, so even its master, Yong-kai, didn't know what the stone mongoose was capable of. But today, Shuai Lian's punch had undoubtedly enraged the stone mongoose, so it had decided to use its full strength. The stone mongoose, in its lava armor, suddenly transformed into a lava giant. It held the incredibly thick, heaven-shaking pillar in one hand and clenched its other hand into a fist. A sinister grin appeared on its usually simple and honest face, giving it a strange appearance. Asterisk deng deng deng. Asterisk the stone mongoose stepped forward and rushed into the blood cloud without fear, swinging its huge fists toward Shuai Lian. Shuai Lian let out a strange cry as the thick blood cloud began to thin at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if it was being evaporated by the sun's true fire. After a dozen or so punches, Shuai Lian's figure reappeared. His face was ashen as he looked fearfully at the lava giant that was constantly closing in on him. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Even with his profound knowledge, he couldn't tell what kind of monster this creature in front of him was. The first time it attacked him, it was only half the height of a person, appearing small and delicate. The second time it attacked him, it suddenly became tall and powerful, and now it had transformed into a giant of lava. Shuai Lian retreated again and again, not daring to confront the stone mongoose head-on. The firebird took advantage of this situation and spat out a barrage of large and small fireballs. Not only were these fireballs scorching hot, but they also contained arcs of lightning. The firebird had also swallowed the sun's true fire, allowing it to grow by leaps and bounds. It had also swallowed the heaven-scorching thunder fire, allowing its flames to fuse with the violent nature of thunder. Its flames were even more terrifying than the stone mongoose's. What it lacked was the stone mongoose's terrifying strength, but it was much more agile. With two great helpers, one on the ground and one in the sky, they were able to force Shuai Lian into a situation where he was unable to fight back. Yong-kai grinned. With just the firebird and the stone mongoose, Shuai Lian was already at a disadvantage. Even if he had been a monster king for tens of thousands of years and could still use a trace of the power of his territory, his strength was still limited by the body he possessed. If he was at his peak, he would have been able to kill Yong-kai on the spot. A peak third-order origin king was no joke. However, now that he was a dragon swimming in shallow water, he couldn't stir up any waves. Scram! Shui Lian was in a difficult situation and couldn't help roaring as he steeled his heart and threw a punch at the stone mongoose, the huge force behind it forcing the stone mongoose back several dozen meters. However, Shui Lian's fist was also scorched black and filled with a nauseating smell. In the next moment, Shui Lian did not stop and instead avoided the crazy attacks of the firebird and rushed straight towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai was the key figure in this battle. As long as he killed Yang Kai, the stone mongoose and firebird who obeyed his orders would not be able to play much of a role. Shui Lian made up his mind and attacked with all his strength, seemingly trying to kill Yang Kai in one fell swoop. The power of his territory surged again and covered Yang Kai, allowing Shui Lian to viciously rush forward. Yang Kai's shirt erupted from his body and resisted the power of the territory, but he was quickly forced back. Shui Lian had already closed in and was grinning fiercely as he let out a fierce roar. This roar was as harsh as a sword, as if hundreds of sharp swords were stabbing into one's soul, causing Yang Kai's movements to freeze. "Boy, you're finished," Shui Lian shouted wildly as he reached out to grab Yang Kai. "Not necessarily." Yang Kai's mouth suddenly curled into a strange smile as his body shook violently and a roar came from his throat. Dragon transformation! A golden light burst forth and a golden scale armor suddenly emerged from Yang Kai's right arm, wrapping him up completely. His 5 fingers shone brilliantly and his entire hand became terrifying, as if it had transformed into a dragon claw. The divine dragon's pressure filled the air. A trace of fear instinctively flashed across Shui Lian's eyes as the infinitely rising momentum around his body suddenly fell. The pressure of an ancient spirit had a suppressive effect on any monster race, let alone an emperor among divine spirits. Whether it was Shui Lian's body or mad crocodile monster king's soul, they were both just wild variants that could not be compared to the golden divine dragon. Kai Yang stretched out his right hand. His 5 fingers closed together like a sharp sword, fiercely thrusting forward. A light puchi sound rang out. Shui Lian's seemingly invulnerable body was directly pierced through by Yang Kai's right hand, as if it was tofu, not encountering any resistance at all. A heartbeat sounded from Shui Lian's chest as Yang Kai's dragon transformation right hand grasped his heart. Shui Lian froze in place as his big hand that was reaching out towards Yang Kai stopped above his head, his eyes trembling violently. "I'll send you on your way." Yang Kai grinned as he squeezed his right hand and crushed Shui Lian's heart. "Boy, you're still too inexperienced." Before Shui Lian died, he suddenly laughed strangely. As his heart was crushed, the light in his eyes quickly disappeared. Yang Kai's face sank as he faintly realized that something was wrong. Just as he was about to withdraw, however, he saw a blood-red light suddenly shoot out from Shui Lian's head and rush straight towards his own without the slightest pause. This blood-red light revealed a very strange aura and tore through the defenses of Shui Lian's knowledge sea. "So that's what you were planning." Yang Kai suddenly woke up and did not dare to neglect, quickly immersing himself in his knowledge sea and manifesting his soul avatar. Inside his knowledge sea, the sea of conflagrated knowledge sea roared. An unfamiliar figure stood in midair, looking around in shock and amazement. He found that this place was somewhat different from what he had imagined. "If you're planning to seize my body, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed." Yang Kai looked at this strange figure and sneered. Chapter 16:11. Mad Crocodile Monster King had never taken the survival of Shui Lian's body seriously. He had pretended to fight Yang Kai in close combat, so that the moment Yang Kai relaxed, he could rush into his knowledge sea with his soul avatar and seize his body. He had almost succeeded. His soul avatar had broken into Yang Kai's knowledge sea as he wished, and now he only needed to swallow Yang Kai's soul avatar before he could occupy Yang Kai's body and enjoy the many mysteries it contained. Mad Crocodile was confident in this. Although he had been dormant for tens of thousands of years, and his soul had been constantly weakened by the flowing time great emperor, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. His spiritual energy was still far superior to that of an ordinary origin returning realm master. Otherwise, he would not have been able to seize Shui Lian's body in such a short time. Shui Lian was an elite among origin returning realm masters. However, as soon as he entered this incomparably hot sea of knowledge world, he faintly felt that something was wrong. Your soul is actually a variant soul, Mad Crocodile exclaimed. You must be joking. Yang Kai looked at him faintly, not in a hurry to take action, his indifferent tone, as if he was chatting with a friend. Mad Crocodile frowned as he looked around. Soon, his gaze was attracted to a seven-colored island in the center of Yang Kai's knowledge sea. In an instant, Mad Crocodile's eyes bulged as a look of disbelief filled them. Pointing his finger, he asked in a trembling voice, "Is that the legendary soul-warming lotus? Does Senior know about the soul-warming lotus?" Yang Kai was surprised. Mad Crocodile's face sank. "This king has drunk more water than you have walked. The soul-warming lotus is a supreme treasure. How could this king not have heard of it? This little brat actually has the soul-warming lotus." What surprised him the most, though, was that this soul-warming lotus was actually seven-colored. With such a supreme treasure nourishing his knowledge sea, it was no wonder this brat's knowledge sea was so strong, and his knowledge sea was so thick. It was rumored that this thing could constantly nourish a cultivator's soul and strengthen their soul. If it was used for a short time, its effects would be obvious, but if it was used for a long time, its effects would be remarkable. It was enough to save a cultivator countless years of hard work. Tens of thousands of years ago, when Mad Crocodile was alive, he had naturally heard of the soul-warming lotus, but unfortunately, he never had the chance to see it. Crocodile had never expected that tens of thousands of years later, when he possessed Yang Kai's body, he would actually see it with his own eyes. Yang's crocodiles had evolved. Crocodile evolved to S-soul. The former was more likely more. The evolution of the soul-warming lotus was extremely difficult, so how could it easily evolve into its seven-colored form? Mad Crocodile's heart was filled with emotion. He was able to become a monster king because of his talent and bloodline. He also had many fortuitous encounters and worked hard to achieve his status and strength. However, compared to Yang Kai's, his fortuitous encounters were simply a pile of garbage. He looked greedily at the seven-colored treasure island and took a deep breath, as if to calm his excitement. He turned his head, looked at Yang Kai solemnly, and said in a loud voice, "Boy, this king has indeed underestimated you. It seems that there will be a hard battle ahead. I just don't know who will die in the end." The other party's soul power was not below his own, and he also had the soul-warming lotus to assist him. Mad Crocodile Monster King was not completely confident that he could devour Yang Kai's soul avatar. He regarded the other party as an opponent who could confront him head-on. "I think the latter is more likely." Hearing this, Yang Kai chuckled, his face calm and confident. He did not put Mad Crocodile Monster King in his eyes at all. "Boy, you're too arrogant. It's time to teach you a lesson, lest you underestimate the heroes of the world." "You don't believe me?" Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at him with a sarcastic smile. "Forget it, I won't talk nonsense with you. The sooner I kill you, the sooner I'll be done." As he spoke, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and pointed to the sky. Mad Crocodile did not know what Yang Kai was going to do, and looked up suspiciously. An extremely strange oval object was imprinted in his eyes. In the middle of that object, there was a gap. At first glance, it looked like a closed eye, mysterious and unfathomable. Following Yang Kai's finger, the gap slowly cracked open. Immediately, a golden light bloomed from it. The golden light grew stronger and stronger, finally forming a pillar of light that shone down from the sky, enveloping Mad Crocodile Monster King's soul avatar. Inside that golden light, there seemed to be a five-colored glow mixed with it, an extremely mysterious power wrapped around Mad Crocodile Monster King's soul avatar, making him unable to move, as if he was bound by this golden light. "What is this?" Mad Crocodile cried out in horror. As soon as he was illuminated by the golden light, he realized that something was wrong. His soul force was like a snowflake exposed to the scorching sun, quickly evaporating and melting. This discovery made him turn pale with fright, and he desperately resisted. The golden light was somewhat scattered, and the five-colored glow contained within it seemed to show signs of being unable to restrain Mad Crocodile Monster King. Yang Kai raised his brow, showing a look of surprise. The demon eye of annihilation was the great demon god's divine technique. It could produce a soul annihilation golden light, which had a strong restraining effect on the soul. Yang Kai had used it countless times to no avail. Although the great demon god was only a Saint King at the time of his death, his divine technique was now in Yang Kai's possession, and the power of the soul annihilation golden light had also increased along with Yang Kai's strength. What's more, the soul annihilation golden light was now mixed with the power of the colored glass divine light. The colored glass divine light had the effect of binding one's soul, and when combined with the soul annihilation golden light, its power was even greater than before. Even so, Mad Crocodile Monster King couldn't be killed in one fell swoop, which showed how pure and powerful his soul force was. However, this was also understandable. After all, Mad Crocodile was a Monster King level master. It would be unreasonable if he could be killed so easily. Yang Kai grinned and didn't make any moves. With a single thought, the roaring, flame-like sea water rushed from all directions, turning into a giant wave that rushed towards Mad Crocodile Monster King's soul avatar. In an instant, the place where Mad Crocodile stood was wrapped in fiery red spiritual energy. No! Mad Crocodile's screams resounded. Amidst the sea of flames, he struggled to resist. Powerful soul skills erupted one after another, shooting out in all directions. Mad Crocodile, in this place, I am the master. You dare to come here. You're digging your own grave. Yang Kai shouted, fiercely urging his soul force to exert pressure on Mad Crocodile. The soul annihilation golden light, the colored glass divine light, and the conflagrated divine sense. All three of them worked together, turning Mad Crocodile's knowledge sea upside down. Mad Crocodile's screams and roars were endless, sounding extremely tragic, but no matter how he struggled to resist, he still couldn't escape the shroud of the golden light. Under the golden light, his soul force was melting at an extremely terrifying speed, and his aura was getting weaker and weaker. As time passed, his screams gradually weakened, and his resistance became weaker and weaker. In the end, he didn't respond. After Yang Kai waved his hand to calm the tumbling divine sense, and withdrew the power of the demon eye of annihilation, there was only a mass of energy left in the knowledge sea. Mad Crocodile's soul force had long been destroyed. Looking at this mass of energy, Yang Kai's eyes burned brightly. This was what Mad Crocodile left behind after he was strangled, and it contained his understanding of the heavenly way and martial Tao, as well as his understanding of his territory. This was the life experience of a third-order origin king. Its value was immeasurable. If he could absorb this mass of energy, Yang Kai estimated that he should be able to grow tremendously, likely saving him many years of cultivation. Considering all this, Yang Kai couldn't wait to summon his soul avatar out of his knowledge sea, turn his head, and look around. Arriving in front of the dead Shuel and the other monster race newcomers, Yang Kai took out their monster cores and space rings, summoned a mass of demonic flames, and burned their corpses clean before turning around and rushing back into the cave. Shuelian, Tian, and Lai Feng were all extremely famous and powerful origin returning realm masters on Monster Star. It could be said that they basically represented the highest level of combat power in the origin returning realm. Their monster cores were naturally extremely valuable. Yang Kai did not use their corpses to condense blood beasts. Now that he had enough means to deal with his enemies, he was not in a hurry to refine blood beasts. 3 monster cores equivalent to peak 9th Order Monster Beast cores. If used well, could be used as pill spirits. He could definitely refine 3 Origin King grade spirit pills. Yang Kai decided to use these 3 monster cores for alchemy. Monster cores of this grade were rare. Inside the cave, Yang Kai sat cross-legged, carefully absorbing the essence of the pure energy he had just absorbed, his face sometimes filled with excitement and joy, sometimes filled with confusion and amazement. 100 kilometers away from the blood prison, inside the stone pavilion, Luo Hai's eyes were closed tightly, motionless. However, his divine sense was roaming the void, enveloping the entire blood prison. Although he could not perceive it too clearly, he could still perceive some general things. Now, his divine sense was completely focused on Monster Mountain. As if he had discovered something, his body had been trembling slightly since half an hour ago, and a storm had been raging in the depths of his heart. Because of the request of the old woman surnamed Lei and the others, Luo Hai had been paying attention to Yang Kai's movements. When Yang Kai entered Monster Mountain, Luo Hai had noticed it, and he had also noticed the changes in Monster Mountain. When the aura of the Origin Essence crystal hidden in Monster Mountain disappeared, Luo Hai also noticed it. The Origin Essence crystal had been stored there for tens of thousands of years, but as soon as Yang Kai entered Monster Mountain, something happened. What could this mean? Luo Hai understood the truth of the matter. Almost immediately, the Origin Essence crystal had been taken away by Yang Kai. This was a treasure that even Luo Hai coveted. Hiding the excitement in the depths of his heart, Luo Hai did not show the slightest trace of it on the surface, so as not to expose any flaws, but secretly began to plan. An Origin Essence crystal left behind by a Monster King level master was not something Luo Hai would let go of. It was the key to his breakthrough to the 3rd Order Origin King realm. Perhaps he could use this Origin Essence crystal to break through his current shackles and reach the Supreme Peak. That Monster King was not the only 3rd Order Origin King who died in the blood prison, as many as 3, but the Origin Essence crystals of the other 2 had long since been taken away. Only that Monster King's Origin Essence crystal was extremely difficult to obtain, and no one could obtain it. The rich demonic chi that shrouded Monster Mountain made it impossible for any human origin returning realm master to approach it. This time, someone had finally succeeded, so how could Luo Hai let it go? Chapter 16:12. Luo Hai already regarded the Origin Essence crystal as his own. He had the confidence and qualifications to do so. After all, as the Star Master of Green Mountain Star, as long as Yang Kai was still on Green Mountain Star, he could not escape his control. When the time came, Luo Hai could ask this little brat for the Origin Essence crystal and give him some rewards. If he was willing, Luo Hai felt he could even accept him as a disciple. This was a great honor, an opportunity that others couldn't even ask for. For many years, Luo Hai had not been so excited, but at this moment, he almost couldn't control himself. If not for fear of the other Origin Kings in the stone pavilion seeing through his disguise, he would have already laughed heartily. Master Luo Hai, the blood prison will close in 10 days, right? The old woman, surnamed Lei, suddenly asked, and Luo Hai nodded after hearing this. There are indeed only 10 days left. When the time comes, the power of the territory inside the blood prison will fully erupt, and those little brats will have no choice but to withdraw. Ha ha! I wonder what their harvest was this time. By the way, Is that second-order origin returning realm brat safe and sound? Hearing her ask about Yang Kai, everyone opened their eyes and looked towards Luo Hai, obviously concerned about Yang Kai's life or death. He's fine. This king thinks he'll be able to come out alive. You don't have to worry about his safety. Good, good, good. As long as he can come out alive, this old woman will immediately invite him to join Sword Union. The old woman was overjoyed. This little brat's future is boundless. Although there have been some second-order origin returning realm masters who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, who entered the blood prison, none of them were able to come out alive. If he can accomplish this, his future will definitely be bright. This old master can't wait to meet this little brat. I really want to know what his origins are. And looking at his performance, there will definitely be a place for him in future stars' territory. Everyone chimed in one after another, obviously having a very high opinion of Yang Kai. Luo Hai just smiled and did not interrupt. Only he understood that Yang Kai was more outstanding than everyone imagined. Inside the cave of the Monster Mountain, Yang Kai was completely immersed in his meditation, completely unaware of the passage of time. Slowly he frowned and opened his eyes. Yang Kai noticed that the atmosphere in the blood prison had changed a little. In the Monster Mountain, there was a trace of territory's power flowing over. Before coming here, Chiyu had said that once the aura of the blood prison changed, they had to leave immediately. Otherwise, they would die without a burial place. When such a change occurred within 5 days, the entire blood prison would become a forbidden area that no one could set foot in. It would be a chaotic territory that would only calm down after 1,000 years. It was time to leave. He slowly stood up and inspected his gains. He was beaming with joy. He felt that his understanding of force had become much clearer, and he was only one step away from mastering it. This step seemed very close, but it was as if there was a thin layer blocking his understanding of force. However, this was not a big deal. After absorbing the spiritual energy of Mad Crocodile Monster King, as long as he thoroughly comprehended it, it would not be difficult for him to reach the grand accomplishment stage in his Sure. Moreover, when he broke through to the Origin King realm in the future, it would be easy for him to form his own territory. Yang Kai could not enjoy this kind of benefit now. Only when his strength reached the Origin King realm would he be able to show it. Walking out of the cave, Yang Kai identified his bearings before his figure flickered, and he transformed into a bolt of lightning, quickly disappearing. 2 days later, in a basin, Yang Kai appeared leisurely. "Boy, you're here." A figure suddenly flashed from the side and landed in front of Yang Kai, looking at him with a smile. "Senior Bahi." Yang Kai gently nodded to him. "I thought you were dead. Boy, I didn't hear any news about you." Yu Xiong popped out from an unknown corner and greeted Yang Kai casually, while sweeping his eyes over him, seemingly trying to see if he was missing an arm or a leg. "Yang Kai." Shanqing Luo smiled like a flower and landed directly beside him, holding his arm. Shue's son appeared immediately after Shanqing Luo, but only nodded lightly to Yang Kai, not saying much. "You're all here." Yang Kai smiled lightly. "Have you obtained the thing adoptive mother gave you?" Yu Xiong walked up to Yang Kai and asked in a low voice. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and wiped his space ring, took out a round, crystal-like object and tossed it to Yu Xiong. Yu Xiong caught it nervously and held it in his palm to examine it carefully. In an instant, everyone's eyes were attracted to this seemingly pure and flawless crystal, everyone's eyes burning with passion. "This is an Origin Essence crystal?" "Bah," he gulped as he stared at the Origin Essence crystal without blinking. Even the most indifferent Shui son's breathing became slightly faster. "This isn't a fake, is it?" Yu Xiong looked up at Yang Kai. "What do you think?" Yang Kai sneered. "It doesn't look fake." Yu Xiong shook his big head and said so, quickly taking out a jade box from his space ring and carefully placing the Origin Essence crystal inside. After carefully putting it away, he looked up at Yang Kai and said with a complicated expression, "Boy, you're quite straightforward. This is the first half of the monster transformation secret art that adoptive mother gave you. Take it." Saying so, he threw an ancient book to Yang Kai. Yang Kai caught it, flipped through it, and after confirming there were no problems, nodded. "Senior Chi Yu's task is complete. Now that this thing is in your hands, it has nothing to do with me anymore." "Don't worry," Yu Xiong grinned. "There are so many of us here, there's no need to worry about losing it." Yang Kai no longer said anything, turned his head to Shan Qing Luo, and whispered, "Come with me, I have something to say to you." "Okay." Shan Qing Luo nodded, and followed Yang Kai to a spot not far away. Seemingly realizing something, Shan Qing Luo's mood suddenly became a little depressed. Atop the pile of rubble, there was nothing but desolation and devoid of any emotion. Yang Kai and Shan Qing Luo stared at each other, an atmosphere of reluctance filling the air. After a long time, Yang Kai sighed and asked, "I met some guys before and seemed to have a conflict with you. One of them said he injured you. How are your injuries?" "It's nothing serious. I was just shaken by his Saint Chi. It can't even be considered a minor injury." Shan Qing Luo slowly shook her head. "Are those guys dead?" Since they had encountered Yang Kai, it would be strange if they were still alive. You're much stronger than I am now. When we were in the ash-gray cloud evil land, I was the one who sheltered you," Shan Qing Luo chuckled. Only a few years had passed since then. Yet that fledgling boy from back then had already surpassed her, and this was even when she possessed the heavenly moon demon spider source. Back then, it was pretty good. Yang Kai's eyes showed a look of reminiscence as he smiled ambiguously. Shan Qing Luo obviously understood what he was referring to and shot him a flirtatious look. "Do you want to go back to Monster Stars?" Yang Kai suddenly asked. "I owe adoptive mother a debt of gratitude, so I can't just leave like this." Shan Qing Luo's expression became sad. "Moreover, I don't want to drag you down in the future. I am now a half monster, and Monster Star is the most suitable place for me to cultivate. If I leave with you, I will only become a burden to you in the future. I don't want that." Yang Kai gave her too much pressure. If she wanted to be with this man forever, she couldn't be greedy for a moment of pleasure. Shan Qing Luo understood this better than anyone else. Yang Kai nodded gently, expressing his understanding. He had already thought about these things, so when Shan Qing Luo said it out loud at this moment, he wasn't surprised at all. "What about you? Are you going to leave?" "Yes." Yang Kai smiled lightly. "I've brought the people from the central capital and Tong Xian realm out. I'll take them to a cultivation star called Shadowed Star, which is very remote. If there is a chance, I'll come back to Monster Star to see you." Shan Qing Luo bit her red lips and clenched her fists, her pair of enchanting eyes becoming misty as she faintly said, "When we parted that year, it has been 30 years since we last met. Now that we have parted, I don't know when I will be able to see you again." Yang Kai stretched out his big hand, held her small hand, and pulled her into his arms, placing her hand on his heart. Shan Qing Luo looked up, her beautiful eyes shining with an amazing brilliance. Blushing slightly, she held Yang Kai's hand, and also placed his hand on her heart. "You have me in your heart, and I have you in my heart." The two of them were well aware of this, so there was no need for words. Standing on tiptoe, she closed her eyes, her long eyelashes fluttering as she pressed her red lips against Yang Kai's. "Young people," not far away, Bahi sighed as he stood there with his hands behind his back, looking up at the sky. "It looks like I've decided to become your brother-in-law." Yu Xiong giggled as he winked at Shui Sun to the side. Shui Sun's face was also red, even her neck, as she lowered her head and stared at the ground, seemingly trying to find an ant on the ground. Breathing heavily, Yang Kai's blood began to boil as he tasted the sweetness and beauty of Shan Qing Luo's body. Although the beguiling demon queen looked extremely charming and alluring. This was the first time Yang Kai had experienced such a thing, so it was inevitable that he wasn't her opponent. Soon, Shanqing Luo threw away her armor and was utterly defeated, her whole body seemingly falling through the clouds, as if it was no longer her own. Suddenly, Yang Kai screamed and covered his mouth with his hand. Shanqing Luo took this opportunity to escape from his evil clutches and took a few steps back, her expression still not disappearing as she grit her teeth and glared at Yang Kai. "Why did you bite me?" Yang Kai asked, feeling wronged. "I wanted to give you a souvenir, lest you forget me after a long time." Shanqing Luo giggled, tears falling from her eyes as she whispered, "Hurry up and leave if you don't. I'm afraid I won't let you leave." She seemed to have made a very difficult decision as her tender body trembled slightly. Yang Kai licked his lips and nodded. "Then take care of yourselves." After saying so, he took out a space ring and handed it to Shanqing Luo. "Take this and don't tell anyone about it." "What's inside?" Shanqing Luo looked at him suspiciously. "You'll know in a moment." Yang Kai grinned, but did not point it out. Glancing over at Ba He and the others, he said loudly, "You should leave as well. There's no need to wait for Shuelian and the others." As soon as these words fell, Space Force wrapped Yang Kai, and he disappeared in the blink of an eye. Shanqing Luo opened her mouth, but in the end, nothing came out. Chapter 16:13. Ba He and the others stood in place and looked at each other. Shanqing Luo was in a daze as she held the space ring in her small hand, which still seemed to contain the warmth of Yang Kai's body. She probed it with her divine sense, and after seeing what was inside, she was shocked. Inside the space ring, there were at least 200 territory stones neatly arranged. She almost thought she was seeing things, but after confirming it carefully, she found that these things were really territory stones, each one exuding a gentle territory field aura. So many! Shanqing Luo was shocked, and her tender body couldn't help trembling. One had to know that she had been wandering around the blood prison all this time and had only obtained 3 territory stones. Even so, she felt that she had gained a lot. Yu Xiong had only obtained 1. As for Ba He had only obtained 2, but Yang Kai had casually given him 200 territory stones. This number was enough to drive anyone crazy. Where did he get so many territory stones? After recovering from her shock, Shanqing Luo smiled happily and sweetly, gripping the space ring even harder. With so many territory stones, she was confident that she could break through to the Origin King realm in a very short time and would not become a burden to Yang Kai in the future. "We don't need to wait for Shuelian and the others?" "What do you mean?" Yu Xiong looked confused. Ba He's face changed as shock filled his eyes. Obviously, he understood and waved his hand. "Let's go. There's no need to wait." Shuesun also understood, and her figure flickered, arriving beside Shanqing Luo and pulling her towards an extremely hidden void corridor nearby. The void corridor that existed in this basin was connected to a place 1,000,000 kilometers away from Green Mountain Star. The monster race cultivator who came from Monster Star would always leave from here. With the cultivations of Ba He, Yu Xiong, and the others after leaving the void corridor, it would take them 3 or 4 months to fly through the star field before returning to Monster Star. Fortunately, there wasn't much danger along the way, so there was nothing to worry about. 2 days later, Yang Kai left the blood prison and came to a vast wasteland. Sporadic cultivator appeared one after another from the blood prison, either alone or in groups of 2 or 3. Without exception, everyone had an excited expression mixed with sadness. What was exciting was that they had walked out of the blood prison alive. Taking a trip to the blood prison meant that one day they might be qualified to condense their sure to the grand accomplishment stage and break through to the Origin King realm. Even if they were unable to break through to the Origin King realm in the future, with this experience, they could still become outstanding Origin returning realm masters. Sadly, Many of their companions had died. For some forces, the cultivator that entered was completely annihilated, such as the few people from Scarlet Wave Star's Brilliant Flame sect. On the wasteland, countless cultivator raised their heads in anticipation, waiting for the disciples of their sect to walk out. Once they discovered something, they would greet them with smiles on their faces and greet them warmly, their eyes filled with covetous and hopeful expressions. Naturally, no one came to greet Yang Kai. He had rushed over from Monster Star, and Shanqing Luo and the others who had come with him had all returned. Yang Kai didn't care about the excitement of others, and instead released his divine sense to search for traces of Qian Tong and the others. He had come out relatively late, so Qian Tong and the others should have come out much earlier. Soon, Yang Kai found something and turned his head in a certain direction. Not far away, a group of people who seemed to have some background were surrounding a beautiful young woman, trying their best to invite her over. Everyone's expression was extremely sincere as they offered tempting offers. "Madam, if you have nowhere else to go, why don't you come to my Blue Radish sect? With your cultivation and strength, as long as you join, you can become an outer sect elder and enjoy your own spirit peak. Every month, you will receive a large number of spirit stones and pills. My Blue Radish sect has 72 main peaks, but one of them is empty and has yet to find a suitable owner. Blue Radish sect is nothing. Madam, come to our Heavenly Dream Temple. My Heavenly Dream Temple has an Origin King Realm Master, and every 3 years there will be an opportunity to impart cultivation experience and explain the mysteries of our territory. Madam, you can't miss it. If Madam can come to Imperial Spirit Pavilion, this old master can guarantee that you will become an inner sect elder. My Imperial Spirit Pavilion will do its best to help you cultivate and break through to the Origin King realm as soon as possible." The beautiful young woman turned a deaf ear to the noise around her and just stood there with a frown, as if she was waiting for someone, looking around from time to time. Annoyed by their chatter, she shook her head and said, "I'm sorry, everyone, but this mistress already has a sect and does not intend to leave, so please don't waste your time here." "It doesn't matter if you have a sect," the old man from Imperial Spirit Pavilion who had invited her to join before laughed. "This old master did not ask you to leave your current sect. Madam can join my Imperial Spirit Pavilion with your current identity. There is no conflict." In order to win over this beautiful young woman, this old man seemed to have set a very wide bottom line, not minding which sect she originally came from. "Sorry, I don't have such an idea." The young woman still shook her head. Elder Lin, Yang Kai walked over and greeted the young woman. Hearing this call, Lin Yurao's beautiful eyes lit up, and she quickly turned her head and said cheerfully, "Sect Master, you finally came out." Yang Kai nodded lightly before looking around. "Why are you alone? Where are Qian Tong and the others?" Lin Yurao opened her mouth and showed an embarrassed look. "It's not convenient to talk here. Let's talk while walking." Seeing her look change, Yang Kai didn't ask any more questions and simply nodded. "Okay. Friend, please wait." Seeing Yang Kai about to take Lin Yurao away, the people who had surrounded her before suddenly became anxious and quickly blocked Yang Kai's path. "What's the matter?" Yang Kai frowned. The old man who spoke before smiled meaningfully, cupped his fists, and politely said, "Friend, are you the sect master of this lady's sect?" "Yes. What's the matter?" "It's nothing." This old master is the great elder of Imperial Spirit Pavilion and is here on behalf of Imperial Spirit Pavilion to invite this lady to join our pavilion as an inner sect elder. The old man saw that Yang Kai was just a second-order origin returning realm cultivator and couldn't help looking down on him. Otherwise, why would he try to poach her right in front of Yang Kai? After all, this kind of thing was somewhat immoral. Do you also have the same intention? Yang Kai looked at the others. "That's right." Those people all nodded, their expressions calm. "What do you think?" Yang Kai turned to look at Lin Yurao. "Sect master need not ask. This mistress will not leave high heaven sect. Lin Yu Rao brushed her hair behind her ear and responded faintly. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Did you hear that? And I'll take my leave first. Saying so, Yang Kai prepared to lead Lin Yu Rao out. Lady, do you want to reconsider this offer? If you think this old master's sincerity is not enough, we can still discuss it further. The old man still chattered as he chased after Lin Yu Rao. Scram. Yang Kai's expression turned cold as he shouted at the old man. Seeing this old man greet him with a smile, Yang Kai didn't intend to embarrass them, so he asked Lin Yu Rao. However, this old man still refused to back down after receiving Lin Yu Rao's answer, clearly not putting him in his eyes at all. This was blatant contempt. Yang Kai wasn't made of mud, so how could he not have a temper? The old man was stunned for a moment before his face became gloomy, and he grinned meaningfully. Boy, this has nothing to do with you. You'd best shut your mouth obediently, or else what? Yang Kai stared back at him coldly. Or else you'll regret it. Don't think you can act so rampant just because you're a sect master. Who do you think you are? As the sect master of a sect, you can't even compare to an elder of your sect. What kind of sect master are you? In my opinion, this lady's talent is wasted on you. It would be better for her to join my Imperial Spirit Pavilion as soon as possible. That way, she'll have a bright future. As the old man spoke, the other cultivator who had invited Lin Yu Rao before also began belittling Yang Kai's cultivation, trying to persuade him to let go and not delay Lin Yu Rao's future. What's all this noise for? Yang Kai was annoyed and coldly said, Elder Lin has already rejected you, yet you still insist on pestering her. Are you not putting me in your eyes? Does this old master need to put you in his eyes? What a joke! The old man coldly snorted. The others also looked at Yang Kai disdainfully, obviously not putting him in their eyes. The conflict here attracted the attention of many people, seeing that Yang Kai, a trivial second-order origin returning realm cultivator, had actually provoked so many enemies at once. Many of them showed looks of sympathy, thinking that Yang Kai had eyes but failed to see, and was about to suffer a big loss. Old man, if you don't want to die, don't provoke him. Don't be fooled by his low cultivation. He's not someone you can deal with. Suddenly, an abrupt voice rang out, causing the old man and the others to frown. Looking towards the source of the voice, they saw an ordinary-looking young man standing in place with his hands behind his back, a mocking smile on his face. Being belittled like this, the old man was naturally angry, and his face sank. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly saw a 3-petal flower embroidered on the chest of this young man's robes, and his expression changed. Seemingly thinking of something, he politely cupped his fists and asked, Dare I ask this friend, who is Master Wu Dao to you? The young man said lightly, He is my master. There was a burst of gasps as everyone stared at the young man in shock, seemingly unable to believe what they were hearing. At the same time, there was also a strong sense of envy. Heavens, this person is actually Master Wu Dao's disciple. It is rumored that Master Wu Dao did accept a disciple 50 years ago, but unfortunately, no one knew who that disciple was, but it turns out to be him. He actually came to participate in the blood prison trial. What did he mean by that sentence just now? Could it be that this second-order origin returning realm brat also has a great background like him? After learning that this young man turned out to be Wu Dao's disciple, everyone's look towards him changed, becoming one of awe and envy. The old man from Imperial Spirit Pavilion no longer dared to underestimate what this young man had said before and frowned. Friend, dare I ask just now? The young man still had his hands behind his back and shook his head lightly. You heard everything, so why bother asking? If you want to die, keep provoking me. The old man's face paled as he stared at Yang Kai in fear. He seemed to have seen some kind of huge backer behind Yang Kai, and no longer dared to act presumptuously. Chapter 1614. Yang Kai was also confused at this moment as he stared at this young man in confusion. From the reactions of the people around him, Yang Kai had already judged that this young man's background was definitely not trivial. This so-called Master Wu Dao was definitely an Origin King Realm master. Otherwise, the people around him would not have reacted so exaggeratedly. But why did this guy want to help him? Moreover, Yang Kai felt that this young man was somewhat familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. "Friend, I've returned the favor in the blood prison. So from now on, we don't owe each other anything." The young man grinned at Yang Kai. Hearing what he said, Yang Kai suddenly realized he had indeed seen this young man before, but it was only once. This young man was one of the 30 people who had safely withdrawn from the Stone Mountain in territory at that time. Before leaving, this young man nodded lightly to Yang Kai to express his gratitude. However, there were too many people at that time, so Yang Kai had not paid much attention. It turned out that this young man's so-called favor was referring to this. Yang Kai finally understood. The other party was obviously thanking him for reminding him loudly at that time, saving him from a life-threatening situation. This young man was quite interesting. Yang Kai smiled, cupped his fists, and introduced himself. "Yang Kai, Su Bin Bai." The young man returned the gesture. Yang Kai gently nodded, faintly feeling that this young man was not simple. This was not because he had an Origin King Realm master as his master, but because he himself was not trivial. This was a pure intuition that had no basis to speak of. But Yang Kai believed in his intuition. However, the two of them did not have much friendship, so Yang Kai had no intention of speaking to this young man. Just as he was about to leave with Lin Yu Rao, the surrounding world energy suddenly shook, as if an invisible sledgehammer was striking the void. This vibration was transmitted to everyone's hearts, causing everyone's expression to change. Soon, a mysterious force was transmitted from a distant place, piercing straight into everyone's hearts like a sharp sword. Kai Yang's brow wrinkled as he looked in that direction. Su Bin Bai also had a surprised expression. He seemed to have thought of something, and his expression kept changing. "Someone is about to break through to the Origin King Realm." A trembling voice suddenly sounded. His words were earth-shattering. Everyone turned to look at the speaker in unison, their expressions aghast. "Are you serious?" "Yes, this is definitely a sign of someone breaking through to the Origin King Realm. This old master was fortunate enough to witness it once before, and although it has been many years, the memory is still fresh. This feeling is exactly the same as it was back then. Someone is definitely about to break through to the Origin King Realm." The man who spoke with certainty. He must be an expert who came out of the blood prison. Looks like he obtained a lot of benefits from the blood prison. He actually broke through as soon as he came out. The blood prison is really a good place to gain experience. This person is really lucky. What are you still standing around for? Hurry up and go watch the fun. Breaking through to the Origin King Realm is not something you can see casually. I wonder which guy's luck is so good. The breakthroughs of third-order Origin returning realm masters were generally well prepared. Those who belonged to sects would naturally break through within their own sect. When they broke through, their sect spirit arrays would be fully activated, and all security measures would be put in place to prevent anyone from causing trouble. Those who did not belong to sects would also invite trusted friends and family to find a hidden and safe location. Very few people did not make full preparations. As such, it was extremely rare to see an Origin King realm breakthrough. But right now, there was a master in this vast wasteland who was about to break through his own shackles. This person was obviously not prepared and was acting in a hurry. Such a lively scene was hard to come by even in 10,000 years. How could the countless cultivator outside the blood prison miss such a good opportunity? Observing an Origin King realm master break through was an experience for everyone. It was an opportunity for them to learn something from the Central Territory's territory that would benefit them for the rest of their lives. So, after guessing the truth of the matter, the cultivator gathered outside the blood prison, summoned their star shuttles, transformed into multicolored streaks of light, and flew off into the distance. Sect Master Lin Yu Rao's pretty face turned pale as her tender body trembled slightly. "What's wrong?" Yang Kai noticed that something was wrong with her expression and could not help frowning. "If I'm not mistaken, the person breaking through should be Qian Tong's," Lin Yu Rao quickly said. "What?" Yang Kai was shocked as his expression suddenly became solemn. "Are you sure it's Elder Qian?" "There's an 80% chance." Lin Yu Rao bit her red lips lightly. The reason why Elder Qian did not wait for you here was because he felt his aura fluctuate and showed signs of breaking through, so he quickly left. He wanted to find a safe place to break through, but now it seems it's too late. "Let's go." Yang Kai immediately realized the seriousness of the situation. If the person breaking through was indeed Qian Tong, the current situation was not optimistic. Outside the blood prison, there were now at least 1,000 cultivator, 70 to 80% of whom were origin returning realm masters. At this moment, all of them were rushing towards the place where Qian Tong was breaking through. If they disturbed him, at best he would fail to break through, and at worst he would die on the spot. Yang Kai did not know what kind of grand scene would occur when he broke through to the origin king realm, but inferring from the commotion caused when he broke through to the origin returning realm, it was definitely not a trivial matter. The baptism of world energy was a huge test for Qian Tong, so at this time, no one could disturb him. Unexpectedly, it was Qian Tong who took the lead in crossing this threshold. Yang Kai was a little surprised. After all, when he separated from Shi Shan in the territory, Qian Tong had not shown any signs of breaking through, so in the past 10 days or so, he had definitely encountered another opportunity. Yang Kai's speed was extremely fast, and without using his star shuttle, a pair of almost transparent wings appeared behind him. The faint sound of wind and thunder could be heard as a stream of light flashed across his wings, surpassing one cultivator after another. Suddenly, Yang Kai seemed to sense something and turned his head to the side. Not far away, a figure was running side by side with him. And when this figure noticed Yang Kai's gaze, he turned his head and smiled at him. Su Binbai. This guy was really not simple. Not only was he able to keep up with Yang Kai's speed, but he was also able to do so with ease. "Brother Yang, your wings are quite interesting." Su Binbai glanced at the wind and thunder wings behind Yang Kai, a trace of appreciation flashing across his eyes. Every time the wind and thunder surged, Yang Kai's figure would leap forward, forcing him to use all his strength to catch up. "You're not bad yourself." Yang Kai nodded lightly. "Likewise." Su Binbai smiled lightly before asking thoughtfully, "Brother Yang, since you're so nervous, could it be that the person who broke through has something to do with you?" "If it's that person, then it has something to do with me." Yang Kai was not in the mood to chat with him and simply nodded seriously. "Oh, then this Su congratulates Brother Yang first. The appearance of an origin king realm master in the sect is an incredible event. If there is anything this Su can do for you, Brother Yang, don't hesitate to ask." Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he quickly cupped his fists. "Many thanks, Brother Su." The other party being willing to help was naturally a good thing. Although Yang Kai did not know what level of origin King Wu Dao was, from the way everyone treated Su Binbai before, Wu Dao was an extremely powerful existence even among origin kings. Using Yang Kai's tiger skin as a banner would make things easier. While the two were talking, they arrived at their destination, and with a flicker, Yang Kai fell from the sky like a meteor and landed beside the group on the ground. The next moment, Su Binbai landed lightly, his movements casual and elegant. "Sect Master, you're here?" Yang Xiuzhu and Chu Han saw Yang Kai arrive, and were both shocked as they hurriedly saluted. Mo Yu nodded lightly. Zhao Tianze was also here and stepped forward to greet Yang Kai. After sweeping his eyes over them and confirming that everyone was safe, Yang Kai took a deep breath and asked in a deep voice, "Was it Elder Qian?" "Yes." Chu Hani frowned. "It happened so suddenly that we were all caught off guard." Obviously, they also knew the seriousness of the situation. Breaking through here could turn a joyous occasion into a bad one. Zhao Tianze smiled bitterly. Originally, this old master was going to take him to a place with a price of 500,000 spirit stones. That place was very secluded, and the world energy there was rich enough, but Elder Qian, It's not your fault, Yang Kai frowned. "By the way, City Lord Zhao, what happened to Elder Qian inside? How did he suddenly break through?" "He didn't encounter anything special, but after separating from you, Elder Qian explored a few whirlpools in the territory and seemed to have gained a lot," Zhao Tianze replied respectfully. "So that's how it is." Yang Kai nodded lightly. The people who had followed Yang Kai to Green Mountain Star were all third-order Origin Returning Realm cultivators who had been stuck in the Origin Returning Realm for many years, but all of them had the qualifications to break through to the Origin King Realm. All they lacked was an understanding of Shi. As long as they could cultivate their Shi to the grand accomplishment stage, they could break through. Qian Tong had obviously met this requirement. This was his opportunity, as well as his destiny. As they spoke, more and more cultivator rushed to this place, and the world energy aura around Qian Tong became more and more violent. Faintly, a mysterious power began to fill the air. At first, it was very slow, but in the blink of an eye, it exploded. Qian Tong's Shi. It enveloped an area of a few hundred meters, and within that area, the sound of wind whistled as tornadoes of various sizes took form. They connected the heavens and the earth, and they completely covered an area of a few hundred meters, causing its impetus to be extremely shocking. Qian Tong's Shi had reached the grand accomplishment stage, and his own unique strength had been integrated into it. Sure enough, it's the sign of someone breaking through to the Origin King realm. The cultivators who arrived at this place shouted loudly, each of them staring at the front with wide eyes, as if they wanted to see more clearly. Some people even passed by the position where Yang Kai and the others were, observing from a very close position while comprehending the many mysteries hidden in the heavens and earth. This was Qian Tong's comprehension of the mysteries of the Origin King realm, and when one broke through, it would spread out unreservedly, greatly attracting any Origin Returning Realm master. Yang Kai's face sank as he flew up into the sky, cupped his fists, and called out loudly, "Everyone, please don't get too close, lest you disturb the state of mind of this Yang senior." The cultivator who was closer looked up at him and curled their lips disdainfully, not paying any attention to him at all. Chapter 16:15. Breaking through to the Origin King realm was a once-in-a-10,000-year opportunity, even rarer than the blood prison trial. How could they give up this opportunity just because of Yang Kai's words? All of them wished they could get closer. "Please give this Yang some face. This Yang will be grateful." Yang Kai was extremely annoyed and wished he could use force to deter these people, but for the sake of Qian Tong's breakthrough, he had no choice but to suppress his anger and act politely. "Who do you think you are? We're not hindering anyone by standing here. We're not causing any trouble. Is this your home? Why are you not allowing others to stand here?" Someone shouted in dissatisfaction. "That's right. A trivial second-order Origin Returning Realm cultivator dares to point fingers here? Be careful this old master doesn't cripple you. Young man, where do you think it's cool? This is not a place where you can speak at will." The group of people ridiculed him, not taking him seriously. Yang Kai's face turned livid. Everyone, when others are at a critical moment in their breakthrough, isn't it a bit inappropriate for you to come here and be so long-winded? When you break through, this Su will also come and disturb you. How about it? Su Bin Bai grinned meaningfully, his voice not loud, but it reached everyone's ears. Boy, who are you? Young people nowadays really don't know how to respect the old and love the young. Speaking so unscrupulously, sooner or later they'll suffer a big loss. You court death. That guy is Senior Wu Dao's disciple. How dare you speak to him like that? Not everyone was unaware of Su Binbai's origins. Someone had overheard the conversation between Su Binbai and the Imperial Spirit Pavilion elder outside the blood prison, and naturally knew that his identity was not trivial, so they quickly whispered a warning. What? Master Wu Dao's disciple? Are you sure? No way. Rumor has it that Master Wu Dao hasn't shown his face for hundreds of years. When did he ever accept one? Believe it or not. Heh. Don't blame me for not warning you when you suffer a loss. That's true. Look at the pattern on his chest. It's clearly the symbol of Master Wu Dao's three-flower divine art. Only those closest to Master Wu Dao are eligible to wear it. My God, Master Wu Dao's disciple, his future achievements will be limitless. It can't be fake, right? Who dares to use this pattern as a joke? Are you tired of living? In that case, this person is really Master Wu Dao's disciple, after knowing Su Binbai's identity. The cultivator, who was so arrogant and didn't take Yang Kai seriously, turned pale. They regretted that they had spoken rudely without knowing Su Binbai's background. Su Binbai grinned meaningfully. What's more, he is about to break through to the Origin King realm. Yet you dare to act so presumptuously? Aren't you afraid he will find trouble with you after he succeeds? As soon as he said this, everyone's expression changed. If Su Binbai's identity made them wary, then these words made them terrified. Just now they were only interested in watching the fun and were curious, so they didn't think of this. After being reminded by Su Binbai, they realized how stupid they were. Indeed, this person was about to break through to the Origin King realm. If he failed to break through, there was nothing to say. This person would definitely be annihilated by the world energy baptism. But if that person succeeded in breaking through and became an Origin King realm master, wouldn't he settle accounts with Yang Kai? Continuing to stand here and watch was simply courting death. At this point, all of them turned pale. The cultivator, who shouted at Yang Kai before, cupped his fist to Su Binbai and said, "Many thanks for the reminder." Saying so, he hurriedly retreated, an awkward smile on his face as he cupped his fists towards Yang Kai. "Little brother, I apologize for offending you just now. This one was not considerate enough. I hope little brother won't blame me." The others also chuckled and tried to appease him. Yang Kai's face relaxed slightly as he nodded gently. Everyone is too polite. This Yang also made a mistake just now. As long as you stand a little further away and don't affect this Yang senior's breakthrough, this Yang will not interfere. Good. Little brother is straightforward. This one and everyone here, thank you. After the disturbance was resolved, almost all the nearby cultivator took the initiative to retreat. Yang Xiuzhu, Chu Han Yi, and the others secretly wiped their cold sweat. Yang Kai landed, nodded lightly to Su Binbai, and said gratefully, "Many thanks, Brother Su, for helping me out. I will remember this favor." "It's a small matter. Brother Yang doesn't need to worry." Su Binbai smiled freely. At that moment, there was an uproar. Heavens, Master Luo Hai is here. The movement here really alarmed Master Luo Hai. After all, he is the Star Master of Green Mountain Star. So many Origin Kings. Isn't that Senior Lei of Sword Union? Look, that's our Purple Star's Senior Li Wan Ning. That's Old Jiu of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. The 7 or 8 Origin Kings were all recognized. After all, they were not like Wu Dao, who was always elusive. Although they also lived in seclusion, they would still occasionally show their faces, and had great fame throughout the entire Star territory. These Origin Kings came from the distant horizon, led by Luo Hai, with the others following closely behind. Arriving in the middle of the crowd in the blink of an eye, an invisible force spread out from these people. and all the people who were close to them involuntarily retreated a large distance. The area of 300 feet around them automatically became a vacuum zone. TSK, TSK. This time the blood prison opened. An Origin King was born. Looking at this person's posture, he has obviously touched the threshold of territory. If he is lucky, he will definitely break through. Old Jiu of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce clicked his tongue as his hawk-like eyes pierced through the mountain range of world energy and stared directly at Qian Tong's position, saying suspiciously, "This old master has never seen this person before and does not know which great force he comes from." The beautiful woman from Purple Star, Li Wanning, giggled. "Old Jiu, are you trying to win him over? If so, just say so. Why bother hiding it?" "How is this old master hiding anything? Aren't you all thinking the same thing?" Old Jiu snorted lightly. Everyone else just smiled and said nothing. Obviously, Old Jiu was right. This person must be won over, but this old woman is also quite interested in that mysterious little brat. "Master Luo Hai, where is that little brat now? Is he also here?" The old woman from Sword Union leaned on her walking stick and asked while looking around with a smile. Whenever she found a second-order origin returning realm cultivator, she would stare at them for a while. Luo Hai's expression flickered, but he didn't try to hide it and nodded. He is indeed here. As for who he is, I think it won't be difficult for you to find out with your divine senses, right? Since Master Luo Hai says so, we will show you our incompetence. A burly man grinned meaningfully and immediately released his powerful divine sense. Everyone else did the same. In an instant, 7 or 8 divine senses belonging to Origin King realm masters appeared and enveloped all the cultivators present, causing them to feel a chill run down their spines as they had no idea what these masters were trying to do. "It's him!" Old Jiu suddenly shouted as his eyes fixed on Yang Kai, a sharp light flashing across his eyes. Immediately after, everyone noticed the existence of Yang Kai. After all, of the 1,000 or so people present, there were not many second-order origin returning realm masters. And among these second-order origin returning realm masters, Yang Kai's Saint Qi was the most condensed, and his vitality was also the most vigorous. This little brat is really good. Look at how condensed his Saint Qi is. It's more than twice that of an average third-order origin returning realm master. No wonder he was able to slaughter his way through the blood prison. Old Jiu smiled with satisfaction and gently nodded. This old woman is curious about what kind of body tempering he underwent. His physique seems quite powerful. A trace of suspicion flashed across the old woman's surnamed Lei's eyes. "This little brat is extraordinary. What are you standing here evaluating him for? Just go over and talk to him. Are you afraid he'll eat you?" The beautiful woman, Li Wanning, pursed her lips and smiled, swaying her hips as she walked towards Yang Kai, her beautiful eyes staring at Yang Kai's face. Yang Kai suddenly frowned. The arrival of these Origin Kings stunned Yang Kai for a long time. He thought that the sound of Qian Tong's breakthrough had attracted them, causing him to feel uneasy, not knowing what they wanted to do. Each Origin King realm master possessed incredible strength, so with 7 or 8 of them here at once, anyone would feel uneasy. Just as Yang Kai was feeling anxious, though, he saw the beautiful woman actually walk towards him and stare at him, causing him to feel confused. Following behind this beautiful woman, the others also stared at him and walked over. What do they want to do? Yang Kai involuntarily circulated his Saint Qi as a look of vigilance filled his face. With his current strength, he could be considered invincible under the Origin King realm, but facing an Origin King, all he could do was flee. If he made a single mistake, he would be instantly killed. The gap between the Origin King realm and the Origin returning realm was too great. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many cultivators stuck in the third-order Origin returning realm for their entire lives. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so few Origin Kings in the territory. "Brother Yang, don't be nervous." Su Bin Bai's voice suddenly sounded beside him. He seemed to have noticed Yang Kai's vigilance and chuckled. They shouldn't have any malicious intent towards you. What do you mean? Yang Kai asked in a low voice, and after every blood prison trial, the origin kings of the various great forces will try to win over some outstanding cultivator, and this time is naturally no exception. I think they probably have taken a fancy to you and want to win you over, not harm you. Win me over? Yang Kai frowned. I wasn't the only one who came out of the blood prison. Why did they suddenly find me? Su Bin Bai smiled brightly. This is naturally because Brother Yang's performance in the blood prison was impeccable. To be honest, this Su feels a lot of pressure facing you. My performance. How did they know about my performance in the blood prison? Yang Kai's face sank. They probably don't know, but Senior Luo Hai of Green Mountain's Star can sense some things. He is the Star Master of Green Mountain Star, Su Bin Bai explained. Yang Kai's face changed as he suddenly realized something was wrong. Chapter 16:16. As Star Masters, they could indeed perceive the movements of stars that had been refined into star essences at will. However, doing so would consume a great deal of mental energy. No Star Master would be so bored as to spy on something at will. If they had the time and energy to do so, they might as well enjoy themselves. Yang Kai naturally knew this. Xia Ningchang was also a Star Master, but her situation was quite special. With her ability, she was able to perceive the situation all over Tongxian realm. Luo Hai was a second-order origin king, many times stronger than Xia Ningchang, so it was not difficult for him to perceive the situation inside the blood prison. Seeing the change in his expression, Su Bin Bai immediately knew what he was afraid of and chuckled. Brother Yang, you don't need to be too nervous. The territory of the blood prison is so powerful that even Senior Luo Hai may not be able to perceive it too clearly. Not too clearly? Yang Kai raised his brow. And it is said that the blood prison is under the control of the previous Green Mountain's Star Master, who took the initiative to use the source strength of this star. The previous Star Master was a third-order origin king, a minor realm higher than the current Senior Luo Hai. Before Senior Luo Hai's strength can match that of the previous Star Master, he won't be able to perceive everything, Su Bin Bai explained. Yang Kai nodded lightly, his tense expression relaxing a little. However, even if Su Bin Bai said so, he was still a little uneasy. The movement in the Stone Mountain territory was one thing. At that time, the stone mongoose had acted stealthily, so even Luo Hai would not be able to discover it. Yang Kai was not worried about this at all. However, what happened in Monster Mountain made him feel a little uncomfortable. Chiyu and the others knew that there was an origin essence crystal there, so how could Luo Hai, as the Star Master of Green Mountain Star, not know? He had also fought with Mad Crocodile Monster King on Monster Mountain, and the origin essence crystal had been taken away by him. Did Luo Hai know about this? Yang Kai did not dare to make an arbitrary judgment, but the origin essence crystal was of great importance. It was something even Chiyu coveted. Chiyu and Luo Hai had similar cultivations, so if Chiyu wanted it, Luo Hai would definitely want it too. Many thoughts flashed across Yang Kai's mind like lightning, but Yang Kai took a deep breath, and his expression returned to normal as he glanced over at Luo Hai, who was wearing a golden crown. The other party was also paying attention to him. And when their eyes met, Yang Kai clearly saw a flash of light in Luo Hai's eyes. Yang Kai's heart sank. What's your relationship with Master Wu Dao? The beautiful woman walked in front of Yang Kai and was about to ask him a few questions when she suddenly saw Su Bin Bai standing beside Yang Kai. Her beautiful eyes swept over the 3-petal flower pattern on his chest, and she asked in surprise, "That's my master." Su Bin Bai replied, neither servile nor overbearing. "Master Wu Dao is your master?" Li Wanning couldn't help but cover her mouth with her hand. Looking shocked, What? This little guy belongs to Master Wu Dao? The many origin kings who followed exclaimed, as if they had discovered something incredible, all of them looking at Su Bin Bai with interest. Even Luo Hai, who had the strongest cultivation and highest status among the crowd, showed a hint of surprise. Obviously, he had not expected that someone with such a background would come to this year's blood prison trial. Su Bin Bai greet seniors. Although Su Bin Bai was Wu Dao's master, he was still a junior. So in front of so many origin kings, he didn't dare act arrogantly and bowed respectfully. Good, little brother Su doesn't need to be so polite. And there are no outsiders here, so there's no need to be so polite. This show was fortunate enough to meet Master Wu Dao once 500 years ago. And thanks to his guidance, he was suddenly enlightened and broke through to the origin king realm. If we really count, Master Wu Dao can be considered this show's half-master. You and I can even be considered brother and little brother. The brawny man smiled kindly at Su Bin Bai as an origin king realm master. He obviously didn't care about his own identity at all, instead vigorously praising Wu Dao. Senior Zhou is too serious. This junior dares to call Senior Zhou brother. Su Bin Bai smiled slightly, his attitude humble. Good. Master Wu Dao finally has a successor. Little brat, do your best and don't lose face for Master Wu Dao. Junior will remember Senior's teachings. Su Bin Bai responded respectfully. When we meet again, Master Wu Dao, send this Luo's regards to him, Luo Hai said kindly. Junior will definitely pass on these words. Su Bin Bai nodded. Master once said that in the future territory of the Star Territory, if there are no accidents, the first to break through to the Third Order Origin King realm will be Senior Luo Hai. When the many Origin Kings heard this, they all looked at Luo Hai with admiration, as if receiving such an evaluation from Wu Dao was a great honor. Is that so? Luo Hai raised his brow, showing a proud look as he laughed. In that case, this Luo will not disappoint Master Wu Dao's expectations. Junior wishes Senior the best of luck in getting what you wish for. Good. Let's not talk too much. You should go about what you came here to do. Luo Hai chuckled as he looked at Yang Kai with great interest. How should I address this little brother? The beautiful woman, Li Wanning, was the first to ask, looking at Yang Kai with a smile. Everyone else also stared at him expectantly. Yang Kai. Everyone heard this and frowned, looking at each other in confusion before slowly shaking their heads, indicating that they had never heard this name before. Generally, rising stars in the origin returning realm had some reputation, but this was the first time they had heard the name Yang Kai. Why does this old master feel like he has heard someone mention you before? Only old Jiu showed a thoughtful expression. Senior, this is old Jiu of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. The beautiful woman took the initiative to introduce Yang Kai. Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce? Yang Kai's mouth twitched. Senior Jiu may have heard it from Shui Yu. Old Jiu's eyes lit up as he nodded. Yes, I heard it from Third Young Master. This old master remembers. When Third Young Master returned from the Emperor Garden last time, he did mention you. Little brother, are you acquainted with Third Young Master? And Yang Kai braced himself and nodded. Not only was he acquainted with Shui Yu, that woman could not wait to cut him into 1,000 pieces. This must be fate. Old Jiu was overjoyed. Someone who can make Third Young Master constantly think of you is really not a trivial matter. Little brother, are you interested in joining my Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce? With your aptitude, you can definitely become a senior executive of my Chamber of Commerce in the future. You probably know how powerful my Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce is in the Star Territory, right? Hey, old Jiu, this mistress came here first, okay? Don't you think you're being a bit unreasonable? Li Wanning saw old Jiu being so blunt and suddenly felt a little unhappy. There's no such thing as first come, first served in this kind of situation. The first to arrive gets the prize. Old Chu laughed and continued to entice Yang Kai. Little brother, Shueyu's third young master rarely cares about anyone. This old master also knows a little about your aptitude and strength. If you join my Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, this old master can make the decision to give you. Old Chu set out a series of conditions, causing all the nearby cultivators to breathe heavily as they stared at Yang Kai with envy and jealousy, all of them wishing they could rush up and beg Old Chu to let them join Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. Don't listen to him. What's so good about Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce? Li Wanning sneered, immediately turning her beautiful eyes towards Yang Kai. Little brother, as long as you agree to join our Purple Star, I will satisfy all of the conditions Old Joe gave you, and can even find you an Origin King Realm Master to personally guide you. Of course, if you don't mind, this queen can also personally instruct you. What do you think? You two don't need to talk nonsense here. Who doesn't know how to make empty promises? The old woman surnamed Lei couldn't help jumping out, slamming her dragon-head walking stick on the ground, as she stared at Yang Kai and said, Little brother, join our sword union. Our sword union welcomes young and fresh blood. As long as you agree to join now, this token is yours. Saying so, a dark token suddenly appeared in the old woman's hand. That token was neither gold nor jade. It was unknown what material it was made of. There was a sword-shaped symbol on the token, and there was a faint murderous aura emanating from it. A sword union elder token. Someone who knew what sucked in a breath of cold air, as he stared at this token with a burning gaze. No way. This is a sword union elder token? A second order, origin returning realm cultivator can become a sword union elder? Senior Lei is really bold. In the entire sword union, there are only 10 great elders, each of whom is a peerless character. TSK. With this elder token, you can mobilize a large part of Sword Union's manpower, financial, and material resources. You won't have to worry about anything in the future. What's so good about this little brat? Why are there so many masters competing to win him over? Among the onlookers, there were those who were envious, those who were jealous, and those who were confused. No one understood why these Origin Kings did not try to win over so many third-order Origin returning Realm Masters, but instead went to great lengths to invite a second-order Origin returning Realm Master. No one here is worse than him, right? Everyone felt indignant, and unwillingness to admit defeat welled up in their hearts. With the three great forces each offering a price, the other Origin Kings were also unwilling, and one after another tried to win over Yang Kai. Each of their expressions extremely sincere. Only a lone Origin King Realm old man remained indifferent. He had only come here to purchase territory stones. Junior understands what seniors mean. Yang Kai waited for them to finish before nodding seriously. He had never expected that he would attract so much attention as soon as he came out of the blood prison. These Origin Kings had come here just to win him over to join their forces. Every one of them had an amiable attitude, and their expressions were very sincere. But the more they acted like this, the more uneasy Yang Kai felt in his heart. Since they were inviting him so enthusiastically, it seemed they had some understanding of his performance in the blood prison. Otherwise, how could they act like this? And the reason they could understand was all because of Luo Hai. I can't stay here for long. Yang Kai secretly made up his mind to wait for Qian Tong to successfully break through and immediately find an opportunity to leave Green Mountain Star. Since you understand, what's your decision? Li Wanning asked nervously. From Luo Hai, they deeply understood just how outstanding Yang Kai was. Since ancient times, no second-order origin returning realm cultivator had ever come out of the blood prison unscathed. Yang Kai was the first to do so. This alone was enough for them to win him over, not to mention that with their eyesight, all of them could see that Yang Kai possessed some kind of mysterious ability. He was definitely a genius among geniuses, and none of them wanted to miss this opportunity. Chapter 16-17. Above the vast wilderness, 7 or 8 origin kings stared at Yang Kai, waiting for his reply. The eyes of the thousands of cultivator also focused on Yang Kai, and for a time, the limelight of Qian Tong breaking through to the origin king realm was stolen. Su Bin Bai stood to the side and smiled, not showing any surprise at all. It seemed to him that Yang Kai being roped in by so many people was a normal thing. Seniors, I understand what you mean. Yang Kai nodded lightly, but please forgive this junior for being presumptuous. This junior is unable to enjoy everyone's kindness, so this junior must thank everyone for their favor. Old Chu looked stunned, not having expected that Yang Kai would refuse the sincere invitations of so many origin kings. Won't you consider it carefully? Li Wanning was also quite surprised. Originally, they had already guessed before coming here that Yang Kai would not be able to refuse such an invitation, and would at least join one of them. However, he had refused all of them, which was really beyond everyone's expectations. The onlookers also burst into an uproar. Is this boy a fool? With such a great opportunity in front of him, why would he let it go? There's definitely something wrong with his head. Why did we come here? Isn't it all for these opportunities and resources? Now that all of these are in front of him, why would he refuse? Why didn't I get such a good opportunity? How infuriating. Senior Joe, I am willing to join Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. Please take me with you. Senior Lei, I've been admiring the Sword Alliance for a long time. Please accept me. Senior Li, the scene was chaotic. The 8 origin kings whose invitations were all rejected by Yang Kai were stunned and somewhat uncomfortable, but when they saw others joining in the commotion, their faces sank, and they released some of their strength. Who could resist the anger of an origin king? Noticing that these masters were not in a good mood, the chaos came to an abrupt end, and no one dared to act presumptuously. Little brother, have you made up your mind? Li Wanning looked at Yang Kai with some disbelief. She really couldn't understand why Yang Kai was so indifferent. The conditions she offered weren't bad. It could be said that they were already the best treatment she could offer, and she had even said that she would personally guide him. Having the personal guidance of an origin king realm master was the dream of any origin returning realm master. He actually wasn't tempted? Yes. Do you want to think about it again? Elder Ju looked at Yang Kai unwillingly. Yang Kai slowly shook his head and smiled. Seniors, this junior appreciates your kind intentions, but this junior really has no intention of joining any force. Hearing his words, everyone revealed looks of pity. After all, if they missed out on such a good seedling, who knew when they would be able to meet another one in the future? Good. Since this little brother is not willing to join, there is no need to force him. Aren't there many good candidates here? Do you have any other ideas? Luo Hai smiled gently. And a forcibly picked melon is not sweet, so this old master won't force him. Little brother, if anyone wants to join my Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, feel free to come to my Chamber of Commerce's main star, Water Moon Star, and find this old master. The door of the Chamber of Commerce will always be open to you, and the conditions this old master proposed before will not change. Elder Ju nodded gently to Yang Kai. My sword union is the same. The old woman surnamed Lei followed. The others also expressed that if Yang Kai wanted to join, he could look for them. The origin kings who had gathered around Yang Kai dispersed and began searching for other outstanding candidates. They had come to Green Mountain Star this time to lead their forces to participate in the blood prison trial and also to recruit new blood after the trial was over. However, Yang Kai's performance was simply too outstanding, so all of them had set their first goal on Yang Kai. Now that Yang Kai had rejected them, they naturally could not miss out on other candidates. In an instant, many people gathered around the Origin King Realm Masters, all of whom volunteered to join them. Luo Hai did not move and simply stood in place. Yang Kai looked at him and thought for a moment before cupping his fists to Luo Hai and saying, "Many thanks for senior's help. This junior will remember." Luo Hai glanced over at him and chuckled. "No need to be polite. This king is Green Mountain's Star Master. This is what this king should do." And seeing the worried look on your face, does this friend, who is breaking through to the Origin King realm, have something to do with you? Yang Kai did not deny it. In front of such a master, denial was meaningless. So he simply nodded and said, "Yes, he is an elder of mine. No wonder you weren't interested in these people's attempts to win you over. It turns out your family's elder is about to break through to the Origin King realm." Luo Hai seemed to understand something and chuckled. "This king is a little curious. Where did you come from? How come everyone here is so outstanding?" Oh. Saying so, he glanced over at Yang Xiuzhu, Chu Han Yi, and the others who had been standing next to Yang Kai. With his eyesight, he could naturally see that these people had reached the peak of the Origin returning realm and only lacked some comprehension of to break through to the Origin King realm. In other words, these people were absolute elites among the Third Order Origin returning realm. Yang Kai frowned, and although he was reluctant in his heart, he still replied, "We are from Shadowed Star." Shadowed Star? Luo Hai frowned. Even though he was quite knowledgeable, he was still quite unfamiliar with the name Shadowed Star. Glancing over at Yang Kai meaningfully, he chuckled and said, "It must be a good place." He thought that Yang Kai had casually fabricated the name of a star to fool him. However, Luo Hai had no intention of pursuing the matter and simply fell silent, staring forward indifferently as his thoughts ran wild. Yang Kai also raised his eyes and paid close attention to the location of Qian Tong. Over there, Qian Tong sure had spread to a radius of 10,000 meters, with countless large and small tornadoes shuttling back and forth. Sometimes a large tornado would split into several smaller tornadoes, and sometimes several smaller tornadoes would gather together to form a large tornado. The ground within 10,000 meters looked as if it had been plowed by an iron plow, crisscrossing and crisscrossing. An astonishing and terrifying amount of world energy gathered in the sky, gradually forming ink-like dark clouds. These dark clouds were like a blanket that pressed down on the sky, making it difficult to breathe. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling frightened. He could sense that the dark clouds contained an extremely terrifying amount of energy of the world. It was an existence that even he was extremely wary of. This was not the end, though, as the surrounding world energy was still gathering towards this place. Time passed by little, and the noisy scene gradually subsided. The Origin Kings who had been recruiting talents also gradually returned, each of them with great gains. However, the treatment of the people they had recruited was quite different from the one they had given Yang Kai before. Not only did they have to accept some difficult tests, but even if they passed these tests and were eligible to join the forces of the Origin Kings, they would not be able to enjoy the same treatment as Yang Kai. No one dared to complain. Bargaining with an Origin King realm master was no different from courting death. Thousands of pairs of eyes stared at the location of Qian Tong as several Origin Kings gathered together and whispered amongst themselves. Soon, they seemed to have obtained some information from Luo Hai, and all of them turned to Yang Kai in surprise. "Little brother, is the person who is breaking through your elder?" And Yang Kai nodded. "Does he have the same temper as you?" Old Chiu quipped. They all felt regretful that they had failed to win over Yang Kai, but at this time, there was another person more worthy of winning over, and that was Qian Tong, who was on the verge of breaking through. No matter what, Yang Kai was just a good seedling with excellent aptitude. His future was still uncertain. Star territory was vast, and there were countless geniuses, but most of them fell during their rise, unable to reach the peak of the martial Tao. On the contrary, there were some who had been silent all this time who had the last laugh and achieved great fame. There were so many Origin Kings present, and not all of them were top geniuses, but they were now the most powerful group of cultivators in the star field. Relatively speaking, Qian Tong and Yang Kai's weight were different. Once he successfully broke through, he would become a genuine Origin King. Each great force did not have many Origin King realm masters, so the addition of one would greatly improve the strength of their force. It could be said that they were determined to win over Qian Tong. Of course, the premise was that the other party could successfully break through. Do you want to win him over? Yang Kai quickly understood. And old Jiu nodded. If that's the case, you can talk to him yourselves when the time comes. Whether he is willing or not is up to this junior and senior. You little brat. Old Jiu smiled helplessly. At that moment, everyone stopped talking and focused their attention on Qian Tong's breakthrough. At a certain moment, Yang Kai suddenly frowned and looked up at the dark clouds in the sky, faintly feeling that something was wrong. For some reason, although the dark clouds were constantly growing and absorbing the world energy within a 10,000-kilometer radius, Qian Tong was still not undergoing a baptism. Breaking through to a great realm was bound to be accompanied by a baptism of world energy, allowing the cultivator to break through their own shackles. However, this baptism was still delayed, so the atmosphere was extremely oppressive, making everyone feel uneasy. Brother Yang, the concentration of world energy here doesn't seem to be enough. Su Bin Bai suddenly leaned over to Yang Kai and whispered, "Is that the problem?" Yang Kai showed a look of astonishment. And because I am at the peak of the third order origin returning realm and can break through to the Origin King realm at any time, before I came out, my master gave me some instructions on how to break through. Everything else is fine, but when breaking through, the world energy must be maintained at a sufficient level. My master told me to find a place with sufficient world energy when breaking through. Su Bin Bai explained. Kai Yang's brow wrinkled. Although Green Mountain Star's world energy was quite good, it was still divided into different places. The world energy in this vast wilderness was not very strong, so it was obviously not enough to meet the requirements for Qian Tong's breakthrough. Is there a solution? Yang Kai asked hurriedly. Naturally, there is a solution. Su Bin Bai didn't answer, but old Jiu suddenly laughed. If the world energy isn't enough, just find a way to supplement it. Saint crystals are the best choice. Little brother, do you want this old master to lend you some saint crystals? This old master doesn't have much, but he has enough saint crystals. Chapter 16:18. Old Jiu was obviously expressing goodwill. He was eager for Yang Kai to ask him to lend him some saint crystals. As long as Yang Kai accepted this favor, everything would be easy to negotiate. After all, taking advantage of others was the shortest path. This queen also has a lot of saint crystals. Li Wanning pursed her lips and smiled. Yang Kai's brow twitched as he ignored them. How could he not see what these people were thinking? If he really wanted to lend them some saint crystals at this time, it would be a huge favor. This matter was related to Qian Tong's breakthrough, and whether or not he could break through to the Origin King realm. How many saint crystals do you have? Yang Kai turned his head and looked at Yang Xiuzhu and the others. Yang Xiuzhu, Chu Han Yi, and the others exchanged glances before each taking out their own saint crystals and handing them to Yang Kai. So little. Yang Kai swept his divine sense and roughly counted, his brow furrowing. The total number of saint crystals each of them possessed was only about 5 million. This was not a small amount. After all, it was more than enough to meet everyone's cultivation needs. Moreover, when they left Shadowed Star, the saint crystals allocated from the sect were basically all taken care of by Yang Kai. Those saint crystals had already been used back on Tong Xian realm when his little senior sister was refining the star source of the stars. Yang Kai did not have many saint crystals on hand. He could not help feeling a little troubled as he quickly rummaged through his space ring. Yang Kai found the Saint crystals belonging to me, Tian, Shuel Yan Lai Feng, and the others, but even after pooling all their Saint crystals together, there was still no more than 10 million. They had all come to the blood prison trial. So who would bring so many Saint crystals with them? Is that enough? If not, I can lend you some. Su Binbai saw Yang Kai's worried look and took the initiative to ask, "How could I accept that?" Yang Kai smiled wryly. He had never expected that one day he would be worried about Saint crystals. In the past, he had always spent Saint crystals freely, regardless of the number. "What's the matter? Saint crystals are just worldly possessions," Su Binbai grinned, "but I don't have much. Only 20 million. It should be enough." Yang Kai nodded. "Thank you, Brother Su. There's no need to be so polite. Perhaps one day, this Su will have something to ask of Brother Yang. When that time comes, I hope Brother Yang won't refuse." Su Binbai smiled as he handed a space ring to Yang Kai. Yang Kai took it and nodded at him. "Brother Su, this Yang will remember this kindness. If there is anything you need me to do, please don't hesitate to ask." "I hope you, and I will meet again one day." Su Binbai smiled. A total of 30 million Saint crystals was not a small number, but it was also not a large number. However, it should be enough for Qian Tong to make a breakthrough. The heaven and earth spirit Qi in this wasteland was only slightly thin, but it was not really barren. Seeing that Yang Kai would rather borrow Saint crystals from Su Binbai than ask them for help, the many origin kings exchanged glances before slowly shaking their heads, helplessly. Yang Kai knew what they were thinking, but how could they not know what Yang Kai was thinking? Not saying anything, old Jiu just kindly reminded, "Boy, if you want to deliver those Saint crystals, you need to return quickly." The terror of breaking through to the Origin King realm is not something you can imagine. If you stay inside for too long, even you will be affected. "Many thanks for Senior's reminder." Yang Kai gently nodded before taking a deep breath. His figure flickered slightly and suddenly disappearing from where he stood. The next moment, Yang Kai's figure transformed into a bolt of lightning and rushed straight towards the dark clouds. Everyone's attention was fixed on his movements, their gazes fixed on him without blinking. Countless large and small tornadoes swept across the earth as Yang Kai's figure flickered back and forth, approaching them at an extremely fast speed. The Shi surrounding Qian Tong's body was the biggest obstacle preventing him from moving forward. The grand accomplishment Shi was almost comparable in power to the territory domain. Fortunately, Yang Kai had many experiences in the blood prison, so this difficulty was not enough to stop him. Integrating his Shi into the territory domain, Yang Kai did not encounter much resistance, his movements flowing smoothly and quickly. Even Qian Tong was not affected. "This little brat really has some skill." Old Jiu's eyes lit up. He was actually able to integrate his Shi into another's. It seems his understanding of Shi has far surpassed that of many third-order origin returning realm masters. Given some time, he will definitely break through to the Origin King realm. After a dozen breaths of time, Yang Kai had already rushed to a spot not far from Qian Tong. Qian Tong was sitting cross-legged in place when Yang Kai's arrival caused him to open his eyes, but after seeing Yang Kai, he closed his eyes again and remained motionless, as steady as a rock. Yang Kai did not dare to delay, sending out his divine sense and taking out all the Saint crystals he had collected from his space ring, piling them up around Qian Tong, forming an impenetrable barrier around him. "Elder Qian, this is for you. It may be able to help you at a critical moment." Yang Kai suddenly threw out a jade bottle that landed firmly in front of Qian Tong. After doing all this, Yang Kai rushed back without stopping. A moment later, Yang Kai returned to his original place. Just as he stood there, an astonishing energy fluctuation suddenly appeared. A white beam of light suddenly shot up into the sky, piercing straight into the 9 heavens. Along with the birth of this beam of light, The 30 million Saint crystals scattered by Yang Kai burst into a dazzling light. Seemingly attracted by some unknown force, the energy inside these Saint crystals poured out, gathered together, and poured into the dark clouds in the sky along with the beam of light. The dark clouds became thicker and more solid. A faint rumbling of thunder could be heard from inside these clouds, shocking everyone. Asterisk Kacha, asterisk with a deafening clap of thunder. A dragon-like world energy descended from the sky and struck Qian Tong without warning, pouring into his body and cleansing his marrow. "It's begun!" Luo Hai shouted as he stared at the scene with a deep gaze. Qian Tong's breakthrough had finally begun. A mysterious aura began to spread as the breakthrough began, causing all the cultivator present to involuntarily show a thoughtful look. Everyone tried their best to savor this aura, hoping to gain some benefits from it. This was the aura of an origin king breaking through. The scene before them was also one of such breakthroughs, so observing it would definitely be of great benefit to their own growth. The first wave of world energy fell, causing the entire Earth to tremble violently. Within a 10,000-kilometer radius, a violent rumbling sound reverberated through the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust and causing the air to become chaotic, giving everyone a terrifying feeling that the heavens were not the heavens and the earth were not the earth. Such power caused most of the origin returning realm masters to go pale. Putting themselves in this situation, they all felt that with their current strength they would not be able to resist and would be reduced to ashes in a single blow. Was the breakthrough to the Origin King realm really so terrifying? Some people's confidence suffered a blow, but others' eyes shone brightly, filled with a strong desire for the future. These Origin King realm masters seemed to be paying attention to Qian Tong, but in truth, they were paying attention to the reactions of these cultivator and screening them for potential talents. A second wave of world energy fell, followed by a third, then a fourth, like a torrential storm. There was almost no pause. Qian Tong's beast-like roar came from the other side, and anyone could imagine how much pressure he was under. Qian Tong's sure fluctuated wildly as large and small tornadoes began to swirl around him, gradually sublimating and transforming. As time passed slowly, Yang Kai and the others showed nervous looks. From Qian Tong's roar, Yang Kai could infer some information. The pressure Elder Qian was under seemed to be increasing as he was baptized by countless world energy bolts, his aura becoming weaker and weaker, and his vitality becoming dimmer and dimmer. Qian Tong was like a canoe sailing on a stormy sea in the middle of a stormy storm. He was in danger of being annihilated at any moment. The situation isn't good. Old Jiu showed a worried look, and the world energy baptism this person is withstanding seems to be much stronger than mine. Li Wanning also frowned. The stronger the baptism one withstands, the higher their future achievements will be. The power of the baptism is different for each Origin King. If one can withstand it, the world will open up, but if one can't, their soul will scatter. Luo Hai sighed softly. Since ancient times, how many geniuses have fallen at the threshold of breaking through? The first few great realms of the martial Tao are nothing, but from the Saint King realm to the Origin returning realm, a great realm is not something one can break through casually. It is a struggle with one's life. Everyone nodded in agreement. They were all experienced cultivators, so how could they not understand this principle? Luo Hai was right. Since the Saint King realm broke through to the Origin returning realm, a cultivator was fighting with their life on the line. If one failed to break through a great realm, the only result was death. There was no other possibility. Once one attracted the power of the world energy, one would either be reborn under this baptism or die. Old Jiu glanced at Yang Kai and pondered for a long time before saying, "Boy, you have to be mentally prepared. The current situation is not optimistic." Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at him before chuckling. "Elder Qian will succeed. Old Jiu shook his head. Sometimes what you wish may not necessarily succeed. This old master also hopes this person can succeed, but he did not continue, obviously not very optimistic about Qian Tong's prospects. Yang Xiuzhu and the others suddenly became nervous. The group of 5 had followed Yang Kai from Shadowed Star to Green Mountain Star, where the blood prison trial was held once every 1,000 years. Qian Tong's luck was profound. And now that he finally had the qualifications and opportunity to touch the Origin King realm, no one wanted to see him fail. If he succeeded, Qian Tong would become the first Origin King realm master on Shadowed Star in tens of thousands of years. Although he had broken through on a different cultivation star, it was enough for Yang Xiuzhu and the others to see a bright future. The power of the world energy continued to descend and bombard Qian Tong's body, causing his roars to become weaker and weaker. His vitality and aura became like a candle in a storm, flickering with the wind. Ha! It looks like he won't succeed. The old woman surnamed Lei suddenly shook her head, a trace of regret appearing on her face. And it's a pity that he has already reached this point. Old Jiu nodded in agreement. Under their perception, Qian Tong's vitality had dimmed, and his aura had fallen to its lowest point. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he was on the verge of death. If nothing unexpected happened, this person would undoubtedly die. Chapter 1619. Breaking through to the Origin King realm was not just a matter of strength, sometimes it was also closely related to luck. Qian Tong's luck was obviously not very good. Although his strength far exceeded that of an ordinary third-order origin returning realm cultivator, and he had gained a lot in the blood prison, the world energy baptism he experienced during his breakthrough was also incredibly strong. The fact that he could survive until now was proof of his strength. It was impossible for him to persist until the end. Only half of the dark clouds in the sky had disappeared, which meant that the world energy baptism he received was only half complete. No one was optimistic about him. Even Luo Hai regretfully withdrew his gaze and no longer paid any attention. Although Yang Kai spoke casually before, he was secretly worried for Elder Qian. He had never encountered such a scene before, so he was somewhat unable to judge. However, he had confidence in Qian Tong, and in the thing he had given to Qian Tong. Ordinary people could not understand the desire of Shadowed Star's cultivators to reach the Origin King realm due to the suppression and constraints of Shadowed Star's world principles. No one had been able to break through to the Origin King realm for tens of thousands of years. But the more this was the case, the more Shadowed Star's cultivators yearned for this supreme realm. In terms of pure desire to pursue the Tao, Qian Tong did not lose to anyone. Kacha, another terrifying world energy baptism poured into Qian Tong's body, cleansing his meridians while destroying his physique. At the center of this chaotic energy, Qian Tong's already weak vitality was in danger of being annihilated. Lin Yurao screamed as her beautiful face paled, and she could not help covering her mouth with her hand. Yang Xiuzhu, Chu Han Yi, Mou, and the others also paled. No way, no way. It's really impossible this time. Old Jiu shook his head regretfully. This person's luck is really bad, otherwise he would have a great chance of reaching the Origin King realm. But unfortunately, what happened? Old Jiu's eyes suddenly widened as he stared straight ahead, as if he had discovered something incredible. The other Origin Kings also showed looks of surprise as they cried out one after another. Impossible! Why is this person's vitality rising so crazily? Could it be that he took some kind of heaven-defying spirit pill? What kind of spirit pill could have such miraculous effects? Nonsense! How could there be a spirit pill that can make a person who died of an apple glow with such vitality? Not even an Origin King grade spirit pill. Strange. What did this person eat? Many Origin Kings were at a loss. none of them understanding why Qian Tong's vitality, which was on the verge of extinction, suddenly blossomed with such astonishing brilliance. Even though it was disturbed by the violent energy of the promotion, the rich qi and blood energy could still be clearly felt. Qian Tong's hearty laughter came from afar. His figure was as straight as a sword as he stood proudly on the ground. He looked up at the sky in high spirits. This old man hasn't lived long enough. How can I die in a foreign land? Damned heavens, what other tricks do you have? Just use them. The faces of old Jiu and the others twitched as shock filled their eyes. This person actually dared to challenge the might of heaven and earth when he was advancing. Since ancient times, there had never been such a person. Could it be that he didn't know that the power of heaven and earth caused by his advancement was spiritual? Such provocation was no different from digging his own grave. Sure enough, as soon as Qian Tong's voice fell, the huge dark clouds in the sky suddenly began to rotate and a thunderous roar rang out, shaking the souls of those who heard it. In the blink of an eye, a huge vortex appeared above Qian Tong's head. Immediately afterwards, a thick beam of energy shot out from the vortex and directly hit Qian Tong. Qian Tong's miserable howls and roars rang out again as his vitality was rapidly consumed. This old dog. Old Jiu smacked his lips, not knowing what to say. Luo Hai's eyes flashed brilliantly as he stared deeply at the scene before him, his expression changing. The power of the world seemed to be pouring down, and as the beam of light shot out, the dark clouds in the sky began to shrink and thin at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than 10 breaths of time, the sky suddenly opened up and the terrifying power of heaven and earth disappeared. The raging energy also vanished in an instant. In the distance, only Qian Tong's figure could be seen standing there motionless. It was impossible to tell whether he was alive or dead. However, there was a wonderful domain centered on him that spread out with a loud bang, spreading out to a radius of 100 kilometers before gradually dissipating. Immediately afterwards, this domain was slowly withdrawn and poured into Qian Tong's body. Something seemed to have changed. Many origin-returning realm masters frowned, unable to see through this mystery, but the origin kings all raised their brows in surprise. Compressing his Shi into territory, this person actually succeeded. The old woman, surnamed Lei, whispered. Yang Kai, who had been paying attention to the movements of these origin kings, heard this and chuckled. He could not see any clues from the scene of Qian Tong's advancement, so he could only observe these origin kings. But now hearing what the old woman surnamed Lei said, he immediately relaxed. Qian Tong was now a genuine origin king realm master. However, compared with veteran origin kings like Luo Hai, he was still a little inexperienced. After all, the perfection of one's territory was not something that could be achieved in a day or two. Even the weakest origin king here had broken through 500 years ago and had 500 years of experience in tempering their territory. In other words, in a one-on-one fight, Qian Tong may not last more than 3 breaths of time. After thinking about it, Yang Kai flew up into the sky, cupped his fists, and said loudly, "Everyone, although Elder Qian has now broken through to the origin king realm, he needs some time to stabilize his state of mind. This junior hopes that everyone will not stay here for long. If there is any offense, please forgive him." The many cultivators looked at each other, knowing that Yang Kai wanted to drive them away. Without the disdain and disregard from before, these origin-returning realm masters tactfully turned around and left, a few of them even cupping their fists to Yang Kai and saying some polite words. Before, they had disdained to ignore him because they had the advantage in numbers, but now that Qian Tong had broken through to the origin king realm, if they continued to provoke him, wouldn't that be courting death? No one dared to do so. Several seniors, Yang Kai looked at the origin kings again and asked for their opinion. Enough, you don't need to drive us away. This old master will leave on his own." Old Jiu snorted, But when that friend wakes up, tell him that this old master and the others will be waiting for him in a nearby city. He has only just broken through, so there must be many things he doesn't understand. If there is anything he wants to ask, he can come to us. We won't be stingy. And if we can tell him, we will. The old woman, surnamed Lei, nodded in agreement. Then this junior will thank several seniors on behalf of Elder Qian. Yang Kai nodded respectfully. The several Origin Kings glanced at each other before their figures flickered, and they disappeared from where they stood. Yang Kai clearly saw Luo Hai glance at him, intentionally or unintentionally, before leaving. This place was really not suitable for him to stay any longer. Brother Yang, I will also take my leave. I hope you, and I will meet again one day. Su Bin Bai cupped his fist to Yang Kai. Brother Su, take care. Yang Kai nodded. Although he felt that Su Bin Bai was a good person and worth making friends with, now was not the time to make friends, so he did not try to persuade him to stay. Soon, only Yang Kai's group remained in the noisy wasteland. Zhao Tianze also did not leave. At this moment, he was looking at Qian Tong in the distance with a look of envy, secretly vexed that he did not have such ability and comprehension. He and Qian Tong had entered the blood prison together, but Qian Tong had succeeded. On the other hand, Zhao Tianze only felt that his sure attainments had greatly improved, and that he was still far from breaking through to the Origin King realm. City Lord Zhao, Yang Kai walked over to Zhao Tianze and called out, Sect Master Yang, what are your orders? Zhao Tianze asked, I wouldn't dare give you any orders, but I'm afraid we will have to leave soon. Leave? Zhao Tianze was stunned. Where to? Back to Shadowed Star. Yang Kai whispered, Why must we leave? Zhao Tianze looked puzzled. Even Yang Xiuzhu and the others stared at Yang Kai in amazement, not knowing why he said this. Didn't those seniors invite Elder Qian to join them? Why, as he spoke, Zhao Tianze furrowed his brows, as if he had realized something. Yang Kai could not tell the truth, so he simply said, Elder Qian will definitely not join them. Since he won't join them, why bother looking for them? When this junior refused their offer before, although they did not say anything, they felt somewhat uncomfortable in their hearts. If Elder Qian refuses again, it is difficult to guarantee that they will not become hostile. That's unlikely. Zhao Tianze's forehead dripped cold sweat. Although he felt that these Origin Kings would not be so stingy, what Yang Kai said had some truth to it. This kind of thing had to be guarded against. I'm always afraid of what might happen, so I want to wait for Elder Qian to wake up before leaving Green Mountain Star immediately. Zhao Tianze nodded lightly and sighed. That's a pity. This Xiao wanted to invite Sect Master Yang to my Green Water City to rest for a few days. There will be opportunities in the future. Yang Kai chuckled. Now, this junior has something to trouble City Lord Zhao with. Sect Master Yang, please feel free to speak. This Zhao will not disappoint. Zhao Tianze nodded. In the blood prison, Yang Kai had disregarded their past grievances and allowed him to return to his territory to comprehend the mysteries of the Stone Mountain. Later, Yang Kai had inadvertently saved his life. So, Zhao Tianze naturally wanted to repay this kindness. Can City Lord Zhao return to Green Water City and bring Qianyu to me? Miss Qianyu? Zhao Tianze was naturally no stranger to Qianyu. When Yang Kai left Green Mountain Star, Qian Tong and the other third-order Origin returning realm masters had stayed behind. Qianyu had also stayed behind to inquire about the whereabouts of Su Yan, Ice Master Qinya, and the others. Now that Yang Kai was leaving, Qianyu naturally could not forget about her. That's not a problem. This Xiao will set off immediately. This Xiao will definitely bring Miss Qianyu here in 6 or 7 days, or as short as 2 or 3 days. Zhao Tianze promised. Then he bid farewell to Yang Xiuzhu and the others and left at lightning speed. Sect Master, why are you so nervous? Yang Xiuzhu looked at Yang Kai with some confusion. He could feel that Yang Kai was vigilant about something, but he did not know why. Chapter 1620. If it's just those people trying to win us over, sect master doesn't need to worry so much. Even if they feel uncomfortable in their hearts, for the sake of their own reputation, they won't do anything evil. It's not just that. Yang Kai shook his head. I'm not worried about this. What I'm worried about is something else. What is it? Ling Yu Rao asked. I'm afraid we've been targeted. Yang Kai's mouth twitched. There were various signs that Green Mountain Star's Star Master, Luo Hai, had some understanding of what had happened in the blood prison. Since it was related to the Origin Essence crystal, Yang Kai didn't dare act carelessly. If the Origin Essence crystal was still in his hands, he could just hand it over to Luo Hai to ensure everyone's safety. But now the Origin Essence crystal wasn't in Yang Kai's hands at all. He had already given it to Yu Xiong. Having lost such a bargaining chip, how could Yang Kai dare to stay here for long? If it weren't for Qian Tong still needing some time, Yang Kai would have already left. Yang Kai didn't speak in too much detail, but from his tone and demeanor, Yang Xiuzhu and the others could infer that the situation was serious. So they didn't ask too much and simply followed Yang Kai's decision. Qian Tong was still standing in the distance, motionless, obviously comprehending something. Yang Xiuzhu and the others had nothing to do, so they simply sat cross-legged and meditated, digesting the gains they had gained from this trip to the blood prison. Although they did not break through to the Origin King realm like Qian Tong, that did not mean they had gained nothing. On the contrary, each of them had gained a lot, and as long as they had enough opportunities in the future, they may have a chance to break through to the Origin King realm. Yang Kai's expression changed as various thoughts flashed through his mind, imagining all kinds of possibilities and countermeasures. Time passed slowly, and 3 days later, Zhao Tianze brought Qianyu back. After seeing Yang Kai, Qianyu was naturally overjoyed, but when she remembered that she had been investigating Green Mountain Star for several years but had found nothing about the whereabouts of Su Yan and the others, Qianyu couldn't help feeling sad. Zhao Tianze didn't stay long, and after sending Qianyu here, he hurried back to Greenwater City. When the blood prison opened this time, he had entered together with the Vice City Lord of Greenwater City. Unfortunately, the Vice City Lord, who was also a third-order Origin returning realm cultivator, had fallen inside the blood prison and did not come out alive. It really pained him. He needed to return to Greenwater City and choose a new Vice City Lord. In the blink of an eye, another 5 days had passed. Suddenly, Qian Tong's loud laughter could be heard. Everyone who had been waiting was shocked and raised their heads to look in the direction of Qian Tong. In a flash, Qian Tong appeared in front of everyone with a smile on his face. Congratulations, Elder Qian. Yang Xiuzhu cupped his fists and congratulated. Elder Qian breaking through to the Origin King realm is a grand event that has not occurred on Shadowed Star for the past 10,000 years. Shadow Moon Hall will certainly be overjoyed, and all cultivators on Shadowed Star will share in this glory. Mo chuckled. You're being too serious. Qian Tong shook his head. This time, this Qian narrowly escaped death. If it weren't for Yang Kai, I would have already fallen, let alone broken through. Saying so, he turned to Yang Kai and said seriously, Yang Kai, this old master owes you another favor. At that time, if it weren't for the jade bottle Yang Kai had given him, strengthening his vitality and healing his injuries, how could he have persisted until the end? Qian Tong knew that the thing Yang Kai had given him was life-revitalizing jade cream. He had used it once with Fei Ji Tuesday. Along with soul-cleansing divine water and immortal source liquid, life-revitalizing jade cream was one of the 3 great divine waters in Star territory. Each drop was extremely precious. The bottle Yang Kai had given him contained at least 20 drops. It could be said that his success in breaking through was largely due to Yang Kai's contribution. Elder Qian is too polite. Yang Kai chuckled. And this isn't the place to talk. It's more important for us to leave quickly. Leave now. Qian Tong raised his brow. Leave now. Good. Qian Tong didn't say anything else, still following Yang Kai's lead. It's inconvenient to move with so many people around. You all come in first, Yang Kai said as he summoned the sealed world bead. Everyone knew what he was going to do, so they naturally cooperated, relaxing their minds and not resisting. Yang Kai tossed the sealed world bead to everyone, and with a flash of light, they all disappeared from where they stood, being collected into the sealed world bead. This old master doesn't need to go in. Qian Tong smiled slightly. I just broke through, so this old master wants to experience the world principles here. Hearing him say this, Yang Kai didn't want to force him and nodded. That's fine. But if we really encounter any danger, this old master is already an origin king now. What kind of danger could he possibly encounter? Qian Tong laughed, not caring much. A trace of worry appeared on Yang Kai's brow, but he didn't explain much, simply calling out to Qian Tong before summoning his star shuttle and flying out of Starfield. This was still Green Mountain Star, so Yang Kai didn't dare to release his starship casually. Once an Origin King grade starship appeared, it would immediately alarm Luo Hai. The speed of the two was extremely fast. Unlike Yang Kai's worried look, Qian Tong was now in high spirits, as if everything around him had changed. As he flew, he glanced around, occasionally revealing a thoughtful look. The moment the two set off, in a city 1,000 kilometers away, inside the City Lord's mansion, Old Zhou and the other Origin King realm masters were chatting, either talking about strange things or exchanging cultivation experiences. They were here because they were waiting for Qian Tong. Qian Tong was a new Origin King, so they thought he would definitely come looking for them. After all, every Origin King would have many things they didn't understand after breaking through. If someone was willing to answer them, naturally, they wouldn't miss this opportunity. None of them had expected Yang Kai to be so decisive as to leave Green Mountain Star directly. Luo Hai sat at the head of the table, occasionally speaking a few words when he felt like it, causing Old Zhou and the others to show looks of enlightenment and admiration. Suddenly, Luo Hai's brow furrowed as he showed a look of surprise. Master Luo Hai, what's wrong? The old woman surnamed Lei looked at him puzzledly. This king suddenly has something to deal with, so I'll take my leave first. Saying so, Luo Hai's figure suddenly faded and disappeared. No one knew how he left. Where is Brother Luo Hai going? Old Zhou and the others looked at each other blankly. Looking at his expression, it seems that something big has happened. Could it be that something has happened in his palace? That can't be. Brother Luo Hai is Green Mountain Star's Star Master, who would dare act presumptuously in his palace. Right? Ha! It seems I was thinking too much, but why hasn't that new Origin King come yet? We've been waiting here for several days now. Could he have run away? Why would he run away? We have no malice towards him and can even teach him some experience. Such a good thing. As long as he isn't stupid, he will definitely come. Then, let's wait a little longer. Above Green Mountain Star, 100,000 meters below, Yang Kai and Qian Tong flew side by side, trying to escape from the control of Green Mountain Star. Suddenly, Qian Tong frowned and shouted, Yang Kai? What did you sense? Yang Kai turned to look at him. I feel like we're being watched. Qian Tong frowned as he spread out his divine sense like a tide, but he was unable to sense anything, making him puzzled. He had just broken through, and was at the peak of his life. So suddenly having this kind of feeling naturally made him uncomfortable. Just pretend you don't know. Yang Kai sent a divine sense message. Yang Kai, do you know something? Qian Tong also replied with his divine sense. I have some guesses. Yang Kai's face turned ugly. If I'm not wrong, the one who is watching us is Green Mountain Star's Star Master, Luo Hai. It's him. Qian Tong's face changed drastically. Why is he watching us? He's watching me. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. He thinks I have something he needs. Then what should we do? Qian Tong asked in shock. Being targeted by such a master, even Qian Tong panicked. He was now an Origin King, but he had only just broken through. But what about Luo Hai? He was a second-order Origin King and the Star Master of Green Mountain Star. Qian Tong had no doubt that on Green Mountain Star, if the other party wanted to take his life, it would only take a single thought. Let's leave this damned place quickly. As long as we escape from the constraints of Green Mountain Star's world principles, Luo Hai is just a second-order Origin King. Perhaps we'll still have a chance to survive. Yang Kai's thoughts were clear. Hearing this, Qian Tong nodded imperceptibly. As long as they were not bound by Green Mountain Star's world principles, Luo Hai would not be so terrifying, and they might really be able to escape from him. With this thought in mind, the speed of the two suddenly increased. You want to leave Green Mountain Star? In the distance, Luo Hai seemed to have noticed something and smiled, slightly whispering, "Good idea, but it's too naive." Saying so, Luo Hai stretched out his hand and gently grasped the air in front of him, seemingly changing something. Yang Kai and Qian Tong, who were tens of thousands of kilometers away, suddenly went pale, and their lightning-fast figures came to a halt, sweat dripping down their backs as their faces paled. Looking at the endless star field, Yang Kai secretly grit his teeth and desperately pushed his Saint Chi ensure, trying to break free from this invisible shackle, but to his horror, he was unable to move no matter how hard he tried. The surrounding space seemed to have frozen. The might of the Star Master was simply too powerful. Just a little bit more. Yang Kai could feel that he and Qian Tong were so close to breaking free from the world principles of Green Mountain Star, but at the last moment, they were stopped. Qian Tong's situation seemed to be better than Yang Kai's. At the very least, he could still circulate his Saint Chi. Looking around, he shouted, "Who is it?" A figure quietly appeared, not far in front of Yang Kai and Qian Tong, wearing a golden crown and a golden robe. Who else could it be but Luo Hai? Glancing at Qian Tong indifferently, a trace of approval flashing across his eyes. As a newly ascended Origin King, who had not even stabilized his realm, being able to accomplish this was already quite amazing. In the future, Qian Tong's achievements would not stop at the First-Order Origin King realm, perhaps even reaching the Second Order. However, Luo Hai did not pay too much attention to Qian Tong, and instead took back his gaze to Yang Kai. The main purpose of his trip here was to find Yang Kai. Before, in the wilderness, there were too many people and he could not do anything to Yang Kai, but now that Yang Kai and Qian Tong had flown out of Green Mountain Star and arrived in this star field, Luo Hai could act freely. Chapter 16:21. So, it is Senior Luo Hai? Yang Kai looked towards Luo Hai and asked with a frown, "What does Senior mean by this?" A smile appeared on Luo Hai's face as he asked, instead of answering, "Where are you two going in such a hurry?" "Naturally, we are leaving here and returning to Shadowed Star." "Is there something Senior needs?" "Nothing." Luo Hai slowly shook his head. However, Old Joe and Senior Sister Lei are both waiting for this friend to return and want to have a good chat with him. Isn't it a bit inappropriate for you two to leave without saying goodbye?" "It is indeed a bit inappropriate." Yang Kai gently nodded, "but this incident happened too suddenly, so we must return to Shadowed Star as soon as possible. Since we have met Senior here, I'll have to trouble Senior to relay our greetings. Junior won't be able to say goodbye in person." "That won't do." Luo Hai obviously had no intention of compromising. "They have been waiting for you for some time now, so you two should come with this king." Master Luo Hai's words are a bit unreasonable. Qian Tong took a deep breath. "Whether we go or not is up to me and Yang Kai. Is Master Luo Hai trying to force us to wait?" He had learned from Yang Kai that Luo Hai did not have any good intentions towards Yang Kai, so his words were not very polite. After all, he had just broken through to the Origin King realm and was in high spirits, so even facing Luo Hai, he did not show much fear. Luo Hai's eyes flashed as he glanced over at Qian Tong faintly. Qian Tong immediately felt like he had been struck by lightning, his body shaking as his face paled slightly. He immediately realized the huge gap between him and Luo Hai. After teaching Qian Tong a small lesson, Luo Hai smiled at Yang Kai and said, "You should think about it before replying to this king, and I'll give you 10 breaths of time." His attitude was undoubtedly very tough. Yang Kai's face sank, not having expected a master like him to be so shameless. Qian Tong and Yang Kai's eyes met as they both felt helpless, facing Luo Hai on Green Mountain Star. Even a third-order Origin King might not be able to do anything to him, let alone Yang Kai and Qian Tong. 10 breaths of time passed. In the blink of an eye, Luo Hai asked lightly, "Have you considered it?" As he spoke, the world around them seemed to become even more solid, making it impossible for them to move. Qian Tong stared at Yang Kai, obviously waiting for him to take the lead. Yang Kai took a deep breath and quickly said, "I've thought about it." "Oh, what is your answer?" "Hai." A satisfied smile appeared on Luo Hai's face. "That's impossible," Yang Kai shouted. As soon as his voice fell, a faint territory domain suddenly appeared around Qian Tong's body. This territory domain wrapped around him, allowing him to compete with the star force of Green Mountain Star. Biting the tip of his tongue, he spat out a mouthful of blood. This blood contained Qian Tong's source qi, and as soon as it appeared, it transformed into a blood arrow that shot towards Luo Hai with lightning speed. Impudence! Luo Hai was furious. No one had ever dared to attack him. The Star Master of Green Mountain Star, Yang Kai and Qian Tong, were the first, glaring gloomily at Qian Tong. Luo Hai waved his hand lightly, and the blood arrow that shot towards him shattered. At the same time, Qian Tong seemed to have suffered a heavy blow as his chest caved in, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. His face instantly turned as white as paper. Courting death, Luo Hai's eyes were cold, not intending to let Qian Tong go. Since they had already shed all pretenses of cordiality, Luo Hai naturally had no intention of holding back. In any case, this place was about to enter Green Mountain Star's territory, and was about to leave the world principles of Green Mountain Star, so no one could detect the battle here. Luo Hai's biggest goal was Yang Kai. As for Qian Tong, he really didn't care about him. Stretching out his hand, Luo Hai's fingertip suddenly burst with a dazzling white light, as if something was about to shoot out towards Qian Tong. Asterisk, Kacha. Asterisk, at that moment, a burst of lightning and thunder rang out, and an aura that caused Luo Hai's face to pale suddenly appeared above his head. Luo Hai's face changed as he looked up, his eyes narrowing in the next moment. Above his head, a black cloud had appeared at some unknown time, and inside this black cloud, countless tiny arcs of lightning were shuttling back and forth. Although these arcs of lightning were small, they contained enough terrifying power to destroy the heavens and earth. Even Luo Hai was deeply shocked. He suddenly woke up and turned his head to look at Yang Kai, only to find that he was holding a dark blue bead in his hand and was madly pouring his Saint Chi into it. The surface of this bead was pulsing with arcs of lightning that were resonating with the arcs of lightning above his head. Was it this little brat who did this? What is this bead? Luo Hai's thoughts turned sharply, but before he could figure out the mysteries of this inexplicable blue bead, the countless tiny arcs of lightning above his head suddenly fell vertically and wrapped around him. A loud crackling sound rang out. Luo Hai's angry roar instantly resounded through the sky and reached the territory of Green Mountain Star. The anger of the Star Master shook Green Mountain Star. At this moment, All of Green Mountain's star seemed to be on the verge of collapsing, the earth trembling and mountains collapsing, as if the end of the world was coming. On Green Mountain's star, the hundreds of millions of residents couldn't help paling. Old Joe and the others abruptly stood up, their faces filled with shock. "It's Master Luo Hai." A trace of panic appeared on the old woman's surnamed Lei's face. Who made him so angry? Who could make him so angry? Everyone looked up at the sky, their eyes penetrating the barrier between the palace and the clouds, seemingly sensing something. "Emperor pressure," Li Wan-ning exclaimed, her pretty face pale. Everyone else was trembling as well. They were all Origin kings, standing high above the clouds, able to overlook all living beings. But in front of the legendary great emperors, they were nothing more than ants. The moment they felt the emperor's might, everyone was shocked. However, why would Emperor pressure suddenly appear in Green Mountain Star's star field? What's more, this Emperor pressure was filled with murderous intent. What had happened to Luo Hai? Everyone looked at each other. They wanted to take a look, but they didn't dare to. Not to mention that the murderous intent of this Emperor pressure was not something they could contend with. If they were to discover some secret of Luo Hai's, they would not be able to bear the consequences. All they could do was stand there with dignified expressions, wait quietly, and silently perceive. Inside the star field, a 10,000-kilometer radius, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled as countless tiny arcs of lightning shuttled back and forth. It was as if this place had become a world of thunder and lightning. Luo Hai's face was gloomy to the extreme as he stared in a certain direction, grit his teeth, and shouted, "An Emperor artifact! It's actually an Emperor artifact! Boy, you forced this king's hand. Even if you don't die, you must die." He had never expected that Yang Kai would possess such a heaven-defying Emperor artifact. Only an Emperor artifact could tear apart the barrier he had set up and allow Yang Kai and Qian Tong to leave safely. He had heard of Emperor artifacts before. They were artifacts used by great emperors and were stained with the aura of the great emperors, which was why they were called Emperor artifacts. However, in the entire star territory, although Emperor artifacts were famous, no one had ever seen one with their own eyes. No one knew what an Emperor artifact looked like, or what kind of amazing power it possessed. Luo Hai had experienced it personally this time. If Yang Kai's cultivation was not high enough, and if this was not the range of Green Mountain Star Force, that blow alone would have been enough to injure him. A second-order origin returning realm cultivator injuring a second-order origin king was almost impossible, but that little brat named Yang Kai had almost done it. Many thoughts flashed through Luo Hai's mind as his eyes lit up, and he murmured, "Annihilation Thunder Bead. That should be the legendary Annihilation Thunder Bead." Every artifact used by great emperors was famous, and some of them might not be known to ordinary people, but Luo Hai, as a star master and a second-order origin king, had naturally heard of the Annihilation Thunder Bead. After personally experiencing the power of this Emperor artifact, Luo Hai immediately judged that it was definitely the Annihilation Thunder Bead. Luo Hai grinned ferociously. If he could obtain the Annihilation Thunder Bead, he would be able to display most of the power of this Emperor artifact. At that time, even if he faced a third-order origin king, he was confident he could defeat him. Luo Hai, would become the strongest master in star territory. The lightning arcs gradually weakened before disappearing. Star Field regained its tranquility. "Do you think you can escape?" Luo Hai flicked his sleeve and crossed his hands behind his back, seemingly taking a leisurely stroll forward. In the next moment, he was already 100 kilometers away, chasing after Yang Kai. Not to mention whether the Origin Essence Crystal was in Yang Kai's hands. Just the Annihilation Thunder Bead was an Emperor artifact that Luo Hai coveted. This time, he could not allow Yang Kai to escape from his hands. He wanted the Annihilation Thunder Bead, but he also wanted the Origin Essence Crystal. What puzzled Luo Hai, though, was that he could only feel Yang Kai's aura from afar, while the Qian Tong seemed to have disappeared. Not only that, but Yang Kai's companions also seemed to have disappeared without a trace. Even Luo Hai did not know where they had gone. 10,000 kilometers away from Luo Hai, Yang Kai desperately pushed his Saint Chi, adjusting his aura as he fled, his expression extremely solemn. Although he had successfully caught Luo Hai off guard with the help of the Annihilation Thunder Bead, breaking through his blockade, and escaping from Green Mountain Star, even without the support of Green Mountain Star, Luo Hai was still a genuine second-order origin king. It would be difficult to escape from his hands. What's more, the Annihilation Thunderbeat's attack had almost drained all the Saint Chi in Yang Kai's body, forcing him to explode a drop of pure golden blood to give himself a chance to breathe. The more Saint Chi one poured into the Annihilation Thunderbead, the greater the power it could display. Even if a third-order origin king used it, they would not be able to display its full power. Yang Kai estimated that he had only used less than 10% of the Annihilation Thunderbeat's power. There was a stabbing pain in his head as his knowledge sea roiled and dried up. There were even some small cracks in his knowledge sea space, a sign that he had overused his divine sense. This kind of trauma could not be described as trivial. Normally, Yang Kai would not care too much about it, and would only need to rest for a few days. Under the nourishment of the soul-warming lotus, his knowledge sea would be restored to its original state. But now, how could he have the time to rest? Stuffing a large number of pills into his mouth, Yang Kai only hoped to accumulate some spiritual energy in the shortest possible time. Only then would he have a chance to escape. Chapter 1622. Fortunately, these pills were all personally refined by Yang Kai, so each of them was of extremely high quality. As soon as these pills entered Yang Kai's stomach, they transformed into streams of heat that flowed into his limbs and bones, making up for the loss of Saint Chi and spiritual energy he had lost. Qian Tong had been taken into the sealed world bead by Yang Kai. After taking a blow from Luo Hai, Qian Tong had suffered some injuries, and although they were not serious, it was undoubtedly best not to let him show himself at this moment. If he was suppressed by Luo Hai and his cultivation fell, Qian Tong would regret it for the rest of his life. After all, he had just broken through to the Origin King realm and had not had time to consolidate his foundation yet. In terms of cultivation, Yang Kai was not as good as Qian Tong right now, but when it came to escaping, Yang Kai was confident he would not lose to anyone. Yang Kai's speed was already extremely fast, and with the wind and thunder wings behind him, he shot through the territory of the starry sky like a bolt of lightning. However, Luo Hai's speed seemed to be even faster, and in the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the 10,000-kilometer distance was closed. Sensing a strong pressure from behind, Yang Kai immediately understood that Luo Hai was not far away. Boy, cooperate with this king obediently, and this king may not take your life. If you continue to be stubborn, don't blame this king for being ruthless. Luo Hai's threatening voice clearly reached Yang Kai's ears. Yang Kai ignored this threat and continued to flee. Facing such an opponent, he had no intention of fighting. Now, his only hope of survival was to keep running. You court death. Seeing Yang Kai remain unmoved, Luo Hai flew into a rage. 500 kilometers away from Yang Kai, he suddenly stretched out his hand and sent out a thin strand of energy from his fingertip, crossing the barrier of space in an instant and shooting towards Yang Kai at a terrifying speed. Feeling the murderous intent behind him, Yang Kai grit his teeth, pushed his space force, stretched out his hands, and tore apart the void in front of him. A spatial crack in the void immediately appeared in front of him. Yang Kai took a step forward and disappeared in the blink of an eye. In the next moment, the strange attack hit the position where Yang Kai had been, piercing through the shadow he had left behind. Spatial crack. Luo Hai exclaimed in surprise as his figure flickered, and he arrived at the spot where Yang Kai disappeared, intending to follow after Yang Kai and rush into the primal chaos crack. However, Yang Kai obviously didn't give him the chance to do so. The spatial crack immediately closed. This little brat is actually proficient in the Tao of space, Luo Hai said incredulously. With his cultivation reaching such a high level, Luo Hai was rarely moved by anything, but Yang Kai had caused him to lose his composure time and time again. First, he summoned an emperor artifact, then tore space apart. Just how monstrous was this little brat? Obtaining an emperor artifact was not a big deal. It could only be said that Yang Kai's luck was profound, and he had no idea where he had obtained it. However, tearing space apart was something even Luo Hai had never heard of. There were hundreds of millions of cultivators in the entire Starry Sky territory, and there were only a few who cultivated the Tao of space, but the few people Luo Hai knew of had only dabbled in the Tao of space and knew how to repair space arrays, who could tear space apart at will. Is this your trump card? No wonder you dare act presumptuously in front of this king. Luo Hai's face was gloomy as he chuckled. But you think you can escape from this king's palm with this? Dream on. As soon as these words fell, Luo Hai released his terrifying divine sense madly. After 3 breaths of time, Luo Hai's eyes flashed, and he turned his head towards a certain direction. That way, he's running pretty fast, actually 5,000 kilometers away. Taking a deep breath, Luo Hai pushed the Saint Chi in his body and shot out like a meteor, approaching Yang Kai at an extremely fast speed. 5,000 kilometers away, Yang Kai had just taken a few breaths when he keenly noticed that a divine sense had locked onto his position, like a maggot latching onto his bones. Looking back, in the distant star field, Yang Kai saw a stream of light approaching him. Yang Kai grit his teeth and once again stretched out his hand to tear space apart. A moment later, Luo Hai caught up, stopped, and expanded his divine sense a second time to search for Yang Kai's position, and after noticing something, began his pursuit again. The two of them, one fleeing, one chasing, the distance between them sometimes shortened, the atmosphere extremely tense. Yang Kai knew that he absolutely could not fall into Luo Hai's hands. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Time passed by, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Luo Hai's originally calm and confident expression had disappeared and was replaced with infinite anger and annoyance. He had thought that even if Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space, he would never be able to escape from his grasp. The Tao of space was indeed mysterious, and a cultivator who was proficient in it was extremely difficult to kill. But compared to him, Yang Kai's cultivation was simply too low. Luo Hai didn't know how much Saint Chi and spiritual energy it took to tear space, but he knew that the price was definitely not small. All he needed to do was follow Yang Kai from a distance. And once Yang Kai ran out of strength, Luo Hai would be able to capture him. This was Luo Hai's plan. But what surprised Luo Hai was that over the past half a month, Yang Kai had torn space at least 200 times, each time escaping 2,000 to 3,000 kilometers away. And as time passed, the distance he was able to escape was getting farther and farther, as if Yang Kai's mastery of the Tao of space had become more and more exquisite. This little brat doesn't show any signs of exhaustion. Where did he get so much Saint Chi to squander? Where did he get such a powerful spiritual energy? Even if he took a spirit grade pill, it wouldn't have been able to support his escape for so long. Luo Hai couldn't figure it out, but he didn't give up. He firmly believed that his guess was right, and that Yang Kai would eventually stop. Luo Hai's guess was right. Every time Yang Kai tore space, he needed to expend a huge amount of Saint Chi and spiritual energy. Over the past half a month, he had almost exhausted all of his spiritual energy. Saint Chi wasn't so bad. If he didn't have enough Saint Chi, he only needed to use his golden blood to replenish himself. But his spiritual energy wasn't. The consumption of his spiritual energy was too terrifying, and his recovery wasn't fast. If it weren't for the 7-colored soul-warming lotus, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to continue. Even so, he was an arrow at the end of its flight. A large number of pills had been swallowed by Yang Kai, and the ones he had refined to restore his spiritual energy had almost all been used up. Yang Kai had no choice but to swallow the herbs that could help restore his spiritual energy, although swallowing these herbs like this was a bit of a waste, and he couldn't fully utilize the medicinal efficacies of these herbs. Escaping was more important right now, so how could Yang Kai care about such things? Pushing himself to his limits again and again, Yang Kai's knowledge sea was expanding and his spiritual energy was becoming more and more solid. His mastery of the Tao of space was also becoming more and more refined. Yang Kai didn't notice this, as all his energy was now focused on how to get rid of Luo Hai's pursuit. After thinking about it, there was only one way. Yang Kai could hide inside the sealed world bead, but this method was too risky. Once he hid inside and was discovered by Luo Hai, he would become a turtle in a jar. Unless he had no other choice, Yang Kai didn't dare to do this. Another 5 days passed. The two of them had already flown an unknown distance through the starry sky territory, but Luo Hai was still like a locust, firmly following Yang Kai. Once he tore space and opened up some distance, Luo Hai would catch up in a short time. An Origin King Realm Master was extremely difficult to deal with. His knowledge sea was almost dry, and the herbs he swallowed were unable to replenish his spiritual energy. He only had 3 chances left before Yang Kai would be completely exhausted. Gritting his teeth, Yang Kai tore space again and dove in, appearing a few thousand kilometers away in the next moment. Without stopping, Yang Kai tore space a second time. A third time in an instant, he had escaped 10,000 kilometers from Luo Hai. His face as pale as paper, Yang Kai looked around and immediately landed on a huge asteroid nearby. This asteroid was about a few hundred kilometers in size, like a mountain. After arriving on the asteroid, Yang Kai found an extremely secluded place and immediately threw out the sealed world bead, hiding it in a crevice in the asteroid before jumping into the small sealed world. Inside the small sealed world, peace reigned. The friends and relatives Yang Kai had brought from Tongxian realm had been living here peacefully for a long time. Here there was no competition, and the world energy aura was rich. Besides the incomplete world principles, this was simply a paradise. Inside the small sealed world, there were many loft-like buildings scattered across a 100-kilometer radius. Inside each of these lofts, there was a cultivator meditating and cultivating in seclusion. These lofts were built by the cultivator from Tongxian realm. The small sealed world had mountains, rivers, grasses, and trees, so it was very convenient for them to collect materials locally. The 3 clans, human, monster, and demon clans, coexisted in harmony without any disputes. Everyone cherished the life they had now. The cultivation conditions and environment here were many times better than in Tongxian realm. Almost 90% of the cultivators here had already broken through and taken a step forward in their cultivation. Meng Wuya, Chu Ling Xiao, Ling Tai Su, Old Demon, Demon Commander Zhang Yuan, Monster Race, Great Senior Thunder Dragon. These veteran third-order saints had all broken through to the Saint King realm one after another. Although the world principles of this small sealed world were not complete, they were enough to meet the needs of these people to break through. After all, the Saint King realm was not very powerful. When Yang Kai appeared here, the entire small sealed world fell silent. No one noticed his arrival. Yang Kai forced himself to focus, endured the great pain in his head, and released his divine sense to investigate. Soon, he noticed the location of Xia Ning Chang, and his figure flickered, immediately arriving on the 2nd floor of one of the lofts. Xia Ning Chang seemed to be in the middle of alchemy, her face still covered by a black veil. She seemed to be concentrating on alchemy, exuding a mysterious and dignified aura. Although her full appearance could not be seen clearly, the outline of her face alone was enough to captivate any man. Kai Yang's appearance had given her a fright, and after noticing that Kai Yang's aura was unstable, her beautiful face paled, and she immediately rushed to Kai Yang's side to support him. She cried out in alarm, "Junior brother, what's wrong? Who hurt you?" "It's nothing. I just encountered a strong enemy who was chasing after me." Yang Kai wanted to laugh and comfort Xia Ning Chang, but he could not bring himself to do so. Xia Ning Chang's expression changed, but she did not ask too much. She knew that someone who could force Yang Kai into such a state was at least an origin king. She was well aware of Yang Kai's combat strength. In Red Moon Palace, even a master like Shui Lian was not Yang Kai's opponent. Now that he was in such a miserable state, who else but an origin king could do this? Xia Ning Chang grit her teeth as her eyes became moist, her heart aching. Chapter 16:23. I'll be fine after resting for a while. It's not a big deal. Yang Kai saw her sobbing appearance and knew she was worried about him, so he quickly comforted her. Xia Ning Chang nodded slightly, her eyes red. "Do you have any pills that can restore one's soul? Give me as many as you have." Yang Kai stretched out his hand to her. Xia Ning Chang quickly rummaged through her space ring and soon took out several dozen large and small jade bottles. During this time, she had been concentrating on refining pills in the small sealed world, so there was no shortage of materials, and her results were remarkable. The pills in these jade bottles were all used to restore one's soul and varied in rank from Saint King grade all the way to Origin grade high rank. With so many medicinal pills, it would definitely be a huge fortune if they were placed outside. These soul-cleansing chi recovery pills are the best. I've refined a few of them with pill veins. You can use these first. Xia Ning Chang picked up a jade bottle, opened the lid for Yang Kai, and poured out a few pills from it. Yang Kai took these pills without saying a word, stuffed them into his mouth, and swallowed them. Reaching out, he swept all the jade bottles into his space ring before sitting down cross-legged to meditate. The little senior sister held her breath and quietly moved away from Yang Kai so as not to disturb him, her long eyelashes fluttering gently as she paid close attention to him. At a rate visible to the naked eye, Yang Kai's complexion began to recover, and Xia Ning Chang confirmed that he was really fine, just that he had consumed too much spiritual energy. As long as Yang Kai was fine, she could rest assured. Inside the sealed world bead, Yang Kai was meditating to restore himself, but he was also spreading his divine sense outside the sealed world bead, vigilantly monitoring his surroundings in case of any unforeseen circumstances. As the owner of the sealed world bead, he could do this. Yang Kai wasn't sure if he could get rid of Luo Hai with this method. The other party was a second-order origin king, the most powerful enemy Yang Kai had encountered so far. If he were to discover traces of the existence of the sealed world bead, Yang Kai would become a turtle in a jar. A figure flew several dozen kilometers away from the huge meteorite where the sealed world bead was located and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Luo Hai. As expected, he did not find the sealed world bead. Instead, he went in a direction that he had determined. Yang Kai's heart relaxed, but he didn't dare to be too careless. While desperately refining the medicinal efficacies of the pills and restoring his divine sense, he continued to pay attention. A moment later, Luo Hai returned from the front and flew back 50 kilometers to the other side of the meteor. The terrifying divine sense belonging to a second-order origin king swept through the surrounding tens of thousands of kilometers like a tidal wave, leaving nothing behind. His eyes were like a hawk's, exuding a sharp light, seemingly able to see far into the distance. Suddenly, his gaze turned to the huge meteor where the sealed world bead was located. Yang Kai couldn't help holding his breath as he secretly became nervous. Fortunately, Luo Hai quickly shifted his gaze and continued to search elsewhere, obviously not finding anything. However, He was an Origin King in the end, and Yang Kai had suddenly disappeared in this area. Luo Hai did not believe that Yang Kai could escape from his divine sense in an instant. He was certain that Yang Kai was hiding nearby, but using some unknown method to conceal his aura and vitality, making it impossible for a master like Luo Hai to detect him. Interesting, Luo Hai muttered to himself, his figure constantly shuttling back and forth across the surrounding tens of thousands of kilometers, searching for any suspicious places while shouting, "Boy, this king knows you are hiding here, but do you think you can get rid of this king like this? Come out obediently and hand over the Emperor artifact and Origin Essence crystal to this king, and this king can let bygones be bygones and let you live. But if this king finds you..." Humph. Yang Kai heard his shouts but remained unmoved, since Luo Hai had already shed all pretense of cordiality. It was impossible for him to let him go. Otherwise, if today's events were to spread, it would be a blow to his reputation. Moreover, whether it was the Emperor artifact or the Origin Essence crystal, both were of great importance. So how could Luo Hai allow Yang Kai to live? As long as he obtained these two things, he would definitely burn the bridge after crossing the river. Yang Kai secretly cursed Luo Hai in his heart for being so despicable and shameless. Back on Green Mountain Star, Luo Hai gave off a good impression. As the Star Master of a star and a second-order Origin King, he did not put on any airs and appeared approachable. But now that there was no one else around, he finally revealed his true face. If it were any other Origin returning Realm Master, they might have been pressured by Luo Hai to surrender and beg him to let them go. However, Yang Kai knew that doing so would only result in a faster death. Half a day later, Luo Hai had wandered back and forth in a radius of several tens of thousands of kilometers, carefully searching every place and every asteroid, but still finding nothing. This made him extremely annoyed. He himself was a little uncertain whether Yang Kai was really still hiding here, or whether that little brat had already escaped his grasp. Suddenly, Luo Hai paused, and his expression became gloomy, as if he had made some kind of decision, grinding his teeth as he shouted, "Boy, you forced this king's hand. I hope you won't regret it when you reach the underworld." As soon as these words fell, Luo Hai suddenly stretched out his hands, spread his 10 fingers, and formed a circle in front of himself. A frightening amount of Saint Chi surged from Yang Kai's body, and from his 10 fingers, a white light condensed towards the center of his palm. The Saint Chi in Luo Hai's body seemed to have found an outlet and rushed out, gathering together along the 10 white lights. In the blink of an eye, a fist-sized white energy ball appeared in front of Luo Hai. Although this energy ball was not big, it contained enough terrifying power to destroy the heavens and earth. As Luo Hai poured his Saint Chi into it, it continued to grow. The divine sense Yang Kai left outside the sealed world bead sensed this scene and cursed in his heart, knowing that Luo Hai was serious. For a while, he did not know what to do and could only force himself to calm down and observe the situation. After 10 breaths, the white ball of light between Luo Hai's hands had grown to the size of a wash basin. Luo Hai grinned lightly and pushed his hands forward. The white ball of light floated forward as if it was weightless, flying 100 kilometers straight. In the next moment, a dazzling white light bloomed from that position, filling the surrounding 10 million kilometers. With this white light as its center, everything within a 10,000-kilometer radius that came into contact with it was instantly reduced to dust and disappeared. Countless large and small asteroids suspended in the star field were vaporized, and even a small dead star nearby began to crack and disappear. The full power of a second-order Origin King's attack was terrifying. Luo Hai remained motionless as he spread out his divine sense and paid close attention to his surroundings. He believed that as long as Yang Kai was still hiding nearby, he would die, with his second-order Origin returning realm cultivation. It was impossible for him to resist such a violent attack. As for the Origin Essence Crystal and Emperor Artifact, they were not ordinary treasures and could not be destroyed by such an energy explosion. Luo Hai did not need to capture Yang Kai alive. He only needed those two treasures. Everything within a 10,000-kilometer radius was cleared, but what made Luo Hai pale slightly was that not only was there no trace of Yang Kai's vitality, but even the auras of the Origin Essence Crystal and Emperor Artifact were nowhere to be seen. Is he really not here? Luo Hai's face sank as his mood sank to the extreme. Suddenly, he turned his head and looked towards a certain direction in the void. In that position, there seemed to be something being driven away by the violent energy impact and flying away rapidly. Luo Hai frowned, somewhat puzzled. His attack had already destroyed everything in the vicinity. What was this? It was actually able to survive. No matter what it was likely something extraordinary. Seeing this, Luo Hai was about to chase after it. However, when his eyes turned to the location of the sealed world bead, Yang Kai knew something was wrong. Hurriedly greeting Xianing Chang, Yang Kai stuffed a handful of pills into his mouth and rushed out of the sealed world bead. In the next moment, Yang Kai appeared in the starry sky. Without caring about anything else, he put away the sealed world bead and rushed into the void crack. "You're still here?" Luo Hai shouted as he turned into a bolt of lightning and hurriedly chased after him. However, Yang Kai soon disappeared, and by the time Luo Hai sensed his aura again, Yang Kai was already 5,000 kilometers away. Has his use of the Tao of space improved again? Luo Hai paled slightly as he did not dare to neglect and rushed in the direction of Yang Kai. Yang Kai soon discovered this as well. Now he could actually escape 5,000 kilometers by tearing space, and this was not his limit. He was still able to do so with ease. Being chased by Luo Hai and constantly tearing space to escape seemed to be of great help to his cultivation of the Tao of space. Yang Kai suddenly understood. The space force around his body fluctuated as he stretched out his hands again and tore space, stepping into it. When he reappeared, Yang Kai silently calculated the distance he had moved this time. 5,500 kilometers. Yang Kai's eyes flashed with ecstasy as he couldn't help laughing. He suddenly realized that this was an opportunity to push himself to the brink of death. Standing in place, Yang Kai waited for a moment until Luo Hai was within a certain distance of him before tearing space to leave. 6,000 kilometers, 6,500 kilometers, 7,000 kilometers. Ooh, little brat, you've gone too far. What kind of character was Luo Hai? How could he not guess the intentions of Yang Kai's actions? This little brat was actually using him to suppress his potential and cultivate the Tao of space while escaping. For Luo Hai, this was simply a great shame. A cultivator proficient in the Tao of space was really difficult to deal with. If it were any other second-order origin returning realm cultivator, they would have already died without a complete corpse. But Yang Kai was actually playing a game of cat and mouse with a master like Luo Hai. Luo Hai's face was livid as he clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned white. When had he ever suffered such an insult? In Star's territory, besides those old fogies, he was the strongest. Wu Dao had even evaluated him as the most promising origin king in Star's territory to break through to the Third Order. This was a supreme honor. Such a master being unable to do anything to an unknown little brat, Luo Hai almost went mad with anger. Chapter 1624. Seeing Yang Kai leave from a position not far from him again, Luo Hai suddenly came to a stop, his face terrifyingly calm, as if a storm was about to arrive. He released his divine sense and locked onto the position where Yang Kai appeared, his deep eyes piercing through space as he stared in that direction. Taking a deep breath, Luo Hai shouted, "I am the Star Master. Green Mountain stars, heed my command and transmit your star force to me." As soon as these words fell, Green Mountain Star, which was hundreds of millions of kilometers away, suddenly shook, and an incredible energy beam shot out from Green Mountain Star, crossing hundreds of millions of kilometers in an instant and bombarding Luo Hai's body. Luo Hai's already extremely powerful aura skyrocketed and reached the level of a third-order origin king. At the same time, in the main hall of the City Lord's mansion, Old Joe and the other origin kings all paled in horror and stood up. "Star Force blessing." The old woman surnamed Lay's withered body trembled as an astonishing light burst from her seemingly turbid eyes. "It's actually the Star Force blessing. Master Luo Hai actually used the source strength of Green Mountain Star. As a Star Master, no matter where he is, as long as he is still within the territory of his star, he can mobilize the source strength of stars. What kind of danger has Brother Luo Hai encountered? Someone actually managed to force him to such an extent. Who is he going all out against?" The 7 or 8 origin kings looked around blankly, none of them knowing what had happened to Luo Hai that had actually forced him to mobilize the source strength of his stars. One had to know that even for a star master, using the source strength of a star was not a simple matter. Star masters were closely related to their stars and shared honor and disgrace. Once a part of a star's source strength was extracted, it would be impossible to restore it in a short period of time. This was even more serious than if a star master was injured. Whether this battle was won or lost, the loss of Green Mountain Star could not be made up for within 1,000 years unless Luo Hai could break through a minor realm and reach the third order within 1,000 years. If Luo Hai had not been forced to do so, it would have been impossible for him to do so. But in this world, how many people could force Luo Hai to do so? Could it be that he had provoked some kind of reclusive top master? Old Joe and the others had ashen faces. Although they were origin kings, they were all first-order origin kings. The second-order origin realm was an unreachable existence for them, let alone the elusive third-order origin realm. Everyone realized that something was amiss. After Luo Hai extracted a trace of Green Mountain's star source strength, the world energy aura of Green Mountain's star seemed to weaken slightly. This subtle difference wasn't too obvious, but it had indeed become weaker. This was the direct result of drawing the power of the star's origin. It was said that in ancient times there was a great battle between stars that used the origin of stars. In the end, both sides suffered great losses, and the stars owned by the 2 star lords went from extremely rich to extremely poor. Even now, they had not been able to recover from Yuan Qi. Inside the star territory, Luo Hai's aura soared as he stared at the position where Yang Kai was. Opening his mouth, he sent out a stream of white qi towards the distant void. 10,000 kilometers away, Yang Kai felt his hair stand on end as a sense of extreme danger filled his heart. Although he didn't know what had happened to Luo Hai, he understood that Luo Hai was definitely enraged, so he didn't dare to neglect and stretched out his hand to tear at the space in front of him. Tearing space had always been successful, but this time something was wrong. The place where Yang Kai was standing seemed to be imprisoned by something, and no matter how he tried to tear, the void crack in front of him was only a meter long and couldn't expand at all. Asterisk chi 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 chi. Asterisk, a sharp sound rang out all around. Before the white light sword Chi had even arrived, the murderous intent it exuded made Yang Kai feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. He felt as if he was standing on the summit of a snowy mountain, and the wind was like a sharp blade, cutting through his skin painfully. Not good. Yang Kai's face changed drastically as he watched the white light sword Chi get closer and closer. Not daring to remain in place, he desperately pushed his Saint Chi and flew to the side. But just as he moved, the white light sword Chi slashed at the spot he had just been standing. The void seemed to have been split in two, and a huge void crack appeared where the sword Chi had struck. Luo Hai didn't understand the Tao of space, but his blow had affected the stability of the surrounding space. The aftermath of this attack sputtered in all directions, and a clanging sound rang out from Yang Kai's body, as if metal was colliding with metal. In an instant, Yang Kai's clothes were dyed gold by his golden blood, and hundreds of tiny holes appeared on his sturdy body. From these holes, a terrifyingly powerful qi drilled into Yang Kai's body in an attempt to destroy his meridians and physique. If the aftermath of this attack was so powerful, Yang Kai estimated that if he had been hit by the white light sword qi just now, he would have immediately been crushed to pieces. His face turned slightly pale, but he didn't bother to check his injuries. Desperately pushing his saint qi to suppress the qi that had drilled into his wounds, Yang Kai once again used his space force to tear open a void crack. Just as he left, Luo Hai arrived. "Let's see how long you can run." Luo Hai's expression darkened, seemingly not having expected that his attack with the support of Star Force wouldn't be able to harm Yang Kai. His already bad mood instantly worsened as his figure flickered, and he continued to chase after Yang Kai. One chased while the other fled, but unlike before, Yang Kai was going all out this time. Luo Hai's strength had inexplicably soared, and Yang Kai guessed that it had something to do with the beam of light he had just seen. Perhaps it was the legendary Star Force support. This old dog is really willing to go all out to deal with me. Yang Kai cursed in his heart. He knew what the consequences of using the source of stars were. After escaping from death again, Yang Kai's expression became ugly. Luo Hai, who had the support of Star Force, was completely different from before. Yang Kai estimated that once he exhausted his divine sense again, he would really be powerless to resist. The sealed world bead had been exposed once, so it was impossible for Luo Hai to be easily deceived again. Using the sealed world bead in this empty star territory was no longer advisable. He could only go to a star. On a star, there were countless living beings, so even if Luo Hai was Green Mountain Star's Star Master, it was impossible for him to act too presumptuously. Only by reaching the nearest star would Yang Kai have the opportunity to use the sealed world bead to hide himself again. Yang Kai's eyes became firm as he immersed himself in his knowledge sea and summoned his soul avatar. Looking up at the sky, Yang Kai determined his position in the vast star field and searched for the closest one. With this star, he could see a miniature star territory, so finding a star was not difficult. A moment later, his eyes lit up and his soul avatar flew out of his knowledge sea, turned around, and continued to flee. In front of him was a star field storm that was strong enough to overshadow the sun, but Yang Kai was not afraid and directly rushed into it, releasing a burst of five-colored light around his body as his five elements indestructible sword qi protected him. Luo Hai, who followed closely behind, was naturally not afraid of this star field storm, so while spitting out white sword qi from his mouth, he leisurely walked into it. Wherever he passed, the star field storm seemed to be disturbed and took the initiative to part to make way for him. After a quarter of an hour, Luo Hai safely walked out of this star field storm. But looking around, where was Yang Kai? That little brat had disappeared at some point, leaving behind only a trace of his space force in the nearby void. Troublesome. Luo Hai was in a bad mood as he turned his head to look at a huge, colorful star a few 100,000 kilometers to his left and squinted. "You want to hide there? Good. This king will see how long you can hide." He quickly speculated on Yang Kai's intentions and determined that he was definitely hiding on that colorful star, because once he hid there, it would be impossible for him to find him easily. A star was different from the dead stars in the star field. A dead star could be destroyed at will, and no one would blame him. But if one destroyed a star, it was likely that everyone in the star territory would hunt him down. At that time, even if Luo Hai hid back on Green Mountain Star, he would likely die. Under the premise of not being able to destroy a star, trying to find someone who was deliberately hiding was undoubtedly like looking for a needle in a haystack. Even Luo Hai was powerless. After all, this was not his green mountain star, so he could not use the star source to spy on everything. This is Scarlet Wave Star, right? Luo Hai soon arrived 10,000 kilometers above the star and glanced around, realizing that he had been here before. Coldly snorting, he said, "Good, let's go see that old dog Chi first. I haven't seen him for 1,000 years. I wonder how his cultivation has progressed, and whether he has broken through to the second order." Saying so, he walked off in a certain direction. Among a barren mountain range, a river ran from north to south, and somewhere in the middle of a stream, under the silt, the sealed world bead lay quietly. The mountain was called Blue Mountain, and the river was called Blue River. Yong Kai passed through the storm in the star field and successfully escaped Luo Hai's divine sense tracking. The first thing he did after arriving on this star was to find a secluded place to hide the sealed world bead before diving in. He believed that Luo Hai would definitely not dare to act recklessly on the star, so he was safe for the time being. Appearing in the loft of the sealed world bead, Xia Ning Chang's tears fell. Yong Kai's situation this time was much more serious than last time. Last time, he had only exhausted his spiritual energy and was a little tired, but this time he was covered in wounds. These wounds were so thin that they could not be seen with the naked eye. But Xia Ning Chang was keenly aware that there was some kind of hidden energy in these wounds that was slowly destroying Yong Kai's body. Yong Kai's face was as pale as paper. "Don't worry, I'll be fine after a short retreat. It may take some time," Yong Kai told Xia Ning Chang before sitting down cross-legged and beginning to dissolve the qi that had invaded his body. Xia Ning Chang walked out of the loft silently, glancing back worriedly before silently standing guard outside. But soon, she seemed to remember something and took out a large number of herbs and Monster Beast's monster core, sat down cross-legged, and began to perform alchemy with a calm expression. She felt that she was too weak and hated that she couldn't help Yong Kai. On Tongxian realm, she was not aware of any dangers because there, as long as she wanted to, she could sweep the entire world by herself. But since Yong Kai brought her out, she had truly experienced the wonders and dangers of Tongxian realm's territory. She truly understood just how weak she was. If she was strong enough and could fight side by side with junior brother, perhaps he would not have been injured. Xia Ning Chang began to perform alchemy desperately. Chapter 1625. Yong Kai's arrival this time still did not alarm anyone. In the entire sealed world bead, 90% of the cultivator population was in retreat. Inside the loft, Yong Kai sat cross-legged and took some pills to help restore his injuries before beginning to circulate his saint qi to dissolve the qi in his body. These tiny bursts of energy contained the killing intent of an Origin King Realm Master. And if it weren't for Yong Kai's powerful physique, these bursts of energy alone would have been enough to grind him to pieces. The means of a second-order Origin King could not be judged by common sense. Pushing his saint qi, Yong Kai sent it through his meridians and physique to surround these tiny qi streams. But soon, Yong Kai's complexion changed to an extremely ugly one. His saint qi, which was rich enough to show disdain for all Origin returning realm masters, was actually unable to do anything to these tiny qi streams. The saint qi he sent out to surround these qi streams seemed to be vulnerable in front of them, and no matter how powerful they were, they would be torn apart and destroyed. Yong Kai was not discouraged, and instead continued to push his saint qi again and again, planning to wear down these qi streams bit by bit. 10 days passed in a flash. Inside the loft, Yong Kai's aura had not recovered much, and instead had become even more dispirited. 10 days of hard work had yielded no results. Not only had Luo Hai's qi streams not been dissolved, but Yong Kai had also lost a great deal of his saint qi. With a gap of an entire great realm, Yong Kai's saint qi was no match for Luo Hai's qi streams. Yong Kai opened his eyes and no longer made any futile efforts. Although his expression was dispirited, his eyes still shone brightly. Qi streams were dead, but people were alive. Yang Kai felt that he could definitely resolve these qi streams. He just had not found the right method. Since his Saint Qi was no match for them. What about the rest? The power contained in Yang Kai's body was not limited to just Saint Qi. There was also Space Force and 5 elements indestructible sword Qi. Considering all this, Yang Kai began experimenting. Condensing his Space Force, Yang Kai wrapped around one of the tiny Qi streams. As if aware of this, when Yang Kai's Space Force wrapped around it, this Qi stream immediately began to counterattack, its sharp domain piercing towards Yang Kai's Space Force. Although it had some effect on Yang Kai's Space Force, it did not collapse as quickly as his Saint Qi. There's hope. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he became even more cautious in controlling his spatial energy. After a short while, the power of space wrapped around the small Qi, and no matter how hard it tried to break free, it still couldn't break free. In the next moment, Yang Kai's divine thought moved, and the power of space enveloped in Qi instantly broke through the barrier of space and came out of his body. The power of space dissipated, and the invisible force sputtered in the void, shooting towards a certain direction, making a needle-sized hole in the attic and disappearing without a trace. Seeing this scene, Yang Kai secretly let out a sigh of relief. He was sure that the power of space could expel the qi in his body, but doing so was too cumbersome and inefficient. During their escape, Yang Kai's body had been penetrated by the aftermath of Luo Hai's attack, and if he were to use this method to expel it, it would take him at least 3 to 5 years to do so. It had been too long. Yang Kai frowned and began experimenting with his 5 elements indestructible sword Qi. The 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art was used to temper one's body, but during this process, it would allow one to produce 5 elements indestructible sword Qi. Each of the 5 elements indestructible sword Qi had different functions. Metal and fire focused on offense would focused on vitality, earth and water focused on defense. The 5 elements mutually suppressed and reinforced one another. And when cultivated to the extreme, it was possible for a cultivator to achieve an indestructible body. Yang Kai's 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art could barely be regarded as a minor accomplishment and could be used in combat, but he was still far from achieving an indestructible body. Now, urging the 5 elements indestructible sword Qi in his body, Yang Kai extracted the metal and fire sword Qi and began to dissolve Luo Hai's Qi. Inside Yang Kai's body, a golden and red light bloomed and shuttled back and forth between his wounds, attacking the Qi. Although Luo Hai's Qi had no one to command it, it was not willing to just sit there and wait for death. Facing the 2 sword Qi attacks, it began to counterattack. However, it was to no avail. The golden and fire sword Qis only used the time of 3 breaths to mince the Qi into nothingness. Yang Kai's brow rose as a look of joy appeared on his face. He had not expected that the 5 elements indestructible sword Qi would have such a miraculous effect in resolving Luo Hai's Qi. On the contrary, his space force was somewhat inferior. However, this was understandable. Although the Tao of space was extensive and profound, Luo Hai's Qi seemed to be derived from sword Qi. So the 5 elements indestructible sword Qi was also a type of sword Qi that could restrain it. Seeing hope, Yang Kai spared no effort in pushing his 5 elements indestructible sword Qi, not only using the metal and fire sword Qi, but also the remaining water, earth, and wood element Qi, greatly increasing the efficiency of this process. After thinking about it for a while, Yang Kai did not waste any time and took out his 5 elements supreme treasures and began carving spirit arrays around himself in order to expel Luo Hai's Qi, while using his 5 elements indestructible sword Qi. Time passed, and soon 3 months had passed. The Qi in Yang Kai's body was finally completely expelled, and for some unknown reason, Yong-kai felt that the power of his five elements indestructible sword Qi had increased greatly. Yong-kai guessed that it had something to do with dissolving Luo Hai's Qi and absorbing his sword Qi. The five elements' supreme treasures were the sun's true essence, profound Yin sunflower water, divine nullification sand, profound gold, and thunder wood. There was no need to worry about the sun's true essence, as it was the star core of a sun star. Yong-kai had basically not experienced any changes so far, and only a small part of the profound Yin sunflower water remained. The same was true for the divine nullification sand. The profound gold was only the size of a baby's palm, and as for the thunder wood, it didn't seem like it would last much longer. The five elements indestructible sword Qi consumed too much of the five elements' supreme treasures. Most people wouldn't be able to afford it. It seemed that in addition to the sun's true essence, Yong-kai would have to find some replacements for the other four supreme treasures. Otherwise, once these materials were exhausted, he wouldn't be able to continue. Thinking so, Yong-kai didn't stop. While doing so, Yong-kai began inspecting his body. Luo Hai's Qi had been completely expelled, and his injuries had been completely healed. Moreover, after escaping from Luo Hai's clutches, Yong-kai faintly felt that his cultivation had made significant progress. It seemed that he was on the verge of breaking through to the third-order origin returning realm. After all, Yong-kai had also gained a lot in the blood prison, but because he had just broken through, he couldn't break through quickly. If he had broken through to the second order a few years ago, Yong-kai felt that he could have broken through to the third order in the blood prison. However, Yong-kai wasn't in a hurry. In any case, he would eventually reach that point. Sweeping the outside with his divine sense, Yong-kai saw Xia Ning-chong performing alchemy, her beautiful eyes filled with determination and bloodshot. It was impossible to tell how long it had been since she had last rested. Yong-kai sighed lightly and sent a message to her senior sister telling her that he had fully recovered, causing her to smile. Yong-kai didn't rush out of his retreat, and instead continued to stay in the loft. This time, while being chased by Luo Hai, he had constantly used his space force to escape, which had given him great inspiration and allowed him to gain a much deeper understanding of the Tao of space. At that time, the situation had been too urgent for him to comprehend it carefully. Now that the crisis had been resolved, Yong-kai certainly wouldn't miss such an opportunity, so he stayed in the loft and used his five elements indestructible sword Qi while comprehending the Tao of space. Pure Ice Island was of famous existence on Scarlet Wave Star. It was famous because Ice Heart Valley, one of the two most powerful sects on Scarlet Wave Star, had its headquarters on this island. Pure Ice Island was surrounded by the sea, and the ice on the surface of the sea was several dozen meters thick. The temperature here was extremely low, so Ice Heart Valley's ice attribute, martial skills, and artifacts were all ice attribute. The reason why Ice Heart Valley could become one of the two most powerful sects on Scarlet Wave Star was because it had an Origin King Realm Supreme Elder. In addition, the sect's Valley Master and Elders were all peak Third Order Origin Returning Realm Masters, only one step away from breaking through to the Origin King Realm. In terms of Third Order Origin Returning Realm Masters, Ice Heart Valley had over 100. This number was extremely terrifying, and no great force on Shadowed Star could compare to it. Star Emperor Mountain, once the most powerful force, only had 33rd Order Origin Returning Realm Masters, but now all of them had joined High Heaven Sect. On par with Ice Heart Valley was the equally famous Brilliant Flame Sect. These two sects had occupied the position of the most powerful sect on Scarlet Wave Star for over 10,000 years. But whether it was because they had different philosophies or because a mountain could not accommodate two tigers, there were often grievances between the two sects. If they encountered each other while out in life experience, they would often fight to the death. These grievances were deeply rooted and had remained so for 10,000 years, with no possibility of resolving them. At this moment, at the center of Pure Ice Island, inside an ice palace, more than a dozen women of various ages and sizes were sitting in 2 rows. At the head of the group was a beautiful woman dressed in palace attire. Her appearance could not be considered to be devastatingly beautiful, but her pair of beautiful eyes were extremely beautiful, like the stars in the sky, making people reluctant to look away after a single glance. Ice Heart Valley's Valley Master, Bing Long, a master at the peak of the Third Order Origin Returning Realm, who had reached the Grand Accomplishment stage in Sure, and was the strongest master in Ice Heart Valley below the Supreme Elder. Ice Heart Valley's members were all women, and there had never been a precedent of a man entering the sect. However, no one dared to underestimate them just because they were women, and anyone who dared to do so had already died. The atmosphere inside the Ice Palace was a bit dignified, as many of Ice Heart Valley's elders seemed to be discussing something important. Valley Master, Brilliant Flame sex movements have been a bit strange recently. Their suppression of Ice Heart Valley has weakened significantly, and many of them are now moving out more frequently. They seem to be searching for someone, the woman sitting on the left said. She looked about 30 years old, and was dressed like a young woman. Her figure was exquisite, but her expression was extremely cold. Ice Heart Valley's great elder, Ran Yun Ting, had the same cultivation as Valley Master Bing Long, but her strength was slightly inferior, so she could only hold the position of great elder. Searching for someone? Why? Ice Heart Valley's Valley Master Bing Long raised her brow and asked in an extremely soft voice, "Have you heard any specific information?" Ran Yun Ting shook her head. "We don't know much about Brilliant Flame's sex lower echelons. Only that they are looking for a young man." "Right, I have a portrait of him here. Please take a look." Valley Master. Chapter 1626. Bing Long nodded before reaching out and pulling the portrait over. Looking at it, the person in the portrait looked to be about 25 or 26 years old with a cold and resolute expression. It was hard to say whether his appearance was good or bad, but there was something special about him that made Brilliant Flame sect go to such lengths to find him. "Take a look." Bing Long tossed the portrait to another elder. "Remember this person's appearance. If we can find him, bring him back to Pure Ice Island. Brilliant Flame sect wanted to act against my Ice Heart Valley some time ago, but they were suddenly delayed because of this person. It seems this person's involvement is not small, otherwise Brilliant Flame sect would not have acted so rashly. Perhaps Ice Heart Valley's crisis can be resolved through this person. In that case, should we also look for this person?" Ran Yun Ting asked. Bing Long nodded. "Naturally, but there is no need to do so deliberately. When you return, please send a portrait of this person to each of your elders so they can pay more attention to him when they go out." "Yes, Valley Master is wise." All the elders responded in unison. The portrait was handed over to the elders one after another. All of them were Third Order Origin Returning Realm Masters, so their memories were naturally not bad. With just a glance, they remembered the appearance of the person in the portrait. Bing Long then said, "A few years ago, our Sect Supreme Elder made a mistake in her cultivation and has yet to recover. Have you found any clues about the herbs we search for?" Hearing this, the dozen or so people present all shook their heads sadly, one of the elders saying, "The other herbs have been purchased at a high price, but the profound red treasure ginseng is extremely rare. Perhaps only Brilliant Flame Sect's Heavenly Thunder Mountain has it." Heavenly Thunder Mountain. Bing Long's face sank. That is Brilliant Flame Sect's restricted area. Only a handful of people from Brilliant Flame Sect are qualified to enter, let alone us. Send someone to search carefully no matter the price. We must find it. "Yes, hateful." Ran Yun Ting ground her teeth. If Supreme Elder had not made a mistake in her cultivation a few years ago, how could my Ice Heart Valley have been suppressed by Brilliant Flame Sect? For 10,000 years, the strength of our two sects has always been neck and neck, but this time, hearing what she said, all the elders wore indignant expressions. Great Elder, don't talk nonsense. Are you blaming Supreme Elder for making a mistake in her cultivation? Bing Long glared at Yang Kai and shouted in a dignified tone. Ran Yun Ting's tender body trembled as she hurriedly said, I wouldn't dare. That was absolutely not what I meant. Bing Long's face relaxed slightly as she nodded. This queen knows that's not what you mean. But this is also a calamity for my Ice Heart Valley. Although it is not convenient for Supreme Elder to act now, it will not be easy for Brilliant Flame Sect to force us to submit. And let's not talk about this matter for now. This queen is more concerned about another matter. Great Elder, what is your current situation? Ran Yun Ting smiled faintly. She's doing very well. She's already a First Order Origin returning realm cultivator. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present was moved. He reached the First Order Origin returning realm so quickly. Her aptitude is actually that good? When Great Elder brought her back, she was only a Third Order Saint, right? How many years has it been? Even if she had abundant resources, it shouldn't have happened so quickly, right? Bing Long also seemed to be very happy, her face beaming with joy as she asked, Great Elder, I heard that you have special characteristics of ice crystal. Is that true? Indeed. Ran Yun Ting nodded. Her physique is indeed ice crystal, but it doesn't seem to be an innate one, but rather an acquired one. I don't know what kind of fortuitous encounters she had before this. After learning my Ice Heart Valley's secret techniques, her cultivation has soared. To tell Valley Master the truth, not only is she now a First Order Origin returning realm cultivator, but she is also preparing to break through to the Second Order. Inside the Ice Palace, the expressions of the elders present became even more interesting, all of them extremely surprised and shocked. Bing Long was also very happy. There is no difference between innate and acquired. Her ice crystal is the key to the future of my Ice Heart Valley. The heavens have not abandoned my Ice Heart Valley. It seems that she is very likely to reach the same level of achievement as Supreme Elder in the future, and the future of my Ice Heart Valley may be entrusted to her. Ran Yun Ting said modestly, Valley Master overestimates her. This little girl's cultivation is still low, so she still needs Valley Master's guidance. Do everything possible to meet her needs. Bing Long shouted tenderly, Yes. Ran Yun Ting nodded respectfully. Great Elder, I heard that the reason Brilliant Flame Sect is targeting my Ice Heart Valley this time is because of you? Someone asked with a chuckle. And I have also heard about this. It is rumored that the son of Brilliant Flame Sect's sect master, Wei Feng, met that little girl while he was out for life experience and couldn't forget her. After returning, he encouraged Wei Qing to come to my Ice Heart Valley and demand for her. I haven't seen that little girl yet. It seems that after coming to Pure Ice Island, she rarely goes out and has been in retreat all this time. I have seen her once, and she is indeed a peerless beauty. No wonder that little bastard Wei Feng can't forget her. If I were a man, I'm afraid I would also be captivated by her. The group of elders laughed, and the atmosphere became much more relaxed. It's just groundless speculation. Ran Yun Ting smiled bitterly. Bing Long said, You are all elders of my Ice Heart Valley. Can't you see that this matter is just a pretext? Brilliant Flame Sect is just using this as an excuse to embarrass us while taking the opportunity to test the condition of Supreme Elder's injuries. Once they determine that Supreme Elder is indeed injured, I'm afraid they will make a big move. This matter won't be able to be concealed for long. I want to see if Brilliant Flame Sect's teeth are tough or if my Ice Heart Valley's defenses are stronger. They won't have the courage to invade on such a large scale unless they don't care about life or death. If they dare come, we'll teach them a lesson. The group of women shouted with great momentum. On the left, an old woman who seemed to be in her 60s frowned, a look of worry appearing on her face. After the others finished speaking, she said, Reporting to Sect Master, this old woman heard a piece of news a few days ago. What news is so important to Elder Wu? Bing Long turned her eyes to the old woman and asked. Everyone else also turned their gazes towards her. This old woman heard that Luo Hai has arrived at Brilliant Flame Sect. Elder Wu quickly said, Luo Hai? Inside the ice palace, everyone frowned, seemingly unable to remember who Luo Hai was, but soon someone exclaimed, Green Mountain Star's master. Master Luo Hai? Is it really him? No way. What is he doing here on Scarlet Wave Star instead of Green Mountain Star? Although Luo Hai was Green Mountain Star Starmaster, as a second-order origin king, his name had long spread throughout the entire star territory. So even though the people of Ice Heart Valley were on Pure Ice Island, they had long heard of his name. Now that they heard that he had come to Brilliant Flame Sect, all of them paled. Is this news reliable? Bing Long's tender body leaned forward slightly as her jade hand gripped the armrest of her chair tightly. From the creaking sounds coming from the armrest, it was obvious that her mood was fluctuating greatly. It's reliable, Elder Wu said solemnly. The spies this old woman placed in Brilliant Flame Sect saw it with their own eyes. The ice palace immediately quieted down as everyone's faces seemed to be covered with a layer of frost, their expressions becoming strange. I'm sure all of you know that although Master Luo Hai is Green Mountain Star's Starmaster, his friendship with Brilliant Flame Sect's Chi Hua is not shallow. For him to come to Brilliant Flame Sect at this time, Elder Wu did not finish her words, but everyone understood what she was implying. That's unlikely. Bing Long shook her head. He does have a friendship with Chi Hua, but there is no need for him to come all the way from Green Mountain Star just to deal with our Ice Heart Valley. Chi Hua doesn't have such great face. But Valley Master, this is a sensitive time. We have to be on guard. If Luo Hai and Chi Hua join forces, the situation of our Ice Heart Valley will be worrisome. Bing Long's pretty face paled. If this was the case, Ice Heart Valley would likely have no choice but to disband. Luo Hai alone was not someone Ice Heart Valley could resist. He was a master who was even stronger than Chi Hua and Ice Heart Valley's Supreme Elder. I think that Master Luo Hai's arrival on Scarlet Wave Star at this time may have something to do with the person Brilliant Flame Sect is looking for, an elder speculated. What do you mean? Think about it. Brilliant Flame Sect has only recently been searching for this person, and has even slowed down their suppression of us. Master Luo Hai also recently arrived on Scarlet Wave Star, and the place he went to was Brilliant Flame Sect. Connecting the dots, could it be that Master Luo Hai asked Brilliant Flame Sect to help him find that person? Everyone's eyes lit up. That's very likely. If that's the case, then we must find this person before Brilliant Flame Sect does. Bing Long's beautiful eyes flashed with a strange light. As long as we find him and hand him over to Master Luo Hai, the current crisis of my Ice Heart Valley can be easily resolved. After Supreme Elder fully recovers, Brilliant Flame Sect will definitely not cause any more trouble. Valley Master is right. Ran Yunting nodded in agreement. Pass down my order. Mobilize all available forces and do everything possible to find this person's whereabouts. Bing Long made a prompt decision, grit her teeth, and shouted. Yes. All the elders nodded and left the Ice Palace. On this day, more than 10,000 Ice Heart Valley disciples set out from Pure Ice Island and headed to various places on Scarlet Wave Star, each of them carrying a portrait of Yongkai. At night, near the center of Pure Ice Island, inside an ice room, Ran Yun Ting sat cross-legged and circulated her secret art. The temperature in this ice room was so low that even a third-order origin returning realm cultivator would find it extremely uncomfortable and would have to circulate their Saint Chi to resist the pervasive chill. But for Ice Heart Valley's great elder, this was the best place to cultivate. The pervasive cold chi seemed to be attracted by something and rushed into her body, resonating with her Saint Chi and enhancing her strength. Light footsteps came from outside the door, but soon the sound of footsteps stopped, and someone outside called out, Greetings, honored master. Come in. Ran Yunting smiled lightly and opened her eyes. The next moment, the door opened, and a beautiful figure walked in from the outside. She wore a spotless white robe with a lock of cloud-like black hair, cascading down her back like a waterfall. She had perfectly shaped eyebrows, a pair of exceptionally bright eyes, a delicate nose, and an oval face that was as clear as jade. Her snow-white skin was soft and supple, and her figure was elegant and graceful. She was like an ice doll that had been carefully sculpted by a heavenly god, with not a single flaw to be found on her. Chapter 16, 27. Ran Yunting looked the young woman up and down, a trace of approval appearing on her face. Good looking at you. It seems your ice jade's secret art has made progress again. Master's efforts to cultivate you were not in vain, even making an exception to teach you this secret art. The young woman's expression was neither happy nor sad, not even the slightest change in her expression since she entered. Instead, she exuded a bone-chilling chill from head to toe, as if she really was a block of ice. Hearing this, the young woman said, "Honored master's kindness, I dare not neglect it." "Very good. Sit down." Ran Yunting nodded lightly and pointed to an ice jade futon in front of her. On this day, every month, on this day, the woman would come to Ran Yunting's residence to pay her respects and ask her to explain the problems and doubts she had encountered. The master and disciple pair had obviously experienced such things countless times, so the young woman was not unfamiliar with them and sat down obediently. "Have you encountered any obscure problems recently?" Ran Yunting asked with a pleasant expression. Although Ran Yunting's current cultivation was 2 minor realms higher than hers, with her speed, it would only be a few years before Ran Yunting would be able to keep pace with her. In a few more years, Ran Yunting might even reach the same height as her grand elder. Ran Yunting had high hopes for her, so she didn't show the slightest impatience. The young woman nodded gently and was about to speak when her beautiful eyes suddenly caught a glimpse of a portrait hanging on the ice wall behind Ran Yunting. The woman's delicate body suddenly shook, she who had always been calm and collected, and even if the sky collapsed, she wouldn't be moved, actually revealed a trace of extreme shock. Her beautiful eyes bloomed with a shocking expression as she stared without blinking at the person in the portrait. The young woman's expression was extremely complex. There was surprise, disbelief, and confusion. Her expression changed several times in an instant. But in the blink of an eye, she restrained herself. "Do you know this person?" Although the young woman's expression changed quickly, it could not escape Ran Yunting's observation. Seeing her expression change, Ran Yunting asked doubtfully. The young woman slowly shook her head. "I don't know." Ran Yunting frowned, seemingly in disbelief. The young woman explained, "Honored master's house has always been simple and crude, with nothing but a bed and a chair. Today, I suddenly saw a portrait of a man, so I was a little surprised." Hearing her explanation, Ran Yunting didn't think too much about it and nodded. "And I have never seen the person in this portrait, but recently Brilliant Flame Sect has been searching for him. Valley Master has also ordered us to go out and search for him. He may be the key to resolving my Ice Heart Valley's crisis." "Is that so?" The young Yunting's head the young woman's face. She nodded lightly. "Your honored masters first. So you, of master of course, this matter. You master's master, and masters your masters of the sect is sect, and shoulders of your master's master. S's masters, that as well as his master. Ting master of sects, and down you're down, and into your of masters on downs and down. We will do our best," the woman said in a deep voice. "That's good. Let's talk about the problems you've encountered recently," Ran Yunting said in a genial manner. The young woman immediately opened her mouth, and asked a few questions that confused her. Ran Yun Ting listened carefully, and the master and disciple exchanged questions and answers. Time passed by. In the blink of an eye, it was dawn, and the young woman got up to leave. After leaving the ice room, the woman walked out unhurriedly, soon leaving the inner island of Pure Ice Island and arriving at the outer island. Pure Ice Island was divided into an inner island and an outer island. The inner island was heavily guarded, and ordinary people were not allowed to enter without being summoned. Only the core disciples of the elders and the core members of Ice Heart Valley could enter. The outer island was a place for ordinary people to live. The outer island covered a large area, so the young woman went straight to an ice peak in the southeast of the outer island. Under the ice mountain, there was a man-made ice mansion. There were hundreds of ice mansions like this in the entire ice mountain, and there were hundreds of ice mountains like this in the entire outer island. These ice palaces were naturally cave dwellings for people to live in, depending on one's cultivation and contribution to Ice Heart Valley. The grade of these ice palaces varied. The young woman came to one of the ice palaces near the foot of the mountain, stretched out her hand, poured her Saint Chi into the barrier in front of it, and waited quietly. After a long time, there was no response. The young woman frowned, took out a token from her space ring, and placed it on the barrier in front of the ice palace. The next moment, the barrier opened on its own accord, revealing a passage. The young woman walked into this passage, her pace quick. Soon, she arrived at the innermost part of the ice palace and looked around, but there was no trace of anyone inside. There was only a letter left on a desk with the words to Su Yen. Her hand trembling, the young woman picked up the letter, opened the wax seal, and pulled out a piece of paper from it to read carefully. Su Yen, I have received an order from the Elder Council to go out with my fellow sect members to perform a task. The order was issued in a hurry, so I was unable to say goodbye to you. If you come here to find me, you will definitely see this letter. The task this time is to find a person, and that person is Yong Kai. He has arrived on Scarlet Wave Star, but for some reason Brilliant Flame Sect and Ice Heart Valley are both looking for him. Remember, don't act rashly. Wait for me to come back. It was signed by Qinya, the former top master of Tong Xian Realm, Ice Master Qinya. Su Yen read this short letter from beginning to end several times, her tender body trembling slightly as she made sure she was not mistaken. Yong Kai had really come. When she saw the portrait of Yong Kai in her honored master's ice room, Su Yen almost couldn't believe it, but for some reason she couldn't ask Ran Yunting in person. As such, she hurriedly came to find Qinya early this morning to ask if she had heard any news. Back then, Qinya had come to Ice Heart Valley with Ran Yunting. After all, Qinya also cultivated the ice attribute, and her cultivation wasn't high because Tong Xian Realm's world energy was lacking. So when Ran Yunting brought Su Yen back to Ice Heart Valley, she also brought Qinya along. However, although Qinya's aptitude was good, she couldn't compare to Su Yen. She could only live on the outer island and was an ordinary disciple of Ice Heart Valley. Now, she was a second-order Saint King and would soon break through to the third order. Su Yen often took time to visit Qinya. The two of them were both from Tong Xian Realm, so their relationship was naturally close. But this time, Su Yen came too late. After the Elder Council's discussion yesterday, they immediately decided to send someone out to search for Yong Kai. After receiving the order, Qinya left Pure Ice Island with countless fellow sect members. She couldn't go to the inner island to send a letter to Su Yen, but she knew that Su Yen would definitely come to visit her. So before leaving, she left behind a letter informing Su Yen of Yong Kai's whereabouts. Holding the letter in her hand, Su Yen's mood fluctuated rapidly as her eyes became slightly moist. If Ran Yunting were to see this scene, she would definitely be shocked. She had always thought that her heart was as cold as ice and that nothing could affect her. So how could she be moved by a letter? Several dozen years of bitter contemplation, now released, was enough to swallow Su Yan whole, her blood and chi tumbling. Su Yan let out a groan as her face suddenly turned pale and blood overflowed from the corners of her mouth. Her saint chi also fluctuated, becoming unstable. Su Yan's beautiful face paled, and she didn't dare to neglect, quickly sitting down cross-legged and circulating her secret art to resolve this situation. After a long time, her chaotic aura gradually subsided, and she got up, carefully put away the letter, and quickly left Qin Yu's ice mansion. The two top forces on Scarlet Wave Star were frequently dispatched, and in a short period of time, almost all of Scarlet Wave Star had been stirred up. The sects and families that had close relationships with the two top forces were all ordered to cooperate with Brilliant Flame Sect or Ice Heart Valley to find Yang Kai. Scarlet Wave Star was almost turned upside down. It was as if Yang Kai had disappeared into thin air, and no one had seen any trace of him. Inside the small sealed world, Yang Kai was concentrating. He was not in a hurry to go out. He had finally gotten rid of Luo Hai. So how could Yang Kai suddenly appear again? Who knew if Luo Hai was still looking for him? If he ran out and threw himself into a trap, he would have to worry about escaping again. Taking advantage of this time, Yang Kai decided to consolidate his gains from the past few days. Invisible fluctuations of energy spread out from Xia Ning Chang's loft. It was the mysterious power of space. The small sealed world originally only had a radius of 100 kilometers, and although it was not crowded with tens of thousands of people from the three clans, human, monster, and demon clans, it did not have much room for activity. But today, as the fluctuations of Space Force spread out, the area of the small sealed world was expanding at an extremely fast rate, and some scenery and land that had not been visible before appeared in front of the people living here. 200 kilometers, 500 kilometers, 1,000 kilometers, 2,000 kilometers, 3,000 kilometers. Soon, the masters from the three clans who were in retreat seemed to have sensed something and came out one after another, releasing their divine senses to investigate their surroundings and immediately discovering the abnormal changes in the small sealed world. Brotherling, this small sealed world is actually expanding. Am I seeing things? Meng Wu Ye stood in the void and took in the bizarre scene in the distance with a shocked expression. You're not mistaken. Ling Tai Su slowly shook his head. It really is expanding. Ha ha ha! With a burst of laughter, the monster race Great Senior Thunder Dragon appeared beside Meng Wu Ye. Good. I don't need to squeeze with Zhang Yuan and his group anymore. This king has had enough of their demonic chi. Thunder Dragon, this senior heard what you said. A cold snort sounded as Demon Commander Zhang Yuan leisurely appeared. So, what if you heard? I, Thunder Dragon, am not going to speak ill of others behind their backs. It's all for your benefit. Thunder Dragon spat disdainfully. Zhang Yuan snorted. Do you think this senior wants to squeeze with you? Your demonic chi is nothing special. Thunder Dragon grinned meaningfully, not caring at all. Although the human, monster, and demon clans all lived in mysterious small worlds now, and did not have any major disputes, the competition between them was still very fierce. Yang Kai had given them this opportunity, and now each of them was working hard to reach a higher level of the martial Tao, seeking greater strength. As such, when they occasionally ran into each other, they would often bicker, enjoying themselves. Chapter 1628. But why is this place suddenly expanding? Could there be some kind of accident? Chu Ling Xiao asked faintly. It should be related to Sect Master. You don't need to worry. A voice suddenly came from behind, causing the masters from the three clans to turn around and see Yang Xiuzhu, Chu Han Yi, Mou, and Lin Yu Rao for Peak Origin returning realm masters, walking over together. The three clans didn't dare to neglect and quickly cupped their fists. Yang Xiuzhu and the others quickly returned the gesture. Everyone obviously knew each other and knew who the other was. However, although Yang Xiuzhu and the others' cultivations were much higher than the masters from the human, monster, and demon clans Ling Taisu, and the others had a very close relationship with Yang Kai, so Yang Xiuzhu and the others didn't dare act arrogantly and treated them as equals. Is it related to Yang Kai? Ling Taisu became interested. Brother Yang, can you explain in detail? Everyone else also looked towards Yang Xiuzhu curiously. Yang Xiuzhu pondered for a moment before saying, the higher sect master's cultivation is, the more profound his attainments in the Tao of space are, and the wider this world will become. He didn't know much about the sealed world bead. As one of the former elders of Star Emperor Mountain, he only knew that it was a space artifact and an emperor artifact at that. There was too much he didn't know, so he could only give a general explanation. Hearing him say this, everyone nodded. So, this is Yang Kai's doing? Is he here? Zhang Yuan showed a suspicious look as he released his divine sense to investigate. A moment later, a look of shock appearing on his face. He really is here. He seems to be in retreat with Xia Girl. These fluctuations of power are quite strange. Could it be his Tao of space? It should be. While everyone was talking, the expansion of the small sealed world did not stop. From its original size of 100 kilometers, it expanded to 10,000 kilometers before gradually subsiding. At the edge of this small sealed world, there seemed to be some kind of obscure force blocking the fluctuations of Yang Kai's Tao of space, making it impossible to see the full picture. There's actually a cluster of buildings over there. Lei Long's eyes were sharp. He immediately saw a new cluster of buildings in the distance. Those buildings weren't too densely built. Although they looked scattered and disorderly, they were scattered all over the place, as if they were hiding something. Should we go and take a look? Everyone was curious and wanted to ask around. Ha! This old man will be the vanguard first. The old demon laughed loudly as he turned into a ray of light and rushed over, seemingly fearless. The others slowly shook their heads and followed closely behind. Yang Xiuzhu and the other three looked at each other in dismay. Then they smiled bitterly and followed after him. After a short while, everyone arrived at the location of the building complex. As soon as they set foot on this place, everyone's spirits were shaken. This was because the heaven and earth spiritual chi here was actually 2 to 3 times denser than the original location. This also meant that if one could cultivate here, the efficiency would be at least twice as high as before. This place is not bad. My monster race wants to occupy a part of it. Lei Long did not decline. He stretched out his hand and drew out a large area. Then my demon race will occupy this area. Zhang Yuan followed suit. Ling Tai-su and Meng Wu glanced at each other, the former calmly declaring, then leave the rest to my human race. After a few words, the masters of the 3 races divided up this new cluster of buildings, each occupying a large piece of land. It seems that the world energy aura in this new world is much richer. If Yang Kai opens up a new world in the future, it should be even better than this one, right? Chu Ling Xiao mused. That should be the case. I just don't know how big this place is. If it's big enough, this senior is willing to stay here for the rest of his life. Zhang Yuan laughed. He suddenly realized that his decision to take the elites of the demon race and follow Yang Kai out of Tong Xian realm was the correct one. If he had stayed in Tong Xian realm, how could he have had the opportunity to break through to the Saint King realm? How could he have had the opportunity to explore a higher martial Tao? Perhaps even until he died of old age, he would never be able to surpass the achievements of Great Demon God. But now, the legend of Great Demon God had been broken by countless people. Zhang Yuan thought so, but how could Thunder Dragon not? His heart was filled with gratitude towards Yang Kai. Over the next few days, the human, monster, and demon races collectively moved out. abandoning the lofts they had built before and pouring into this new cluster of buildings. Time flew by, and soon 3 months had passed. Yang Kai exited his retreat. Xia Ningchang was still in front of the loft when Yang Kai called her in to understand the situation inside the small sealed world. After learning about the huge changes here, she was quite surprised. The expansion of the small sealed world was a matter of course, as his cultivation and understanding of the Tao of space deepened. The mysterious veil of this world would slowly be lifted, and its true appearance would be revealed. Yang Kai was also very curious about how big this place was. However, the appearance of this new cluster of buildings was a bit surprising. This was not a bad thing, though. After exiting his retreat, Yang Kai took Xia Ningchang to take a look around and confirmed that there was no danger and that the cultivation environment was 2 or 3 times better than the previous one, allowing him to relax. After that, Yang Kai went to see Qian Tong. Qian Tong was fine. Although he had suffered some minor injuries due to Luo Hai's suppression in the periphery of Green Mountain Star, Qian Tong had broken through to the Origin King realm after all, so his recovery speed was quite fast, and he was now working hard to consolidate his realm. Everything was going well, and Yang Kai was completely relieved. He personally found an excellent residence for Xia Ningchang and continued to stay in the small sealed world. Yang Kai wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to cultivate his monster transformation secret art and develop the golden divine dragon source in his body. Being together with little senior sister, naturally there would be no lack of romance and love. This period of time was the most comfortable period Yang Kai had spent in the past few decades. Pure Ice Island, inside Ran Yun Ting's ice room. Su Yan was like a white flower blooming in a world of ice and snow, her aura cold, her white robes whiter than snow, and her long hair draped over her shoulders. "Do you want to go out for life experience?" Ran Yun Ting frowned. Su Yan had come to find her today, and actually made such a request, which greatly surprised Ran Yun Ting. "Yes." Su Yan nodded. "Why do you suddenly want to go out for life experience?" Ran Yunting smiled. "Now is a critical time for you to break through to the second-order origin returning realm. Running out at this time is not a good thing. Moreover, the situation on Scarlet Wave Star is very dangerous right now. Although you have lived on the inner island for a long time, you may have heard some rumors. If you go out and meet someone from Brilliant Flame Sect, it would not be good. You also know that little bastard Wei Feng has been constantly thinking about you. Brilliant Flame Sect is also using this as an excuse to target our Ice Heart Valley and force us to hand you over." Disciple understands. Su Yan nodded lightly. "It is because of this that Disciple wants to go out for life experience. Perhaps after walking around outside for a while, Disciple's cultivation will improve." "And it's not impossible." Ran Yunting felt somewhat awkward. Ran Yunting was a little embarrassed. If it were any other time, Su Yan would have said she wanted to go out for life experience, and she certainly wouldn't have stopped her. But although her disciple was only a first-order origin returning realm cultivator, in terms of combat effectiveness, she was not inferior to a third-order origin returning realm master. She belonged to the category of geniuses who could fight above their realm, an elite among elites. With her Ice Crystal Jade body and Ice Heart Valley's Ice Jade secret art, there were few who could match her under the Origin King realm. A cultivator's cultivation was not something that could be done behind closed doors. Going out for life experience had always been the only way to grow, but now the situation on Scarlet Wave Star had suddenly changed. So how could Ran Yunting feel at ease letting Su Yan go out? Just as she was thinking about what excuse to use to make Su Yan give up on this idea and obediently stay on Pure Ice Island, Ran Yunting suddenly seemed to have discovered something and stared at Su Yan, her brow furrowing slightly. Immediately, she released her divine sense and scanned Su Yan. "What happened to your cultivation? What caused your jade ice heart to be covered in dust? Why does your cultivation seem to have declined?" Ran Yunting's beautiful face paled. She suddenly noticed that Su Yan's cultivation, compared to a few days ago, had actually declined instead of rising. Although this decrease was very small, Ran Yunting, as her master, was naturally aware of it. This caused Ran Yunting's eyes to fill with amazement. Although Su Yan's aptitude was not top-notch because of her special constitution and pure Ice Island's secret art, it was enough to make up for some of the deficiencies in her aptitude. What's more, her aptitude was indeed excellent. Perhaps there were very few people in the entire star territory who could compare to her. Her cultivation had always been increasing, so this kind of strange situation had never occurred before. Ran Yunting's expression changed again, and again. You actually suffered a backlash from your secret art. Did you fall in love with someone? What kind of person could make you fall in love? At this moment, her face was almost ferocious as the Saint Chi in her body roared wildly. Cultivating the Ice Jade secret art would allow Su Yan to possess a Jade Ice heart. As long as her Jade Ice heart was pure enough, her cultivation would advance rapidly. On the other hand, she would suffer a backlash from her secret art. The more turbid her Jade Ice heart became, the greater the price she would have to pay. The number one enemy that could cause her Jade Ice heart to become turbid was falling in love. This was something that any cultivator who cultivated the Ice Jade secret art had to avoid, at all costs. The Jade Ice heart was pure and untainted, but emotions were like thick ink that could quickly contaminate it. Ran Yunting understood the truth of the matter almost immediately. No, you live in the inner island all year round and have never had a chance to come into contact with men from the outside world. Ran Yunting quickly shook her head, but suddenly remembered something and grit her teeth. Su Yan, tell Master, is this related to the portrait you saw a few days ago? Do you know that man? Ran Yunting was also a quick-witted person, so she thought of countless possibilities in a very short time, but this was the most likely. When Su Yan saw the portrait that day, the strange look on her face appeared in Ran Yunting's mind, which made her even more certain of the speculation. Facing her honored master's questioning, Su Yan bit her lower lip lightly, a trace of guilt flashing across her face, but it quickly disappeared, and she softly said, "Disciple does know him." Ran Yunting's face paled as she asked in a trembling voice, What is your relationship with him?" "He's my junior brother and also my man." When she said this, a faint smile appeared on Su Yan's face, making her look extremely sweet. Chapter 1629. Ran Yunting was dumbfounded. Since she brought Su Yan back to Pure Ice Island nearly 30 years ago, she had never seen Su Yan smile. Today was the first time. This sudden smile was in stark contrast to the cold and aloof expression she had displayed before. Coupled with Su Yan's almost flawless face, Ran Yunting couldn't help falling into a daze for a moment. She couldn't help feeling a sense of inferiority in her heart. Soon, Ran Yunting dispelled these distracting thoughts and asked with a gloomy face, "You actually had a man? When did this happen?" "It was a long time before I met Honored Master." "Did you have any intimate contact with him?" Ran Yunting continued to ask. An intoxicating blush appeared on Su Yan's cheeks as she nodded lightly. Ran Yunting's body trembled, as if she had lost all her strength, and she stumbled back 2 steps, her eyes filled with obvious disappointment as she asked bitterly, "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Honored Master never asked. Su Yan bit her red lips lightly. Ran Yunting continued, "I didn't ask because your aura was so pure that Honored Master thought you were a virgin. But since you have had intimate contact with a man, why is your aura not turbid?" Once a woman had intimate contact with a man, there would be some residual yang qi in her body, enough to break the purity of her aura. Su Yan's aura was extremely clean and untainted. Ran Yunting would never have dreamed that she was no longer a virgin. Was it because of her special physique? It was also possible. Su Yan's physique was obviously not innate, but rather acquired. Perhaps when her physique was formed, her aura had become pure. You don't know how to cherish yourself. Ran Yunting grit her teeth and shouted. Disciple has disappointed honored master. Su Yan lowered her eyes. If I had known about this, I would never have allowed you to cultivate the Ice Jade's secret art, Ran Yunting said bitterly, her great expectations turning into disappointment as she said with red eyes, Did you know that once you cultivate the Ice Jade's secret art, you will suffer backlash from the secret art? Your current situation is still quite mild, but if you continue like this, your Saint Chi will dissipate, and you will eventually become a cripple. Disciple didn't know. Su Yan shook her head, showing no fear. She came to Pure Ice Island and worshipped Ran Yunting as her master. Whatever Ran Yunting told her to cultivate, she naturally cultivated. So how could she ask any questions? It wasn't until a few days ago, when there was a problem with her cultivation method, that she realized it. Ran Yunting's expression changed as she realized the seriousness of the situation. Although she was disappointed that Su Yan had concealed her love history, she still had high hopes for this disciple of hers, so she hurriedly said, Su Yan, it's not too late. You need to cut the Gordian knot and sever your feelings. Otherwise, your cultivation will continue to decline until you become an ordinary person. At that time, no one will be able to save you. Cut off the threads of love? Su Yan raised her eyes and looked towards Ran Yunting, a strange light flashing across her beautiful eyes as she slowly but firmly shook her head. Honored master, please forgive me. Disciple will not do such a thing. You. Ran Yunting pointed a finger at Su Yan, unable to utter a single word. Su Yan smiled again. If I can see him again, even if this disciple is reduced to an ordinary person, I am willing. Ran Yunting's expression froze as she stared at Su Yan in a daze. Are these your heartfelt words? You won't regret it? Su Yan nodded. Have you ever thought that you are only doing this for a moment of pleasure? If you really become an ordinary person, your lifespan will be less than 100 years, and you will eventually grow old. At that time, which man will be interested in you? The man you fancy may leave you in the end. Su Yan's tender body trembled as a trace of fear flashed across her beautiful eyes. When Ran Yunting saw her expression, she knew she had a chance and was about to strike while the iron was hot. But before she could do so, the fear in Su Yan's eyes dissipated. Su Yan reached out and brushed her hair behind her ear, whispering softly, If I can be with him again, disciple is willing. Before I grow old, disciple will leave, and not let him see disciple like this. You're making me angry. Ran Yunting's chest heaved violently. She had never discovered that her disciple had such a stubborn and unreasonable side to her. Honored master, disciple wants to go out. Su Yan quickly said, You want to go out and find that man? Ran Yunting looked at her coldly. She had thought Su Yan wanted to go out and gain experience in order to break through her current bottleneck. But now, how could she not understand her disciple's true purpose? She obviously wanted to go out and find traces of the man in the painting. Yes, please grant my wish, honored master. Su Yan did not deny it. Wishful thinking. Ran Yunting coldly snorted. During this time, you will obediently stay in the inner island and don't even think about taking a single step out. Master will find a way to solve your current difficulties. I hope you won't disappoint Master again. Honored Master, Su Yan called out anxiously. Ran Yunting coldly snorted and shouted, Come. Two women immediately walked in from the door. Both of them, having first-order origin returning realm cultivations, cupped their fists and asked, What orders does Great Elder have? Take Su Yan away and keep a close eye on her. If she dares to take even half a step out of her residence, I will hold you responsible. The two women looked at each other with puzzled expressions, not knowing what Su Yan had done to provoke Great Elder to such an extent. One had to know that Great Elder had always been proud of Su Yan and had declared countless times in front of outsiders that the best decision she had ever made in her life was to accept Su Yan as her disciple. Su Yan would definitely become the first person to bring glory to Ice Heart Valley. But now, Ran Yunting was obviously furious and even wanted to put Su Yan under house arrest. What happened? The two women didn't dare to ask, and just glanced at Su Yan thoughtfully before saying, "Junior Sister Su, please." "Honored Master." Su Yan looked at Ran Yunting pleadingly, hoping she would change her mind. "Take her away." Ran Yunting turned her back to Su Yan and shouted, as if she didn't want to see her again, "Junior Sister Su, please don't embarrass us." Of the two women, the taller one frowned and urged impatiently. Su Yan looked at Ran Yunting's back and sighed softly, knowing that it was useless to say anything now, so she could only bow and leave. Soon, only Ran Yunting was left in the ice room. She stared at the portrait hanging on the ice wall with a furious glare, as if she wanted to cut the man in it into 1,000 pieces. Suddenly, she raised her hand and struck out. With a bang, the portrait was instantly reduced to dust. "Boy, don't fall into this queen's hands, or I'll tear you into 10,000 pieces," Ran Yunting swore to herself. As long as Su Yan still had the slightest bit of remorse, she would immediately kill Yang Kai to dispel Su Yan's heart demon. If Su Yan didn't want to cut off her feelings, then Ran Yunting, her honored master, would do it for her. As long as that man died, Su Yan's path forward would no longer be obstructed, and she would no longer suffer the backlash of her Ice Jade's secret art. Perhaps Su Yan would remain silent for a while, but Ran Yunting believed that as time passed, Su Yan would only be grateful to her and not resent her. After thinking about it for a moment, Ran Yunting quickly left her ice room and went to the ice peak where the Supreme Elder was in seclusion. She had to consult the Supreme Elder about this matter. In fact, she wasn't sure if her method would work, but if she could get the Supreme Elder's approval, then there would be no more worries. On the inner island of Pure Ice Island, ice roads crisscrossed and led in all directions. Many of Ice Heart Valley's female disciples were walking around. The buildings on Pure Ice Island were also unique, as if they were carved from ice, giving off a chilling aura. Su Yan walked along the ice road in a daze towards her ice room step by step. The two female disciples who were responsible for guarding her followed closely behind her, exchanging glances with their divine senses. "Senior Sister Zhou, what do you think Su Yan did to make Great Elder so angry?" the shorter woman asked curiously. The taller senior sister Zhou coldly snorted. "Great Elder didn't say, so how could I know? However, this matter is no trivial matter. Otherwise, Great Elder wouldn't have put Su Yan under house arrest. Humph! This little girl doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Since she entered Ice Heart Valley, her eyes have always been at the top of her head, never putting us senior sisters in her eyes. Even when we meet, she doesn't even greet us. She has no etiquette at all. And isn't she just relying on Great Elder's favor?" The petite woman smiled. Now that she has angered Great Elder, it seems she will fall out of favor. Let's see how she can act arrogantly in the future. As senior sisters, it's time for us to teach her how to behave. The two looked at each other and smiled knowingly, feeling very happy. Today's sky seemed a little different from before. Just as she was walking, Su Yan suddenly came to a halt, her originally absent-minded eyes suddenly brightening as she turned her gaze towards a certain direction. Immediately after, her figure flickered and disappeared from where she stood. The two women who had been following her changed their expressions, thinking Su Yan was trying to escape, but when they turned their heads, they saw her running towards a few of her fellow disciples. "What's going on?" The woman surnamed Zhou showed a displeased look and hurried over. The few Ice Heart Valley disciples who had been whispering to each other all wore confused looks, not understanding why Su Yan had suddenly run over. The woman leading them, who was a powerful third-order origin-returning realm cultivator, frowned as she looked at Su Yan and asked in surprise, "Are you great elder's disciple, Su Yan?" "She's Su Yan. I heard that she was only a third-order saint when she entered Ice Heart Valley, but now, in less than 30 years, she's almost reached the second-order origin returning realm. I've also heard of her, so that's how it is." The several women's interest was piqued as they looked Su Yan up and down, as if they were seeing her for the first time. And Su Yan nodded, "Greetings, senior sisters. Do you need something?" The woman leading them asked, "I just heard several senior sisters discussing this. The person in the painting, have you seen him before?" Su Yan pointed to the portrait in the woman's hand. "You mean this guy?" The woman raised the portrait and chuckled. "I've seen him before." Su Yan's eyes lit up as she hurriedly asked, "Senior sister, when did you see him? Is he, well?" Chapter 1630. The woman frowned and asked curiously, "Does junior sister also know this person?" Hearing this question, Su Yan realized that she had lost her composure a little. While walking just now, she had suddenly heard someone talking about Yang Kai and had immediately rushed over. Taking a deep breath, Su Yan restrained the strange look on her face and nodded. "And I know him. Senior sister, can you tell me when you met him and how he is doing?" "Junior sister can't thank you enough." Junior sister's relationship with him seems to be quite deep. The woman leading the group chuckled, not intending to get to the bottom of the matter. "Naturally, I can tell you, but it happened a few years ago." "A few years ago?" Su Yan frowned. "And junior sister, you also know that when the Emperor Garden opened a few years ago, I went there with several other sect brothers. It was there that I met him. If it weren't for his help, we senior sister and I would have suffered heavy casualties at the hands of Brilliant Flame Sex Kong Wendong. He helped us and even killed Kong Wendong. He killed Kong Wendong. Kong Wendong was a third-order origin returning realm cultivator, but he was able to kill him. Doesn't that mean he is very powerful?" The people who had been chatting with this woman before were amazed. If Yang Kai were here, he would definitely recognize this woman. During his trip to the Emperor Garden, the first cultivator battle Yang Kai encountered was between this woman and Kong Wendong over an ancient secluded home. Yang Kai's true alchemy, enlightenment scripture, and purple origin furnace were obtained at that time. "Can you tell me more about it?" Su Yan's beautiful eyes flashed as she looked at the other woman expectantly. The woman looked at Su Yan thoughtfully for a moment before seemingly realizing something and nodding. "Yes." Immediately, she recounted what happened in the Emperor Garden a few years ago. The group of Ice Heart Valley disciples listened with great interest while Su Yan fell into a daze. "He's already so powerful." Su Yan didn't know who Kong Wendong was, but from the exclamations of her fellow sect brothers and sisters nearby, she could infer some information. Kong Wendong was definitely a top master in the third-order origin returning realm, and Yang Kai was actually able to kill him a few years ago. At that time, he was still just a first-order origin returning realm cultivator. Now that a few years had passed, just what realm Yang Kai had reached? What kind of combat power did he possess? Her junior brother, her own man, such an amazing man. A faint smile appeared on Su Yan's face, and all of Pure Ice Island seemed to light up for a moment. "Junior sister Su, hurry, don't make things difficult for us." Su Yan's eyes. "Senior sister, juniors is seniors." "That's right. If the great elder finds out about this, he'll definitely punish us. When that time comes, junior sister Su, will you take the punishment for us?" Another woman also shouted. Everyone else looked at them in surprise before turning to look at Su Yan, not understanding what was going on. Su Yan thanked the senior sister who had told her about Yang Kai's situation before saying goodbye, and continuing to walk towards her ice palace, her pace light, her previous worries swept away. At the bottom of the Blue River, The sealed world bead was covered in silt, having been silent for more than a year. One day, a school of foot-long fish swam above the sealed world bead, sticking close to the silt. The fish at the front swung their tails, stirring up the silt, creating a whirlpool of water that dragged the sealed world bead to the surface. The fish that came after opened their mouths and swallowed the sealed world bead into their bellies, wriggling about uncomfortably for a while, before continuing to swim downstream with the school of fish as if nothing had happened. More than 10 days later, the school of fish rushed into a vast lake. As soon as they entered this place, a huge shadow appeared at the bottom of the water. This shadow opened its mouth wide and sucked in a large number of fish like a whale, leaving less than a fifth of the school of fish that had flowed downstream. After a long time, the shadow burped and left in satisfaction. A few days later, more than 10,000 kilometers away from the entrance to the lake, an iron ship was slowly sailing on the surface of the lake. On the iron ship, a group of cultivators in tight robes were circulating their Saint Chi, releasing their secret techniques and artifacts to fight a huge shadow below the ship. After half an hour, the shadow was killed, and the cultivators were overjoyed as they fished it out of the lake. This was a strange fish that was around 15 meters long. Its eyes were like copper gongs and were extremely scarlet red. Its mouth was filled with jagged fangs, and it looked extremely savage and terrifying. Its tail was like a meteor hammer and was covered with barbs. Many of the cultivators were injured while fighting this strange fish, but at this moment they were sitting not far away with happy faces, healing their wounds while looking at their trophies. Uncle Wang, this meteor fish is really big. Looking at its power just now, it's almost a peak 8th order monster beast. A young man in the First Order Saint King realm stood next to the strange fish, kicking its belly, while smiling at an old man in blue robes not far away. The old man smiled, stroked his beard, and nodded. Yes, this is a meteor fish that has grown to its limit. It is indeed a peak 8th order monster beast. Haha, we've made a profit this time. The monster core of a meteor fish is extremely rare. It can be sold for at least 200,000 Saint crystals, much more valuable than the monster core of a monster beast to the same level. The young man laughed. Yes, with this meteor fish, our trip was not in vain. Selling this monster core will provide for the needs of my Wang family's cultivator for 6 months. Uncle Wang, should I do it, or will you do it yourself? The young man looked at the old man. You do it. This old master is old and can't bear to see blood, the old man said with a smile, and everyone on the ship laughed. The young man did not decline and took out a dagger from his waist. The dagger was about the length of an arm and was extremely sharp. After pouring his Saint Chi into it, it became even sharper. The young man skillfully cut open the meteor fish's belly and smoothly found a fist-sized monster core in its skull. He respectfully handed the monster core to the old man. The old man carefully examined it and said, "Good, this is an excellent monster core. It contains a rich water attribute concept. If a cultivator with water attribute secret techniques obtains it, their strength will definitely increase. And this old master will keep this monster core for the time being. When we return, I will hand it over to the patriarch to handle. Everyone on this trip will be rewarded." Hearing this, the cultivator who had just participated in the battle shouted excitedly, "This meteor fish is rare. I heard that its meat is delicious, so we can't waste it. Call someone over to handle it." After the old man finished speaking, he turned around and entered the cabin. The young man stood there and scratched his head, then called a few people to handle the fish. The young man was naturally unwilling to do this kind of chores. The people who handled the fish were the ones with the lowest cultivation on the ship. They generally did not participate in the battle and were only responsible for doing chores to earn some Saint crystals. Although the meteor fish was big, it was not troublesome to handle. After a short while, everything was done. The fresh fish was preserved in a special way, while the fish intestines and organs were thrown into the lake. On the ship, in a very simple and crude cabin, a young girl about 16 or 17 years old closed the door tightly and came to herself. She looked around as if she had a guilty conscience. Then, she carefully reached into her bosom and took out an inconspicuous bead. The bead was only the size of a longan fruit and did not look special. However, the girl's heartbeat sounded from her chest. "Is this an inner core?" the girl muttered to herself. Her face was flushed with excitement. She bit her thin lips and looked at the bead in her palm with uncertainty. Just now, she was also one of the people who handled the fish and inadvertently found this bead in the belly of the fish. She then hid it. She thought it was the inner core of the meteor fish. Now that she recalled her actions, she was still scared. Since she came out with the family's iron ship, everything she obtained should belong to the family. She did not know why she was so obsessed that she actually kept the bead. Obviously, it was impossible to hand it over now. If she did, she might be punished by the family law. This is not an inner core. The girl had not yet calmed down and found an excuse to ease the guilt in her heart. After all, the inner core had been taken away by Uncle Wang. She had never heard of a monster beast that gave birth to two inner cores. Moreover, this bead did not have any energy fluctuations. Obviously, it was not an inner core. If it was not an inner core, what was it? Why was it in the belly of the fish? The girl tilted her head and continued to look at the bead in her hand. She was puzzled. At this moment, the bead seemed to flash and then mysteriously disappeared from her hand. A person appeared in front of her, like a ghost. The girl's face suddenly turned white. She was stunned and looked forward. Standing in front of her was a young man who looked around 25 or 26 years old. His expression was still a little confused. It seemed that he was also a little confused about the current situation, for eyes met. The girl's beautiful eyes showed panic. She opened her small mouth and was about to shout. Yang Kai's eyes were quick. He reached out and covered her mouth. The girl struggled, punching and kicking Yang Kai. Her eyes were full of fear, as if Yang Kai was a wicked person. "Don't shout, don't move." Yang Kai frowned and shouted. He still did not understand what had happened, but the moment he came out, he knew that he was on an iron ship. There were many people on the ship, although the strongest one was only the First Order Origin returning realm, which was nothing to be afraid of. Yang Kai did not want to cause trouble. He could only treat this girl roughly. The girl was unmoved and continued to struggle. Seeing that his attempts to persuade her were useless, Yang Kai suddenly grinned wickedly, his eyes flashing an evil light as he swept his eyes over the young girl's delicate figure. Whispering in a low voice, "If you don't cooperate obediently, this king will kill you first, then kill everyone on this ship and throw them overboard to feed the fish." The girl's delicate body trembled, and a pleading look appeared in her beautiful eyes. She kept shaking her head, and tears flowed out. She was obviously very uneasy. However, after being frightened, she became obedient and stopped struggling. Chapter 1631. That's more like it. Yang Kai smiled lightly, thinking for a moment before continuing. "I'm not afraid to tell you that if this king wanted to, he could crush everyone on this ship to dust. The strongest old man on this ship is just a First Order Origin returning realm cultivator, but this king is merciful and doesn't want to do so. I hope you can think about your family and friends. If you really annoy this king, I'm afraid you won't be able to bear the consequences." The girl's beautiful eyes bulged as she nodded repeatedly. Yang Kai casually mentioning the realm of the strongest person on this ship made the girl realize that this young man might really be terrifying. Of course, she didn't dare to take her life or the lives of her clansmen as a joke. Yang Kai let go of her, and sure enough, the girl stopped shouting and just stared at him in fear, not saying a word. "Good, don't be afraid. Although this king isn't a good person, he isn't an evil person either. As long as you are obedient, there will be benefits for you, Yang Kai comforted. The girl's courage was quite big. After experiencing the initial shock and fear, seeing Yang Kai's amiable look, she calmed down a lot, but she still didn't dare to speak at will and just stood there uneasily. Yang Kai released his divine sense and carefully scanned the surrounding environment, faintly guessing why he had appeared here. At that time, he had hidden the sealed world bead at the bottom of a river, but now it seemed that the sealed world bead had been inadvertently obtained by this girl. As for how she had obtained it, Yang Kai wasn't sure. The other party's cultivation was only a third-order transcendent, not even a saint yet. Her figure was slender, and she looked very delicate. Where is this place, and who are you? Yang Kai collected his thoughts, found a chair to sit down, and asked the girl. The girl gulped, suppressed the panic in her heart, and replied in a trembling voice, reporting to Senior. "This is Thorn Lake, and we are from the Wong family." Thorn Lake Wong family. Yang Kai had never heard of it before, and guessed it was a small family on this origin star. Now that he had come out of the sealed world bead, his first task was to find out if Luo Hai was still on Scarlet Wave Star. Although he felt that more than a year had passed, and Luo Hai probably wouldn't come looking for him again, there was nothing wrong with being cautious. Yang Kai didn't dare to act too ostentatiously, so he decided to force this young girl to speak, hoping to obtain some information from her. It was unlikely that this girl knew anything, but Luo Hai was still a second-order origin king, so his every move was likely to attract attention. What if this girl knew something? What's the Star of Light called? Yang Kai asked again. Scarlet Wave Star. The young girl looked at Yang Kai in amazement. Her beautiful eyes filled with curiosity. Scarlet Wave Star? Yang Kai frowned, and immediately remembered that he had dealt with many cultivator of Scarlet Wave Star, without even mentioning the people from Brilliant Flame Sect and Ice Heart Valley. The Su Ding Yang he met in the blood prison seemed to be from Scarlet Wave Star. Before he died, Su Ding Yang had asked Yang Kai to go to Blue Feather Sect and inform them of his death. Yang Kai hadn't expected that he would stumble upon this star of light. Is there a Brilliant Flame Sect and Ice Heart Valley here? And the young girl nodded. The girl nodded. Brilliant Flame Sect and Ice Heart Valley are the two most powerful sects on Scarlet Wave Star, and both have origin kings. After answering Yang Kai's questions, the young girl's mood calmed down a lot, and her courage grew significantly. She took the initiative to step forward and pour a glass of water for Yang Kai. She also saw that Yang Kai really didn't look like a bad person. There are origin kings. Yang Kai was surprised. He didn't know much about these two sects, but judging from the strength of the people he had come into contact with, it was only natural for them to have a cultivator of this level. Is there a sect called Blue Feather Sect? Yang Kai asked again. The young girl's beautiful eyes brightened for a moment. Does Senior have any friendship with Blue Feather Sect? Not really. You just have to answer my question. The young girl's face changed slightly as she nodded quickly. Yes. Our Wong clan is one of the clans under the Qingyu clan. Oh, Yang Kai raised his brow. Is that so? Junior wouldn't dare deceive you. The young girl bit her red lips. Then tell me, what is the name of Blue Feather Sect Master? Sect Master Su Ding Yang. Yang Kai gently nodded. He observed the young girl's expression carefully and found that she had no intention of deceiving him. After confirming that she wasn't lying, Yang Kai thought about it for a moment before taking out a space ring and handing it to her. Senior, this is your Blue Feather Sect master died in the blood prison. This is his space ring. I only met him once, but before he died, he asked me to report to Blue Feather Sect if I had the opportunity to visit Scarlet Wave Star. Now that I've met you, I'll leave this task to you. Take this space ring to Blue Feather Sect, and they will naturally confirm it. Sect Master died. The young girl was shocked. In her opinion, Blue Feather Sect Master's cultivation was unfathomable. a power she could never hope to obtain in her lifetime. But such a powerful master had actually died. The young girl couldn't help feeling dazed. Yang Kai gave her some time to digest this information before asking, "What is your name?" "Junior's name is Wang Ying." "N." Yang Kai nodded. "Wang Ying, did anything major happen on Scarlet Wave Star recently? Was there a master who came here?" "Master or master?" Wang Ying was at a loss and shook her head. "This junior does not know, but if there is a major event, there really is one. Tell me about it." Immediately, Wang Ying told him the news that Brilliant Flame Sect and Ice Heart Valley were both looking for a certain person. Although Wang Ying did not know what this person looked like, she had heard that he was a young man between 20 and 30 years old. Yang Kai knew something was wrong when he heard this. Could it be me? And judging from the timing, it happened right after he arrived on Scarlet Wave Star. Yang Kai could understand why Brilliant Flame Sect was looking for him. After all, when he was in the Blood Prison, Yang Kai happened to hear that Brilliant Flame Sect Supreme Elder had some friendship with Luo Hai. If Luo Hai was still on Scarlet Wave Star, he would definitely have asked Brilliant Flame Sect to help find him. But why was Ice Heart Valley also looking for him? Yang Kai and Ice Heart Valley had interacted before, but that was in the Emperor Garden. He had no grievances with Ice Heart Valley, so why were they looking for him? The matter of the Emperor artifact and the Origin Essence Crystal would never be leaked. Luo Hai's goal was to obtain these two things, so how could he allow others to meddle with them? Yang Kai thought about it for a while, but could not figure out the reason. "Senior," Wang Ying saw Yang Kai in a daze and could not help calling out, "I'm very satisfied with your answer. This is for you." Kai Yang casually tossed out a package and placed it on the table. Then he stood up, and with a slight sway, he disappeared from the room. Wang Ying did not see how he disappeared at all. Standing in the same place for a while, Wang Ying gasped for breath, and a feeling of surviving a disaster filled her heart. She slowly stepped forward, walked over to the table, opened the package, and her beautiful eyes suddenly lit up. Inside the package were at least 20 exquisite jade bottles, all of which contained some miraculous elixirs. Ooh. No one noticed Yang Kai leaving the iron ship. After leaving the ship, Yang Kai randomly picked a direction and flew forward. Scarlet Wave Star was not safe, and Luo Hai had actually used someone else's help to find him. Yang Kai wanted to leave this place quickly, otherwise, once Luo Hai discovered his whereabouts, it would be troublesome. Now that his control of the Tao of Space had improved, although he was not worried about dying at Luo Hai's hands, being chased by such a master was not a pleasant thing. How to leave this place safely was the biggest problem. The divine sense of an Origin King Realm Master was astonishing, and who knew if Luo Hai and Brilliant Flame Sect were paying attention to the movements of the cultivator who left Scarlet Wave Star. If he was discovered, it would be no different from throwing himself into a trap. It would be safer to remain on Scarlet Wave Star. With a dignified expression, Yang Kai let his imagination run wild. This was the first time he was being chased by an Origin King Realm Master, and one who was a Star Master at that. The pressure was truly like a mountain. Scarlet Wave Star was currently in a turbulent situation, although Brilliant Flame Sect and Ice Heart Valley had always been at odds with each other, and there was often friction between them. There had never been a time when they were at odds with each other like this. The sects and families affiliated with the two great forces had all been mobilized. Battles could be seen almost everywhere on Scarlet Wave Star, and every day a cultivator would die. As Yang Kai flew, he witnessed countless large and small battles. Small ones involved two people fighting one-on-one, while large ones involved hundreds or thousands of people fighting. The scene was extremely lively. One day, as Yang Kai was flying high up in the sky, he heard shouts coming from below. Yang Kai looked down and found that at least 600 people had gathered below, divided into two camps, and were currently engaged in a fierce battle. Needless to say, This was a conflict between Brilliant Flame Sect and Ice Heart Valley. Both sides had lost a cultivator, and their blood had dyed the earth red. The brilliance of artifacts and secret techniques was extremely dazzling. Yong Kai slowly shook his head and flew past directly, flying a few dozen kilometers forward. Yong Kai could still sense the fluctuations of a battle coming from below. However, this time, the battle was between three people and seemed to have been separated from the larger battlefield. Two men were besieging a woman, their cultivations not high. The woman was a second-order Saint King, and so were the two men. With the same realm, they had the advantage in numbers. The woman tried to escape but was unable to break free from the pincer attack of the two men. The two men seemed to be quite afraid of the woman's methods and did not dare to force her, instead choosing to engage in a skirmish with the intention of exhausting her Saint Chi. The woman was wearing white robes and exuded an icy aura, while the two men were fire attribute cultivators. Their bodies seemed to be surrounded by raging flames, easily dispelling the woman's frigid aura. While attacking her from both sides, they also spoke rudely to disturb her concentration, due to their fire attributes. The woman was in an extremely difficult situation. As Yong Kai flew past, he frowned and glanced down. The woman's side appeared in Yong Kai's line of sight, and Yong Kai, who was flying quickly, suddenly came to a stop. His eyes narrowed as he stared at the woman, as if he had discovered something extraordinary. The woman's body was light and graceful, her hair fluttering in the wind as she occasionally presented herself in front of Yong Kai. "It's her." Yong Kai's body trembled as an astonishing brilliance flashed across his eyes. He had never expected to meet this woman on Scarlet Wave Star. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.